Happy birthday, America! Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, I love the July 4th. It's my favorite day.
Happy birthday, America. I love America. Oh boy, oh boy. I can't wait to ask my friend Mr. Krabs what his favorite thing about America is.
I love money. I love capitalism. Arr, 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 arr.
Yes, capitalism is amazing. But my favorite thing is being able to steal Krabby Patty's secret formulas.
Arr, 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 arr. America's my favorite. America's number one.
Yes, America's number one, isn't it, SpongeBob?
Ah! There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Ah!
SpongeBob, stop ruining the mood. It's July 4th. We're supposed to be celebrating.
I like money.
Oi! How's everybody doing? Happy July 4th. Happy July 4th, America. I like the eagle American thing and then explosion thing. Kaboom! A-Star, how are you doing? How are you? A-Star, are you up to shenanigans? This sounds like some final credit music. Oi, Ahsoka, you're not even an American. You're not an American. You can't be happy. There's no, you're not allowed to celebrate. It's an American-only holiday. No celebrating, no happiness. No, it's only for Americans. Oi, you're avoiding responsibilities today. What responsibilities could you possibly have on the day on the day of freedom? The day of freedom. It's supposed to be freedom from work as well. Haka, no, banned from happiness. Oh no, the cat's invasion. I'm so sorry. I walk everything back. Alchemic, you said you had fireworks for the last month? Why are y'all so celebratory? What? I don't think the Texans are as excited as y'all peeps are, okay? You're a dual citizen of Canada and the US? What? Is that true? I didn't even know that. Ahsoka, I didn't know that you were half American. That means that you're, wait, so were you born in America? Or did y'all move to America for a little while or something? What's up, Miles? Happy 4th. Happy no work day. I don't celebrate this day, but I am not one to steal anyone's joy.
You don't like America? Miles, you're supposed to be happy. It's July 4th. The day that America was founded, my favorite country in the whole world.
Because they're banned here, so they thought they'd be naughty? What? They love being naughty. It's just annoying, to be honest. What, you don't like explosions happening everywhere? You don't like bang, bang, bong? I'm definitely gonna be hearing some explosions. Hopefully, y'all won't hear them. But the cars are so freaking loud around here that I feel like you're not gonna hear the explosions. So we should be fine. You should be doing dishes right now, but you refuse. So here I am, listening to streams. Haka, do you have a dishwasher? Do you have I'm just curious, like, do you have to wash them all by hand? Because I've been in situations where I didn't have a dishwasher in the house, and it was so frustrating. You were born in Canada, and you lived there until you were 11, but you currently live in the US. What? I didn't know that. This is fascinating. You're half American. Congratulations, you've made it into both countries. So you've sampled them both. You love the fireworks at midnight? Oh, we love fireworks at midnight. It's the best time for making explosions. Hey, Lost and Lift, what's up? How are you doing? You love the hair. The hair is maybe needs a little washing. I think it needs a wash, but isn't it? It's looking healthier, right? Right? Don't you think it's healthier? I think it's gotten a lot healthier since I've been putting in hair oil, and it's been much better. It's been much less frizzy. You said happy excuse for Explosions Day. Hooray! Except for dry Texas. Yeah, hopefully they don't set any fires. I like my house the way that it is. I would rather it not burn down. You've heard of water balloons? What? A water firework, where the firework, it explodes, flies up into the atmosphere, and then it explodes again. And it releases a bunch of water and puts itself out immediately so that there's no explosion in the air. I like the sound of it. You used to go back and forth all the time, but you haven't been to Canada since COVID. Really? It's the longest that you have not been able to go to Canada. What? You're locked out! You're locked out of your own country? How dare! Is it American celebration time? It is America's... What is July 4th? Is July 4th Independence Day? July 4th is like a birthday or something. It's some American day. Oh, it's Independence? That's what it is? Okay. It's Independence Day. There's Independence Day, there's Memorial Day, there's Labor Day. I think that those are all American holidays, if I'm not mistaken. Flag Day is America's birthday. Okay, there's Flag Day, Independence Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, Labor Day. Is there any more days that I'm forgetting that are like uniquely American? We have so many days. How dare us claim all of that calendar? That calendar could have been used for cool stuff, okay? Shaking my head. Okay, well, it's Independence Day. Clearly I know all about it. Hockey, you have to wash everything by hand? Oh my goodness. I would never do my dishes. Well, would that mean that I would put off the dishes less because I would have to see all of them? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what would happen. July 4th is the day of that the Declaration of Independence was signed. Whenever all of those wigged men did a little bit of a writing assignment together, it was the class project day. So it's America's birthday. Yes. Okay. All right. It's the group project day where they all got their arts and crafts supplies. Some of them had crayons, some of them had paste, and they worked together and they made a document. Flag Day is the Army's birthday. What? Army's birthday? Happy birthday, Armed Forces. Is here safe zone? You mean safe zone? Absolutely. Yes, this is 100% a place that's free of hate, that's free of, honestly, free of traumatic stuff too. We don't talk about anything that's like current or uncomfortable or happening at the moment. Like we try to keep it goofy around here without being like just talking about everything. It's full of danger. You're in danger of gaslighting, chaos, shenanigans, things like that. But nothing too bad. Hey, what's up, Formulando? Yo, happy American Day, fellow Americans. Indeed, fellow American, it's so good to see another American just like you. Formulando from the beautiful state of Florida. How are you doing? And Human One's here. Hey, Human One. This is the forefront of safe spaces. Is that true? Okay, what the thing is that it's a safe space, but it's not cozy. It's not a cozy stream. Is that the word that was deemed bad? Was cozy? Yeah, it's not cozy around here, but it is safe. You leave your dishes in the kitchen, and the kitchen elf cleans them overnight. I think it may be called Steven, which also happens to be the name of my boyfriend. Where can you get one of those boyfriends? Where do you get one of those kitchen elves? I wonder. This is a bring your own hot something channel. Bring your own hot chalky. I was trying to come up with my own interpretation, but you put it right behind there. Hey, Olivia, what's up? What's up? 18 months?
So many months.
Oh my gosh. Wait a second, Human One. Oh,
Thank you
Human
so
One,
much.
let me grab some glasses.
This is a great community. They're 5 heart.
What's up, beardos and weirdos? It's me, white-haired OT. Bring your own chalky. Bring your own hot chalky. I can't have hot chocolate. Scott B, what's up? Hey, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I can't do an OT voice because OT has such a normal voice. OT doesn't put on a voice at all. OT's not a character. OT's a human. Just put your dirty plates into the microwave with some TNT and everything is clean. See? Okay, there's the chaos that I was looking for. Well done, Foxy. We're already talking about explosions. You love this shirt? I love this shirt too. Sleeveless shirts are definitely my vibe. Wait, why can't you have hot chocolate? Because of milk. I can't have any milk. No milkies. Hot chocolate mix. Ah, yeah, there are some dairy-free ones, and the one that you sent was really good, Alchemic. If you wanna send me some more, I'll take it. Listen, I will never deny a gift. A gift? Wafer, what's up? How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a few days. We need to get on Fall Guys. We need to get on Fall Guys and commence destruction. What do you say? What do you say, chum? You need 2 to do the Spider-Man pointing meme? Yes. There should be a pointing meme of some sort. I just need I need like a big cozy hoodie if I want to be like OT. OT was just talking about big cozy hoodies on stream even whenever it's hot outside. So if we both had hoodies, we could maybe make that meme. You're a former, much larger person, so you don't drink milk almost at all. Well, I mean, milk is questionably good. I'm just saying, milk is not really what humans are supposed to be drinking. I'm just saying, we developed a gene to be able to drink it, but I'm just saying it's not that natural. Not that long ago we weren't drinking milk, so I'm just saying I've always been a very I think that my health has been really good. My health has been good like all of my life, and I 100% give that up to not drinking milk. 100%. I mean, I can't eat cake, so I don't eat cake. You want me to carry you again? Are you doing solos? I think I might be doing solos, but I will admit, if Wafer wants to play, I might play duos with Wafer for at least a little bit, but no pressure, no pressure. I was thinking that we'd do some solos today. Excuse me, but who's biting my style?
It's me. Hello there, One Topic. It's me, your worst nightmare.
We were just talking about how it's America's birthday. Happy American Day! Everybody's an American today. Everybody that's in this stream gets to be an American for a 24-hour period starting right now. You love that you can see the setup in my lenses, can you? Look at yourself. Can you see yourself right now? Hello? Hello, doors open, lights on. Other cameras up there. Got a screen with nothing on it that I'm looking at.
Oh no, it's plankton. Not plankton. I love America.
Wait a second, we already did that bit. I did that bit at the beginning.
Capitalism.
A buttered toast lands on a what? A buttered toast lands on the butter. A cat lands on the foot. What happens when you put butter on the cat's back? What? You copied it? What? Don't copy things. You're supposed to cut. This is all original takes only. Only originals. Okay? If you ever want some amazing ice cream, there's cashew milk. I've had cashew milk ice cream, and it is delicious. It's 2 subject. No, 1 topic. I could be 2 topic. 2 topics. OT only has 1 topic to talk about. Me, I'm a big improvement. I've got 2 topics that I could talk about. What did Human One say? Or is OT the Canadian Earl of... No. OT's been here longer than I have. Both on this earth and on this platform, okay? Kareem, what's up? How are you doing? It's the OC only zone. Only original posts. Sorry. We're going to be accepting no copy-pasted posts from now on. Dimalion, how are you doing? What's up? Are you here for some Fallen, guys? Some Fallen? Kenny shouldn't be drinking moo juice. Don't worry, I won't drink any moo juice just for you. Olivia, you were lactose intolerant when you were born, but you grew out of it. Really? Interesting. I was more allergic to milk back in the day, but I'm allergic. I'm not lactose intolerant, but it used to be way worse. Now I can sometimes have like a little bit of butter or something like that. OT old. I could never be him. I'm the Zoomer version of OT. So that means that I have to be like more more memey or something. What would OT be like if they were a Zoomer? Zoomer OT be like, dang, LGBTQ be bussin', no cap. Shucks, beardos and weirdos, let's do the gritty. Right? Or something like that. You can't have anything other than oat or almond? What? No soy milk? The best version? Ay, ay, ay. My takes can probably all be traced back to Monty Python. Monty Python? All of them? All of your political takes? Everything ever? No way, you're right on the cusp of the millennial and zoomer. I'm on the edge. I'm on the edge of glory. Those are things I would say. OT would say, dang, he doing the gritty. Is that true? The fact that OT has said those exact words before, I knew it. I knew that OT was a zoomer. No cap. Almond is the best. Bussin'. Oh God. Okay, can we just read some OT tweets so that I can learn how to speak like OT? Oh, is Lost in Lift leaving? You must leave, but you popped in to say hello, goodbye, and hello. Goodbye and hello, Lost in Lift. Thanks for chilling with us. Oi, oi, oi. Have a good rest of your day. Should I download Raft? I'm guessing you own it, Foxy. The answer is yes. You didn't need me to tell you that, right? The Zoomer language won. Sorry, Kenny, having wrong takes still. I haven't had a single take today, awkward. There's not been a single hot take. Shaking my head. Awkward, how are you doing? Okay, but we got Twitter statuses. Has OT said these words or has OT wrote these words? Low key, if I was low key, if CEO Pope wants us to have kids so down bad, he finna yeet some of that fleeklit church money full flex. I'm a slay on God. Now that's bussin', no cap. And the click said you're old. Okay. All right. Can I ratio this tweet? Hang on. We're getting close. Everybody go like the clicks tweet. Quick. quick. Ratio averted. Written and said. No, it was. Okay. Everybody, listen. I watched the latest next topic video last night, and it was incredible. You should definitely go watch it. OT was talking about how old he is, and it was really funny because I didn't relate with it at all. It completely did not have anything to do with my life, but I liked seeing OT realize that he's really old. I miss Mustachio only. Lieutenant Dangle? Who's Lieutenant Dangle Earl? What does that mean? Listen, I need it. I've considered shaving off all of my beard at one point, but then again, if I'm gonna keep the OT cosplay up, this is the only way to do it. Oh yeah, and the light's also blue, just like OT's hair. That works. Ratio averted is reference to Earl's video. It's not my video. It's not my video. It's Mystic's. It's not Mystic. It's Mythic Waters' video. I love their videos so much, and I'm so happy that I could be a voice on a character. So freaking fun. I would love to do voices in anybody's video or project. This is me telling y'all all. If y'all are doing a project or a video, or you want my voice on a stream or something, please tell me. I wanna. Your hair is purple? Is that true on topic? It just looks blue, that's all. Because you sent photos. I'm still shocked by how the lighting gets that wrong. If I were you, I would cheat. But then again, I'm glad that you're honest. You're a very honest individual. Lots of truth. Me, I would absolutely lie, and I would switch it up. Hire this man. He's down bad. I'm down bad with wanting to do voices because they're so freaking fun. Listen, I just love doing it. It's too much fun. I want work to do. Maybe I gotta go out and get it. Oi, it's Tay. What's up? How are you doing? Tay, how are you doing? Happy Independence Day. Every time you see that clip of Birdly enter the room, I just imagine that's how you enter rooms in real life. I was walking around this room like Birdly. I opened up the door and walked over to the microphone for a lot of those takes to try to be really sassy. I had my glasses on. I was trying to embody the character.
Nice.
I did my best, okay? Oi! How's everybody doing? How are the peeps? How are the homies? It's been hours since I've last talked with y'all, and I hope that y'all are doing well. This music is so freaking jazzy. You need some prescription sunglasses like these? I want to get some prescription sunglasses, and then also It'd be cool to get. I mean, blue light glasses are great. I do have those, but I think that I might get some blue light glasses that are not prescription. Method acting? Yes. In fact, I like talk to all of the. I talk to all of my co-stars only as Birdly. I wouldn't let them address me as Earl. They had to use the word Birdly. ZB, what's up? Oi. You can finally use acorns again? Yes. Awkward. Finally, you're a VIP. So now you're free from having to save all those acorns. You don't wear contacts and you don't have transition lenses. Oh, so do you have glasses though, Drex? You don't wear contacts. I know that you can get sunglass contacts, which is cool, but I like the look of normal sunglasses. ZB, how are you doing? I think that we're just gonna be hanging out today, playing some Fall Guys. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing very early stream tomorrow. We're gonna be streaming Raft with OT, with Salty, and with Nessie. All in one go, very early. So if you're up tomorrow, I'll be streaming early. If you're not in America or you're not in this time zone anyway, then we'll be rocking it pretty dang early. We'll be ready to go. I'll be waking up. I'll get an alarm. But yeah, I say that we get right into Fall Guys. I want to get some practice in. You said what time? Because I saw Nessie's tweet. She starts at 11 a.m. EST. Is that true? Was it always EST? Because they sent a message to me that was like the special Discord message that shows you the time in your time zone. They said 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. And that's in my time, or it should be in my time. Do I have to make adjustments? Is this inaccurate information? Okay, let me look at the group messages and figure this out so that we know when the stream's gonna happen. It says 30 minutes. It says maybe 11 a.m. But what time zone is that? Is that my time zone? Surely. Doesn't Discord know where I am? Discord, do you even know who I am? There's just a long pause in this music. Nice. Okay. My brother thinks that you should change the VIP amount to 69,420. What, is the whole family here awkward? I never even knew that you had siblings, but all of a sudden we have brothers and sisters just pouring in. She has a weekly schedule. It says 5 p.m., 11 a.m. EST. That's Eastern time zone, so that means that I need to wake up even... Wait, so if it's 11 their time, then it's only 10 my time, right? My time is Central, so I'm like an hour off. What the heck? I have to wake up at 10 a.m. to play video games? That's not gaming time. I game in the middle of the night exclusively. Oh my gosh, it's so early. Okay, well, it's totally worth it because I get to play with cool people. She's in Norway. I know, but that's Listen. I know, but we all have to have unhealthy time zones so that Nessie can have a good time zone. That's not fair. That's not fair. Everything should be around us. Do you think that you'll be playing past 4 p.m.? I don't know, Kareem. I doubt it. I freaking doubt it. I'm sure that we'll be done at 3. I bet. I'm sorry. Make it in the afternoon. Exactly. We should make it in the afternoon. Meanwhile, me over here waking up at 5:30. Mamma mia! I'm sorry. It's just not natural. It's just not right. Humans were made to wake up so early. Okay, I'm gonna launch Fall Guys and we'll see what happens. Yes, Kenny, I have siblings. I also have something else. It might be okay, listen. Some people don't have siblings. Give me a break. Listen, you biologically have parents. You do not biologically have siblings automatically. Parents are a requirement for existence, okay? Siblings are not. Some people have no siblings. Ponies need their food. Yeah, whenever I worked with the horses, I had to wake up super early. Family is a choice, yes. The extra family. Ahsoka, did you change your name? Ahsoka T66, what does that mean? What does that mean? She has it in a schedule, OT. Oh, what? Stop yelling. Human one, listen, you can't yell like that on my stream. Can confirm, am only child. Do you not like being the only child, Z? I would think that there are benefits, that there are draws to both. Ahsoka Tano and 66 for Order 66. Isn't that the one where all the Jedis died? Why? Why is that your name? Order 66? Isn't that what the... Really? So you want to like memorialize the worst thing that ever happened to Ahsoka? Okay. Let's see if this game can run today. You like being the only child, you think? I think that it would be interesting. You always wanted a sibling. What did you like miss out from having a sibling? Goodbye younglings, etc. Yes. You never wanted a sibling. I never had an option. I had a sibling from the day that I was born, and then lots and lots and lots more. Okay, come on, computer. Oh my gosh, my internet's dying as well. All right, we're gonna do our best. Whenever I move into the new apartment, everything will be fine. The whole world will be solved. Earl's like, the adopteds don't exist. What? I didn't say that. I didn't say they didn't exist. Family? What does that mean? Those count as siblings. Those count as siblings. The adopteds do exist, and people that are adopted still had biological parents. My statements were that everyone has biological parents. My statements were that, yeah, everyone has adopted parents. You don't have to have siblings, and that was it. If you're adopted, then you're part of that family. It's official. It's on documentation. You never wanted a sibling. Oh my gosh. Listen, siblings just take up your parents' time, all right? I didn't get doted on as a child, and that's why I'm on the internet trying to get attention. Because the attention that I get here, it's a replacement for all the attention that I didn't get as a child because I had 8 or 9 siblings or something. Your mother could barely and didn't really take care of me? What? Yeah, could you imagine? Could you imagine if there was a bunch of kids involved? Yeah, I think we're gonna do some sweaty solos for a little bit. We'll see what kind of crowns we're getting. I'm gonna switch over to one solo show. Yeah, this is it. Bingo, let's warm up. I've been so obsessed with this game. I'm so sorry. We will totally like play other games and stuff someday. But right now, I kind of can't stop with Fall Guys. I just want to keep getting crowns and keep getting better at this game. If I keep getting better at this game, then I can carry my friends even harder. Earl, I believe the crux of this issue is that you never resolved your unintentional ignorance towards the massive cultural impact that it... I regret reading the beginning of that message because it almost made me read the final bits of that message. The gaming industry and culture itself. I mean, you can't listen. I can't even play Fall Guys and escape Halo. So I mean, maybe you've got a point. Maybe you've got a point. Listen, I can't get away from these Spartan designs even whenever I'm playing baby game. Nice. Baby jelly bean game. I think what we're gonna do is really quick. We're gonna do some Spartan showdowns and see if we can get some helmets, okay? We've got 2 missing helmets. There's 2 helmets that are somewhere that we have to find. Ashley Rose, what's up? Happy 4th. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Oh no, not the Halo again. Listen, Z, OT's on the Halo thing. OT Earl 1v1 Halo win. I said I didn't like Halo, not that I was better at Halo than OT. Listen, if we wanted to play co-op, that would be a different thing. If OT wanted to play co-op in the Master Chief Collection, that would be a thing. But no, I'm not gonna play against somebody that is clearly blinded by their love for Halo. Blinded by their love for Halo. I've never played it. Let's battle? No, I don't think so. We could 1v1 in a game that I'm good at. Maybe like getting over it, speedruns or something like that. Tell me if you need help finding the helmets. Z, is there any way to like go to the levels that have the helmets easier? Because I think I've already gotten all the helmets that are on the levels that I've gotten on, but there's so many levels that I haven't encountered yet. If there's a helmet here, then I would be terrified.
Move out of the way, lads.
You're supposed to watch the tiles move. And it's always, I think that is always 2 steps forward. Okay, well, it can't be here. So it could be forward. Let's see. Oh, I've got a teammate. What the heck? Oh, it's because we're playing, the Spartan Showdown always has 2 people. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, there's a hammer. Is there a helmet here? I don't see any helmets. I see people that already have them. Why are they here? No, they pushed me off the edge. Those rascals. Can I make a jump here? Oh, there's a helmet. I'm grabbing the helmet. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. I'd die for that helmet. Wow. All right. We got one of the helmets. Now we just need 2 more. I don't know if you can you make this jump? I've already given up. Sorry, squad mate. We're not going to survive because I had to get my helmet, okay? So sorry. Really tragic stuff. I got my helmet. I got mine. Kenny, you literally just looked at it. I didn't see it. Listen, I looked, but I did not see. I saw, but I did not perceive. Levels are random except for the finale. And there's a helmet on this level. I barely noticed it. Okay, yeah. It was under the tiles. This was a perfect way to do this round because I got my helmet. No, I can't leave yet. I'm not allowed to leave. Sorry, teammate. R.I.P. Sorry for throwing the game, but I had to do it. Blinded by their love for Halo. Saying this to someone who hates 5 passionately? What? Halo Infinite is number 5, right? Or wait, no, because there's Halo 3, there's Halo Reach. Then Infinite is 5, and you hate it? Is that true? The hate for Infinite flows? I tried to play Infinite with friends, and I thought that would give me like the best chance of liking Halo. I was like, I'll play Infinite with people that love Halo. And they didn't seem to be enjoying it either. Like, I wasn't having a lot of fun, they weren't having a lot of fun, and I was just like, that's kind of a bummer. I was honestly looking forward to liking it. But there's still a chance that I'd like older Halo games. I have the Master Chef collection. It's just such a huge download. I don't know if I want to keep it on my computer. Yeah, the last one's Dizzy Heights. I don't think that Dizzy Heights is a starting show. Can Dizzy Heights be a first? Because I think it's always second. And this might be the last day to get Spartan Heads, so we must get them. I wasn't even paying attention. Not the side or installment games. Side or installment? Are you talking about? So there's Halo 1, 2, 3, Reach, Infinite, and then there's also Halo Wars. And is there one more Halo game that counts? Your friend is on the computer right now, so you have been banished to your phone. No, not the 20-second lag spike. Nesmi, how are you doing today? What's up? Oi! Oh, it's here. Oh, it's a Dizzy High. Oh, it can be at the first. Wow, we ran right into the. I think that Fall Guys is being nice to me. Maybe we can grab the helmet, and we can also. Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's in the middle. Well, there you go. We've got all the helmets. We're gonna get the cat helmet. It's happening. It's happening. It's real. All right. This time I'm not gonna throw with my teammate. My teammate is named Monkey. Come on, Monkey. Let's win this. Let's win this for the team, for the squad. Move out of my way. Move out of my way. Here we go. Kenny is sus. I'm not sus. I'm not an Among Us character right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The newest is 6. What? There's 5. So there's Halo 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 Reach. What is Reach is number 4, right? What's number 5? They're not numbered like that. OT, you're intentionally obfuscating the information. You're being intentionally difficult. They're not named those numbers. They made it more complicated. The last one's not even a number. Kuri! Yo! Kuri! How was the stream? How was the coin pushing? How much money did we make? How much money did we make? Kuri! How was the stream? Oi, old coin pusher friends. What? Would you consider me an old coin pusher friend? I'm a new coin pusher friend. What's up, everybody? Hi. My name's Earl. We're playing some Fall Guys. I'm getting all the goodies before they go away. We just got our Spartan helmet. You won 346 coins. And if those coins are worth 25 cents, then that means that we can, then it's 30 then you would say it's $34 divided by 4. I don't know. You also fought demons? What? That has to do with coin pushing demon game? Oi, Kuri, thank you so much for the raid. And thank you for the follow. Is that Kuri Dune? What is that a joke on Kuri's name? How dare you? How dare you steal an identity like that? I just want my music to play. I want to jam. Okay, I'm just gonna turn off this. I'm gonna turn on this music because apparently it's broken. Oi! Hi everybody. Hope you're having a great time. Having a great July 4th.
Hello.
Okay, there we go. Fixing the music.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my stream. We've been talking about what our favorite thing to do on July 4th is. Do you like setting off fireworks? Or possibly you like to purchase lots of items? There's nothing more American than capitalism.
Yo, that's cute, Kuri. I didn't know that. See, I knew it. It's actually like Scottish to mean cozy down. That's adorable. Kuri. Kuri Dune. Everybody got a Kuri down. Kuri Dune, I mean. Also, Asia, what's up? It's good to see you. Earl is normally good at math, and I will only take these as fighting words. Listen, I have the homeschool, okay? I have the homeschool. I'm not great at math. I will admit it. I do not have a high school diploma. Okay, I did not make it through high school. I made it through homeschool. Also, there's a helmet here, and I'm gonna make it hard on everybody. I'm gonna make everybody's life more difficult and uncomfortable than necessary by destroying everything around it, so that if anybody wants it, they have to die for it. Here we go. Hang on. This is the strat. Go ahead. Go for that helmet. I dare you. Oh no! Oh, my game almost crashed! Oh, I was gonna die. This game needs too much attention. Good lord, is the stream still running? My computer it just froze up. I thought I was gonna die. I was standing on ice and it was about to break. That scared the bejeebus out of me. Oh my gosh, this game turned into a horror game really quick. I don't want to play scary games anymore. We played too much Phasmophobia back in the day. Nearly peeing my pants every single stream. It's too much. It's too much, I tell you. We're gonna win. We got this. Wait a second. Am I last? It's a survival round. We win. Splendid. Is that a thing called karma? I've never... Listen, karma does not exist on this stream. It exists everywhere else, but I have a karma shield that I cast just before the stream started. Wait a second. Are my candles not lit? Okay, my karma shrine over there, actually the candles went out. Okay, never mind. There might be karma that's going on in this stream. Actually, unfortunately, yes. It is possible that that's what was going on. Hopefully, I probably need to be more nice now. Also, Joyful Glow, thank you so much for the follow. Nice to meet you. Any friend of Kuri is a friend of mine. If you like Kuri's stream, then I like you, okay? If you like Kuri's stream, you might not like this one, but I like you, okay? Here for some witchiness. Witchy. Okay, wait. I almost just blew up my friend. Hang on, I need to focus. I need to focus on these babombas. There's a lot of bomb strats that go on here. I have to carry it for my friends. I've never met them before, and I want to make a good impression. Make a good impression on this random person. Whoop, 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 whoop. Kaboom! Okay, well, we can't really kill anything yet. Here we go. And also, Kim, what's up? How are you doing? Kim the I don't know. We need to play Phasmo together. Let's do it. Kuri, when do you want to do it? I'm busy on Tuesday and Thursday. Busy on Tuesday and Thursday. I can make most other days work this week. Although I am moving this weekend. I will be moving probably on Sunday, I think. So I'll probably be a little bit busy Friday and Saturday, making sure that everything's ready to go. Ready to go. But just say the word, Kuri. I'm just bad at initiating games, but I can get better. I can change, I swear. Oh, that guy just blew himself up. All right, we're taking them all out. Ezio, you're going down. You're going down, Buster. Sorry. It's in the contract. Oh, shoot, my bad. My bad, teammate. Sorry, I threw. My bad. Shoulda grabbed them. If you grab them while they have a bomb, it'll throw out of their hands. But they did exactly what I would have done. They just did my own strategy better. So, you know what? GG's. GG's to you, Gun, by the way. Your friend's moving Wednesday. She has nothing packed. I have nothing packed as well. I need to go buy boxes. I'm not ready. To be fair, all I wanted was that helmet, and we just got it. We did it. We did it, gamers. Here we go. Let's check out the swag that we unlocked. Let's check out the goodies. We got it. And in just in time, too. We've only got 11 hours left. There we go. The perfect helmet. Perfect. Here we go. We did it. We did it. We did the thing. You did it. Hey, that emote. You did it. Oh boy, Poggers. Poggers the Earth did it. There it is. Ta-da. It makes me look naked. No, it took off my shirt. My shirt. This is concerning. This is a concerning outfit. No nipples on stream. You did it! Oh boy, the Earth's done it again! Now wait a second, what else do we gotta earn? So we did the Spartan Showdown. We did the Spartan Showdown and we sure showed them that we don't know how to not go down. I need to play some duos. I need to play 3 rounds of duos. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. What the heck? Play with a random? Playing with random people? I'll do it. You had your entire room packed the last time that you moved because you found out that they were stealing my art. So who was stealing your art supplies? Who was stealing your art? Combine it with the armor pattern. Never. Never a star. Listen, I paid for this skin. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it. No, Kareem, you're beautiful. Oi. He did it. So, yes. You said, so you packed... You had your entire room packed the last time you moved? I mean, you have to do that, right? Don't you have to pack everything to be able to move it? I'm confused. Also, Independent Oreo, what's up? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm just hanging out. I'm vibing. I'm just happy. I'm so excited to move. So excited about everything. Everything's kind of working out right now. You know what? The economy's in the toilet. But I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Vibing playing Fall Guys. I have been having so much fun playing this game with friends. I don't know if y'all stayed for the raid last night, but whenever I went over to OT's channel, we were playing for like 4 more hours or something. Or 3? I don't remember. I don't remember. The times were epic. We got so many wins. Now we're on duos, so I'm at the mercy of one other person. I still need to play this game with ZB more so that I can learn more strats for being faster. Cause I'm still bad at these races. I'm just not optimal. It's not optimal. Ooh. Is there any July 4th movie that y'all watch? Is there, or I could just ask you, what's the most July 4th movie that you can think of? That's not named Independence Day. That's the Alien movie, right? Okay, we're not gonna count that one. That one's too obvious. We can't say Independence Day, but what's the most American film otherwise? Besides that one, comes in first, not optimal. I know that ZB would beat me at this though. The Purge? The Purge is the most American game. It's the most American movie. No, not The Purge. Or the Batman movies. All the Batman movies are very American. I think that mafia movies always smack of being very American to me. Any movie that involves crime. Yes, all crime dramas. Those make me think of America. The Purge. Oh my gosh. I'm bad at these races. Also finishes first. Listen, give me some time to disappoint you, all right? That's why you're supposed to stick around. My point of streaming is that I do my best to make a good impression and impress you. And then if you stick around long enough, then I can disappoint you after that. The Purge. I know, right? That's savage. You agree with The Purge? It's almost a documentary? No, it's not. I hope not. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. Listen, I still have hope. Y'all don't get rid of my hope. How dare you? I mean, isn't The Purge Ever After just a reenactment? No! Listen, those people are being tried. Those people are being tried. Don't say that. Those people are going to jail. Oh my goodness. This is getting too real. Listening to Donkey Kong music, and it's getting real. You killed my hope on today of all days. On the most hopeful day of all. Wow! That's a way to get the gold one in the middle. Okay, maybe I'm taking some extra time to make sure that I get to the elite rings. But it'll work out in the end, probably. Come on, teammate. Are you getting points? Are you helping me? Oh no! You got in my way. In the words of my Scottish people, freedom! They can take our homes, but they can't take our freedom! Hello, neighbors. Also, the neighbors, I'm not gonna have them for very long, so I don't mind yelling. Here we go! Come on! Come on, teammate, where are you? Do I have a teammate? Is my teammate dead? I haven't seen them in a little while. Are you doing okay? Just checking in on you, friend. Just doing the friendly thing. Where's my teammate? Do I have one? Okay, we qualified. We're alive. Also, Zyza, what's up? Good to see you. I'm carrying hard. They've gotten 1 point. Do I even have a teammate anymore? Did they get thrown out? You're gonna clip it and send it to Die, our native Scotsman. Okay, do I have a teammate? Are they kitty cat? Where are my friends at? Any friends? You think that they left? What? Why would they leave? Maybe they didn't like me. They didn't like my name. I'm all on my own? I don't think that I can win on my own, right? That means that I have to like work double hard for everything. Come on, finale right now. Jump club. Okay, this one will work. I just have to stay alive. But wait a second, don't I make half points? Wait, they saw the pay to win skin and dipped, but that's to their advantage. But that's to their advantage. They know that they know that I pay to win. Don't they want to win? Maybe they want to win fairly. Is that it? This just got tough. I think I might die, Z. I think I may die. I might have to not play with random. No, wait, no, they're here. They're here. They're kitty cat. No, look, they're gonna score some points. They're still alive. Yeah, they're right here. Hey, look at them. They're jumping. They know what they're doing. All right, we've totally got this. The whole team's here. Whole squad showed up. Whole squad of 2. All my friends are here. All my friends be playing Fall Guys. All by myself. They're not dead yet. They're not dead yet, Awkward. Don't get too... Oh, there they go. There they go. I almost died watching them. I was watching my friend's corpse flop around on the stage. I was watching him be eviscerated by this large spinning pipe. Oh, shoot. There's double. I forgot that they were double swatters. Double spankings. Hang on. You just gotta make sure that you don't get spanked. It's just like childhood. Wait. Oh, whoa. I'm not the one that ruined your flower bed. Mom, I promise I didn't clip the tulips. It was Katie all along. She lied. She lied. It wasn't me. Don't touch me, Dub. Hey! One time. Okay, I don't know if this is okay to say, but there's this one time that my mom was not, I don't want to say angry, but like my little brother had been up to no good and did something wrong. I don't remember what it was. But she was chasing him with a paddle to give him a spanking. And she dove for him. For my little brother, Simeon. He was going really fast, trying to escape his spanking. And she dove across the living room. And she dislocated her shoulder, trying to like swat him. She dove and landed on the ground and her arm went out of socket, trying to spank him. The children rejoiced. All of us danced around her. We were like, ding dong, the old witch is dead. Hooray! No spankings today. Her arm dislocates all the time though. She has some sort of an issue with her joints or something. So she would just randomly, we would be on like car trips or something, and we just put like all the groceries in, about to go home. Game change? Oh yeah, is the game set correctly? Oh dear. Alchemic, would you mind changing the game? I think I forgot. I apologize. Yeah, so we would like go to the store or something. My mom would be getting into the car and she like closed the door slightly wrong and her arm would go out of socket. She'd just start yelling. It was kind of scary. My mom like she doesn't yell at people much, but if something surprises her, she screams. Like if something shocks her, she screams bloody murder and scares everybody in the house. If she just like almost drops a vase or something, she'll scream like she just touched the stove while it was super hot. I gotta say, that's something I do not miss about being home. It's just like random screeches that happen with no warning and they scare the bejeebas out of me. It's like a flight or fight response thing. Did you just grab me? You might have killed us both. That's... Oh, hang on. I don't know if I'm able to catch... Oh, I think I can catch up. You can't jump in this mode. I should have been focusing on not jumping more, because the jumping slows you down a lot. Okay, we're getting ahead a little bit now, but this side is looking a little shifty. I'll see if I can move to where more tiles are. Yeah, so like the more evenly you cut it down on your own path, the better. But people are always like weaving in between and stuff, so it's hard to predict what's gonna happen. If they break tiles in front of you like that, you might be dead. They might... Oh, lots of orange that they didn't clean up. Thank goodness. They did not make this area into a trap. It's just me and this one person. Oh my gosh. This requires all the focus that I have. Every single molecule of my brain is firing at... No! I should have dove! Dang it. No, I lost! Oh, I should have gone to the right a little bit. I forgot about that side. Dang! Again, two crowns ready to go. Didn't clutch them. Didn't clutch the crowns. Sorry, team. Was it play rounds or qualify? Because we might be done with duos. I'll double check. There was this one time that my parents tried to grab me when I was a toddler. They dislocated my elbow by accident. It was a bit awkward. I see what you did there. For them to try to get it back into one place at the hospital. Oh no! Oh no! You're about to get claimed by the government. They're like, how did this happen again?
Do you want to tell us one more time what happened?
Hang on. Okay, now I just need to play Spartan Showdown one more time. These are just race rounds and squad shows. Okay, so you're supposed to earn silver medals, so I just need to play a little bit of squads. We'll play a little bit more Spartan. I didn't know that I'd need to do one more. Yeah, I've never dislocated a joint. All my body has like stayed together pretty well. In my head, I don't know why, but I imagine she straight up Superman jumps. It was that, A-Star. It was that. She did that. That's what my mom did. She Superman dove to try to spank. Also, what, you want to get like one swat? Was it worth diving? I guess it was. Maybe the mental calculations were not, they were not well thought through. You're going to head out as it's 11 p.m. at UK. Def going to come back and check out in the future. Hey, awesome. Kuri, if you are, Kuri Dune, if you are in the UK, actually tomorrow, I'm going to be playing really early. I'm going to be playing games really early tomorrow and on Thursday because I'm going to be playing with a friend from Norway. We're going to be playing Raft. I'd love to see you there. But yeah, enjoy your rest. Get some good sleep. Thanks for coming through with the raid and chilling with us. Your parents had to swear that they... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Here we go. My sister has broken her nose multiple times, once on a door frame. Oh, no. What's up with all the broken bones in chat? Y'all guys are living life rough. I broke like a tiny foot bone whenever I was a really young kid, but I didn't even have to have a cast or anything like that. I just had to wear a sandal for a little while. It was just a little tiny foot bone, and it was just from like kitty shenanigans. My, about 7 hours earlier than right now. What? Pretty soon, we're going to be able to just say, it's only in X amount of hours. You don't have to dive there. What am I doing? You're just clumsy? Asia, you're clumsy enough to break bones? Be careful. Be careful. You only get one body, I think. 7 hours earlier than right now. Good gracious. Yeah, my stream for tomorrow. When is it? When is it going to happen? It's in nearly 12 hours. I guess it's in like It's like in 17 hours. Asia is very much that clumsy. Oh no, don't. Called out. What is the worst accident that you've had, Asia? That was due only to clumsiness. And now I'm kind of curious. Only clumsiness. We're not talking about the worst thing that ever happened to you, but that you can say like it was just because of clumsiness. Ah, this hot dog. I can't watch this hot dog. Go, Emma, go. What are you doing waiting around? Emma was taking their sweet time. Come on, Dano. You're a Spartan at heart. It's just one lonely hot dog. That is so sad. All right. Oh, let's not talk about, brings it up. Let's not talk about the time in 2010 when both my brother and I were in casts. What? You were both injured? Did y'all have a trampoline as a kid? Trampolines seem to be the bone breaker. The real way to make sure that your kids are always injured is a trampoline. My friends had a trampoline that had one of those big like nets that was supposed to keep you in, and it was really tall. I would say that it was like 5 or 6 feet. And we were jumping on the trampoline one day, doing some double bounces. So a double bounce on the trampoline is whenever you're bouncing in the air and your friend pushes down on the trampoline, so like tightens it up. And if you time it right, then whenever you land, it'll push it even further. So it's like 2 people's weight on the trampoline at the same time, and it makes you bounce way higher. But you have to be really careful, because if you mistime it, then their legs will like buckle. But I got double bounced by actually the friend that I'm about to move in with, Parker. Parker double bounced me so hard that I flew over the net. I flew over the net and out into the yard. It was a bit of a fall, but I was totally fine. I don't remember if I don't think that I rolled. I think I just landed. I just landed like a frog. Okay, wait, it goes... Oh, snap! It goes to the side. Hang on. We got this. We still have plenty of time. Yeah, my former roommate, I broke his leg on a trampoline accidentally by doing the double bounce thing. By clumsiness. The most injured by clumsiness would be when you lost your balance off the bed. Off your bed? You lost your balance off your... Were you standing on your bed and dislocated your shoulder? Oh, no! Whenever you broke your leg on a slide because you slipped? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I would say broken leg is worse, right? How do you slip off a bed? Oh, no! They just jumped into the oblivion. Aw, this poor little Spartan child. Sweet little baby gamer. There you go. You did it. I think we made it, right? Imagine having a trampoline with a net. I know, right? Well, I mean, I've been on lots of trampolines, but that one just happened to have a net. The reason I would say is that my shoulder was worse is that you had to have surgery. Oh, no. Oh, you are reminding me, though. I did, whenever I was a Boy Scout, we went to Philmont, which is like, it's the most sought after Boy Scout trip, I think, by far. It's in New Mexico, and it's in the mountains, and it's like, it's hundreds, or it's at least hundreds. I think it's thousands of acres that were donated to Boy Scouts. And it's in the mountains, and there's like a bajillion different treks, and you can even do treks with like donkeys or horses. There's lots of things to do at Philmont. Everyone wants to go there. Thank you for the follow. Is that Woot? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But we went to Philmont, and we were playing frisbee. Everything was going well. We were a few days in, and tiny bit of backstory. Philmont requires you to like hike multiple miles every single day. Like that's most of the trip is hiking. So we had to, I think that one day we hiked like more than 6 miles. I can't remember the numbers. I think that I have that written down somewhere, but we were playing frisbee and me and my friend collided. We collided with one another and his knee hit my shin. And it was so bad. The impact was so weird because I was like jumping for the frisbee and he was like dodging. I do not even know how it happened. How do you hit your shin? on somebody else's knee. But we were both worried that we were gonna have to go home, like only a few days into a 2-week trek. But thankfully we could both limp it out, but it hurt so bad. Because we still had to hike. We couldn't, aw, dang it. I got hit by the double. I should have seen that they had another one and gone. But yeah, thinking that you're gonna miss out on your $1,000 trip. $1,000 trip just because of some shenanigans. I was so scared. Hey, what's up, Alexa? How are you doing? Welcome back. You never had a net on your trampoline? Nobody got hurt. See, everything's fine, Zyzo. Everything's fine. We don't need nets on our trampolines. When you were 7, you fell off a trampoline and landed head first on a cement block? Oh my God. But you were fine? Dang, that's crazy. The human body is really wild. The human body is so strange because, like, the human body can survive through ridiculous stuff. I've seen videos of, like, people falling off cliffs and hitting their head on rocks and falling in water, and they're fine. Like, they live, and it's no big deal. But you can just trip and die, too. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The human body is a complete anomaly. Let's see. Okay, so we just need to race and do squads. Let's do some squads with some random people and see what happens. Let's see what the Fall Guys community is feeling like on July 4th. Zyzo got to deal with my clumsiness the entire Vegas trip on the escalators, bumping into stuff at the hotel room. Aisha, were you drinking during the trip, if you don't mind me asking? Because that probably makes it worse. That probably makes it worse. I was a little bit clumsy while I was in Vegas. To be honest, I was clumsy enough that I was flopping around, goofing off in our hotel room, like dancing and rolling around and just being a general nuisance to Obst and trying to distract him. And my phone slipped out of my pocket, but I didn't remember to check for my phone. So we went out and gambled a little bit. And I thought that I'd lost my phone forever. I thought that it slipped out of my pockets. I only brought slippy pants, unfortunately. Slippy pants are the worst. They'll let my phone fall out of my pocket and my credit cards, and that whole trip was just me looking for my phone constantly, because I kept forgetting to put it in my pocket. It was always my phone or my vape or my credit cards. I left them in the car. I left them in the apartment, in the hotel. I left them everywhere. It was awful. And I am so sorry for all those times that Nigel and I had to walk out to my car because I forgot where I'd put my phone, and then it ends up that it's just back at the hotel. You said working at security, you'd be surprised. I think that I am not surprised. I would think that everybody's losing everything at Vegas or at any drinking establishment. You do that all the time? No. I still do that. I'm always walking around my house looking for something. There's always something that I'm looking for. My house is just messy enough. It isn't dirty, but my house is just messy enough that it's always something that's missing. Hey, Rex, what's up? The concept of the human body is a jest from the eldritch gods of the deep, the human body. Everything that happens in the human body is not governed by biology, but actually governed by an angry and extremely chaotic god. Sometimes people can live forever, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. You're always missing something when you were there. What? What do you mean you were always missing something? What? You mean whenever you were there? Oh, when we were there. Yeah, I mean, listen, my life is a crisis. There's always something to worry about, okay? There's always something missing. I'm always slapping my pants. That's what I do before I leave the house. Whenever I get home, whenever I realize that my pants aren't bulging enough, I slap my pockets. I'll go. Oh no! Oh no! Where are my leg extensions? My legs are too thin. There's something going on. ADHD symptoms are the worst. What? Are you diagnosing me? Don't you dare. I'm just kidding. Malice, what's up? How are you doing? I think I missed some boo-boos. I think I missed some boo-boos that happened to Asia. Asia cut themselves on a plate? Is that what I read? Is that Asia cut themselves on a plate? How sharp was this plate? Where were you dining? Can confirm, I've seen it. You've seen the slappery. You do that? Yes, it's the only way to double check that everything is here. Listen, I am not just a human. I have multiple electronic attachments, all right? I have my phone is a part of me. My credit cards are a part of me. And sometimes I leave my body parts around accidentally. And I only realize it just too late. Hang on. That was an interesting argument that I saw that was against augmented reality. Like the augmented reality glasses that you see Google doing and stuff like that. The best argument that I've heard against that is that we already have augmented reality. We already carry around phones that like let you interact with the internet. So there's no need for us to like impair our entire vision. Like we're already fully connected. We have a convenient device in our pocket that can do everything that we would ever need. So I don't see that being successful. Your phone is usually in your hand. You're usually my poor phone, I haven't had a case on it for like a year and it has been destroyed. Next phone that I get, it's absolutely gonna have a case on it. It was styrofoam. She was like, ow! And I was like, did the cheap chopsticks give you a splinter? She was like, no, I cut myself on a plate. No, not the violent plate. I mean, it is making me think of the chopsticks. Isn't it considered, I think that it's considered very rude in Japan to roll your chopsticks. Maybe more places too, but I've heard that that's like one of the most rude things that you can do is you take both chopsticks in your hand and rub them like that because it'll knock away all the splinters and everything. And it like communicates that you think that they're low quality chopsticks. It's probably fine with like with what's it called? The little disposable wooden ones. I'm sure that's no big deal, but definitely don't want to do that at somebody's house. I don't even know if you can do that in public. I'm not sure. I wouldn't chance it. I wouldn't chance it. I honestly love how obsessed the Japanese culture is with being polite because I really like being polite in public. And it kind of jives with me. I'm always worried that I'm bothering somebody, and I wish that America had more rules. Whoa! Heyo! We're back in the game! Let's go! Ah! No touch, no touch, no touch. There's 3 of them. This is the worst. Ah! One of our squad mates is already dead, and we're now in 4th? Okay, I gotta carry us. I forgot that I had 3 random people here. We've got 3 random people and crazy... Oh my gosh, there's too many of them. There's too many of them. But there are hacking lily pads on this. You don't know how to use chopstick? You've tried a few times? It takes a lot of practice. I'm not even that good at using chopsticks. I'll always make mistakes whenever I'm... Like, I was trying to eat duck the other day with chopsticks, and it still had bones in it, and it was so hard to pick up. It was so hard to pick it up in a way that I guess I didn't know where the meat or the bone was, so I'd just, like, pick it up, I'd bite on it, and it was bone. And then I would pick it up a different way, and there's more bone. It makes me so frustrated. I don't even like meat on the bone. I wasn't the one that ordered the duck. Listen, here's my review of duck. It is absolutely not worth the taste for how cute ducks are. It's absolutely not worth it, okay? Ducks are adorable, and duck was not that good. I like chicken way more than duck, and I like ducks way more than chickens. So I don't think I'm ever gonna get duck ever again. You don't use wooden chopsticks often because Koreans use metal chopsticks. Ooh. How does that do? How do metal chopsticks go with stickiness? Are they harder to pick up stuff with because they're like smoother, or do they have like texturing on them or something? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever used a metal chopstick before. Also, I lost. Oh, we lost. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, we lost. Oh, that's great. Okay, our team lost, even though I survived. It's fine. I just need to grab submissions, and then we can go back to solos. We'll go back to getting wins. Oh, what? I got a crown? 2 crowns? What is going on? I lost, but I got 2 crowns, and we're now ranked 17. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Never mind. I'm glad that we died. I think it was because I was carrying the team. Because you do get rewards based on how well you place. Even if you lose, you still get more points, I think. We need silver medals and squads, so I need to do some more. Oh, I completed a challenge. Ooh, probably a big challenge too. You love the set of metal chopsticks that you have? Highly recommended. Yeah, so how do they work? You like them more than your wooden chopsticks? Rex? Is that you don't use them often? You're tempted to buy them? Yeah, just steal them. Just steal them. Asia, I can buy some. Yeah, just take Asia's chopsticks, okay? It's an offer. I completed a challenge. Nice. Okay, let's see if we can carry the team again, or at least get some silver medals. Well, now I want to buy some metal chopsticks. Are there good ones on Amazon? I'm sure that there are. For a little while during my Visco Girl phase, I did have metal straws, but I ended up not using them. I ended up stopping using them. I just got tired of, like, the thing that was frustrating is that I'd go to like a restaurant or something, and I'd be like, don't give me a straw. I don't want a straw. And that made me feel kind of bad, a little bit embarrassed to, like, whine at these poor underpaid employees. But then they would keep giving me straws anyway. Even if I specifically asked for no straw, they would still give me one. And eventually I was reminded that you can't solve society's problems alone. It's really the big industries that need to change. It's not up to us. It's up to us in the sense that we need to hold these big companies to account, because they're the ones doing all the polluting. And we really can't do too much on our own, to be honest. There we go. Keep moving. You haven't noticed a big difference in the performance? So they just last longer, stain less, and are easier to clean? Is that what's going on? You said you have so many. You have like 75 pairs of chopsticks? Oh my gosh. I think I have like 5 pairs, something like that. I guess I need to eat more rice though. My new roommates, they cook way more than I do. They made a stew last time that I was over there. Oh, it was so good. I mean, Kenny, I could bring you some metal chopsticks in October. Would you like some? Are you trying to get rid of chopsticks? Are you trying to get rid of them? Listen, I would take a pair. They would be even more special. I would cherish them. Asia, if you gave me a pair of chopsticks, I would cherish them forever, and I'd use them all the time, okay? Just being honest. Much lower maintenance. Here we go. Oh! I heard about there being like some kind of mid-season meetup. Is anybody else going to like an early meetup for TwitchCon? I think it was in August. I'm not sure. I don't know if I don't have the deets on this. LA still hands out straws. Yeah, it needs to be a corporate thing. The corporations need to change their practices so that there's less pollution. But people that are just existing in a capitalist society really can't make a huge impact. And it's mainly used by big companies as a distraction. Like, the carbon footprint was invented by oil companies to try to shift the blame onto the consumers whenever we can't control them and they don't even report how much they pollute. It's a ripoff. It's all about blaming the consumer. And honestly, the only thing that the consumer should be blamed for is that we haven't revolted yet. Coming this August. You have no idea, but if it's in August, you got school? TwitchCon's during the fall break. Ayo, nice. Convenient timing. TwitchCon is during which month? I keep forgetting. It's like a statewide ban on the single-use plastic grocery bags. The bags are thicker. They use more thin than single ones. Oh yeah, they for a little while they made it so that the plastic bags, they manufactured them different in Texas as well. So they use thinner plastic bags to try to save on plastic. And all that happened is that all of the times that I shopped, the people double bagged everything. I mean, you could obviously like actively tell them not to, but they would just double bag them. It was a shame, a real shame. Here we go. It's in October. Okay. October is TwitchCon. Very spooky. I hope I can get back in time to do some Halloween streams. It's the only time that I play horror games. You have no idea if it's in August? Oh, I already read that. You have one pair of chopsticks that are just wooden throwaway ones. Hey, they were free, okay? I take free chopsticks. Yeah, I need more opportunities to practice my chopsticking skills. I will admit, Obst and I had a little bit of a chopstick off because we were eating Asian food like the entire time that we were over there. And I don't know. Not sure which one of us is more handy with the chopstick, but I'm just saying that he broke one of the soup dumplings and I didn't break any of them. That's all that I'm saying. I don't have any confirmation past that as to our chopstick skills, but I'm just saying I didn't break any of them. I told Opsy you guys should do a costume party one night at TwitchCon. Ooh, what kind of costume should we do? Wait a minute. Can we dress up as a what? Eliminated? That wasn't even my fault. But we're almost done. We're just grabbing some missions. You have the paper ones in the UK that are cheaper and biodegradable. That's good. That sounds like a good idea. I'm not allowed to leave yet. Costume party at a convention? Isn't that just called cosplay? No. No, it's just a Twitch costume party. It's just streamer stuff. Okay. Am I done with this challenge, or do I have to keep playing with these knobs? Wait. Give me the information. My family doesn't use forks, but I still say 75 pairs of chopsticks is a little bit much. Oh, what is there nothing that needs forks? I guess you really only need spoons and chopsticks, right? Doesn't that cover like everything? Spoons and chopsticks? There's a costume party at TwitchCon? There might be. That's a good idea. You said, hi, Kenny, you look absolutely styling today. Oh, thank you, Leah. I put on the glasses because OT was here, and Human One said that I look like OT. So I decided to just finish the look, just for fun. Oi, Leah, how are you doing? Happy July 4th.
Hello there.
Spoons and chopsticks, that's all you need. What do I use a fork on that I can't use chopsticks? Let's see. I would maybe use... Some rice is really hard to eat with chopsticks. Rice is sometimes hard, but you could eat rice with a spoon, I guess. Don't forget knives? I guess so. But if you eat things with chopsticks, do you still... I guess you could cut up like a steak and then eat it with chopsticks. I don't know. What's the hardest thing to eat with chopsticks? Maybe Jell-O? But you can eat Jell-O with a spoon. No, dang, I'm not being very efficient. I need to pay attention. Because I need to get silver, I think. I need to get 1 silver medal during the squad game. And I might only have... Ooh, I'm so dumb. Quinoa. Quinoa you can eat with a spoon. Dang, what I'm throwing right now. I'm throwing. Uncooked beans. What? Uncooked beans? I don't eat uncooked beans. It's like saying uncooked rice or something. That was a bad idea. I'm throwing for content right now. I'm letting my team down because they've always let me down. Okay, I think we're gonna die now. It's probably my fault. It's hard to eat cereal with chopsticks, but you don't eat cereal with a fork. And I guess you do eat quinoa with a fork normally, but a spoon would do just as well. The hair is the wrong way, I'm pretty sure. My camera is flipped. Awkward. That's the reason why that it looks this way. Can't you tell that all of my that my shirt's on backwards? Right? Isn't it? I think it is flipped. I don't think that you can read my shirt. I'm cheating. You can eat anything with a spoon. That's true. That should be a tweet. Wait a minute. Can I steal that for a tweet? I'm good. Falling with the guys today because it's storming. Perfect. All right. Nice. We got Fall Guys friends. Anybody else gaming right now? Any gamers? It's a struggle living in Norway and watching American streamers because they start streaming at literally the middle of the night. I'm so sorry. Listen. Tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming super early. With a Norwegian. It's true. We'll be Norwegian streaming tomorrow and on Thursday. We're switching it up. We're switching up the schedule. And we lost. That was incredible. I did say that was kind of my fault. For content, we know that you're bad. Wow, awkward. You really told me. You really got me. Okay, we're gonna try again. All I need is I just need 1 silver medal. That's all. So I think I have to be in the top 50% of the first race because I don't think that they're gonna survive. You would play, but it's past midnight. No gaming past midnight. Is that like a curfew thing? Just win. Jeez. Listen, Lime, I'm playing with randoms online right now. I can't help it. All I need is 1 silver. 1 silver, and then I'm done playing with random people. Listen to this music. It's getting... Okay. I'm feeling it. This is the round. This is the round that we make it into the top 50%. You need to carry them. All right, Z, this is the perfect place for the carry. You're right. I'll carry all these people. Sometimes I have occasionally gotten squads with people that are really good, and it makes me so happy. But yeah, most of the time, it's just probably kids. Here we go. This is the perfect carry, the perfect music. The mood is right. We've got each other, and that's enough. The music reminds you of TKO and Jackbox? What? TKO? I do not. It's the... What is TKO? I just played a little bit of Jackbox. I can't figure out what that means. Jackbox is pretty fun. But I feel like Jackbox always just... It always just goes to making people laugh. I'm totally fine with that. It just always turns into comedy hour. Because the joke responses always get... Oh, dang, no carry. No carry, dude? Oh, no. Simply having a wonderful Fall Guys night. No carry. Wait a second. I have 2 dead squad mates and one of them is missing? Okay, this game is incredible. I changed my mind. I know that I was saying bad things about the game earlier, but actually, incredible game. Here we go. TKO is it's the shirt one. You can actually order the shirts, right? From their website. Has anybody ever actually ordered a shirt from the Jackbox games before? As for the crown shards with what you said you get from squads, it's not worth the headache of dealing with randos. Besides, it totally slaps different. I think that it's easier with a good squad or a decent squad, but I think that it's really satisfying, the survival aspect of single player. Because if you die, you lose. There's no carries. Hey, Kuya Cat, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi! Kuya, one of our VIPs. One of our brand new VIPs. Kuya's got that beautiful diamond next to their name. Welcome. Happy July 4th. Tyrannitaurus is hanging out. Heck yeah. You know that it's a special occasion. Rex must be free today. Solos are always so satisfying. Yeah, and if you play Fall Mountain, then it won't get robbed by a friend. I'm not saying that Cassadot did that last night. I'm not saying that we both jumped at the same time and they took all the glory. I'm not saying that happened, but if it happened, then I'd be a little disappointed. Hey, we actually survived. This is incredible. Was that a silver? Am I done? Am I done playing with other people? Am I done relying on other human beings? Oh boy. Oh boy, back at it again with the hit parade. All by myself, I think. You thought I was eliminated? Was I? Is that true? It's kind of hard to tell. I was eliminated, God bless. I did lose, but did I get a silver? Oh, does it not count as a silver if your team doesn't make it? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I didn't finish the challenge yet. No, I need a silver medal. Does that mean that we have to win? Do I have to win? It's hard to carry all these people. They're so heavy. These physics, they're too much strain on my little body. It has to be silver overall. Oh no. maybe we'll save it for later. Maybe that's a bridge too far. You kept exiting matches trying to skip the start. What? No. You can't skip. There's no skips allowed. You have to suffer. It's the only option in this game. I would love to become absolutely elite at this game. Become the best streamer of this game. And just play the kids game and throw people off the edge. I've been practicing my trolling recently. It's working out pretty well. Getting used to the bomb game too. Even though I lost on it tonight, I'm still learning, all right? Does this game have a bias to matchmake you with friends and solos? I don't think so. I do not think that it matchmakes you at all. Because I always get mixed up with console. They might mix for Elo. I'm not sure how the Elo works in this game because it's all obfuscated. They don't tell you how they mix the game. It's a secret sauce. Oh, you could not slip through there. Oh my god. Here we go again. He fell. No, my recovery's been so bad this evening. I've got some good strats, but my recovery's been really slow. Bad. Okay. There's just so many people on this course. All of them fell off. Stop getting in my way. You almost threw me off. You throwing me off, man. You're throwing off my groove. Here we go. Okay, we'll make it right. Right. Squad position, 10th, 6th. Okay, here we go. You used to be able to snipe people line, but there are too many playing now. You used to be able to snipe people, like get in on their stream and mess with them. Oh, no. You've become a master assassin in Blast Ball. You love it? Oh my gosh. The most satisfying thing is tossing a bomb across the entire match and watching them fly away. Since they added SBMM, it's really hard to get into specific lobbies. SBMM. What is SBMM? Is that the latest season? It's hard to get into specific lobbies. Ever since they did something. Skill-based matchmaking. Okay, so that is going on. Aha. Yeah, the secret of the Fall Guys matchmaking sauce. See, I don't know what's in the sauce. I tasted it and I was like, a little bitter. A little bitter, a little, I don't know, kind of sour. And they're like, it's the secret sauce. We can't tell you what's in it. And I was like, I don't really want to know. I just don't want any more of it. Did I die? Did we lose? Super Ball Monkey. Not the monkey. Hit him with the monkey. Absolutely not. Speaking of Super Mario Brothers, I thought that it would be fun. I've thought of this idea before, but I would love to beat every Mario game that they've ever made. I'm tempted to do it, but I'm scared because I have not ever beaten the first Mario game. It's true. I've tried to beat it. I've played it for like 3 hours. I played it for like 3 hours on the Switch Online mode, and I just got pushed. I played it for like 3 hours, and I couldn't beat it. It's actually pretty difficult. All the NES games that I've ever played are super hard. Like, by today's standards. Because that's all that they could put on the cartridge. So they were like, we should make this as hard as possible so that it keeps kids really busy for a long time. Games were built different back then. They were still in the era of arcades where they wanted to steal all your quarters. No! Don't push me! Okay, well, I'm going for the gold anyway. Push me all you want. I'm going through the rings. Isn't that like 200 games? 200 Mario games? Heck no. It's more like 60 at most. And I would be picky. I'm not talking about the Mario RPG games. Not the Mario RPG games. It wouldn't be so bad if you went backwards. Ooh, do they get easier? Is it like a smooth grade? That would mean that I had to play the lost levels before the first game. That would be very interesting. Walk it back. Walk it back. I would especially like to play every Mario game that is featured in Mario Maker 2. That would be another option. Because that's what I want to get better at. That's the point. The point is that I can be better at Mario Maker So I need to play all the different games. So I think that includes Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers World, Super Mario Brothers U, I think. Nintendo wants to steal all your savings. Nintendo would like to get into your bank account. Nintendo is asking for access to your Chase account. I mean, it isn't about money. It's about time. They want to waste a lot of time by making it too hard. Why not the RPGs? Because that's a completely different can of worms. They aren't bad or anything, but that would add, like, if I were to do the RPGs, that would add an untold amount of hours, an ungodly amount. I think that would double how long the challenge would take, I would bet. All the Mario RPG, all the sticker games, that would take loads of time. Okay. Ooh, pixel shades. We almost got them. Nice. Okay, so we still haven't gotten a silver medal yet. Absolutely incredible. But that's our last thing to do. Okay, we're gonna go back to solos. I can do that stuff later. It's time for us to go for the glory of the stream. For the glory of all the stream. Like going back in time. Worms are great. What? Have you been eating fried worms again? Listen, that was just in movies. They don't actually taste any good. 200 Mario games. No, I would say, how about the 3D games? That would be the question. Should the 3D games be included? I don't know. Again? I've already played most of the 3D games, but I don't think that I've played Super Mario Galaxy 2. Haven't played that yet. Because I think that you have to play it on Wii. It never got re-released. So I would have to buy that game and hook up my Wii. Hey, Ann, what's up? Yo! We're just hanging out, playing Fall Guys as usual. As usual, addicted to this game. Trying to get some crowns. How are you doing, Ann? I already sent you a message, but I love the art that you did of Nessie. It's so cute. Hey, Alexa, we'll see you later. Thanks for chilling with us. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good time, soaked in some strats. Here we go. DoorDash. It's time to get a job in the gig economy. Yes, we're going for the crown. Now I've only got myself to blame if we fail. This round is scary though. Sometimes you get stuck behind a bunch of people and things go wrong, but not this time. I can send you my copy of Galaxy 2. Oh my god, Alchemic, I have too many of your games already. Some which I should have given to you while you were here. I forgot about that. I have way too many of your games. Absolutely not. Here we go. And I'll get a crown just for you. Just for you. And also kind of for me. All right. It's going well so far. We're in the middle of the pack. Are we gonna get lucky on an early door? No, they're all on the other side. This is the worst. This game mode sucks. This is why DoorDash stinks. It's such a mob game. There's so little strategy to this. It's just a mob of. We're not gonna pass. We're gonna pass away. Oh my god. This frickin' sucks. I hate this round. Ugh. Okay. And sometimes you start in the back as well, and you can't help it. Get a crown just for me. That one was for you, Ann. That failure on the starting was just for you. How are we supposed to get in front of that big old mob? Hey, Bonehead, what's up? Oi, oi. Bonehead. What? How is your July 4th going? Ooh, we should light up and get a drink. Maybe in like 30 minutes or an hour, then we can get a drink. I put all of them in the fridge. They will all be chilly and delicious. All right, let's see if we get lucky on where we spawn. Have y'all seen, whenever you play squad mode, sometimes they'll make you play soccer. And the way that soccer works in this game is that they put the teams both on the same side. They're both on the same side. So there's always one that has an advantage. It's broken. I can't wait for them to fix it. See you mimicking OT? Yes. It's the fault of, it's the fault of Human One. They said that my hair looked like OT, so I was like, okay. Soccer, not fun. I'll tell you what I love, is the soccer in Wii Sports or Switch Sports. The Switch Sports soccer is way better. Here we go, Sater. Thank you for the lurk. It's good to see you, Sater. Enjoy your lurk in the background. Oh yeah, I was talking about trying to do more speedrun times yesterday, and if I played all the Mario games, I would definitely be down to put in some times. Like some of those games, maybe if I got good enough at them that I could get in the top 1,000. I want to submit more times because I have a bunch of friends that are speedrunners now. And it's making me upset that I have no times posted. I don't want to go for records. I want to get some times in. Soccer's the most overrated sport in your opinion. Oh, overrated, eh? Well, you're calling it soccer, so I'm guessing you're an American. So we just don't get soccer, okay? Americans just don't understand soccer. It's not for us. We don't get it. We're not in the culture. We're missing out on what all the rest of the world enjoys. So while I can understand your opinion, because I kind of have to have that opinion too, you just gotta accept that there's something going on that we just don't get. Maybe there's teamwork in the game that's really fun and we just don't like being a team. I don't know what it is. Maybe Americans are just really handsy and like to touch things with their fingers, and they just don't get anything that involves legs. We have no balance. Maybe we don't like faking injuries. I'm not sure. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a small mistake. Are you stupid? Are you stupid, you hamburger? Oh my God, stop pressing the button. You're screwing yourself over and all of us. There are people in front of us. Oh my gosh. These people. Also, thank you for the follow. Is that Harcia? Oh my gosh. Move out of my way. Move out of my... Oh my God. This is such a bad day. It's July 4th. Everybody's on, and it's awful today. These lobbies have been wild. Okay, we qualified. Holy moly. Oh, you're from Belgium, and the soccer community's super toxic. Oh, I see. You said it's overrated, toxic. Yeah, they can be very violent. I think that soccer has the most violent fandom of all the fandoms. Right? Don't you think? Soccer violence is pretty wild. It's a bannable offense. What did A-Star say? I think that I've unintentionally given him ideas. What happened? You especially don't like that they added a swinging pendulum to the goal zone. The K-pop fandom, are they violent? Listen, they violently love K-pop. They're internally violent. They talk big game. But I don't think that there's a lot of... Listen, Travis Scott is worse than K-pop, apparently. I didn't know that, but apparently the rap scene is more scary to be in the crowd than K-pop. K-pop is commercialized and smooth. Here we go. I'm scared. The amount of fights over a dumb game is so stupid. It's true. I can't imagine getting mad at a game. I can't imagine. I mean, it's not even real. It's not even real. Why get upset about it? Move out of my way. Ah! Ravenous. You should see the stands. The stands. The stands are in the stands right now. Oh, it works. Threading the needle. Okay, I need the Goldie. Oh. Just two balls touching right at the end. The Earl of Suds fans are pretty violent as well. Is that true? I haven't ever been to an Earl concert yet. Maybe someday. They're just too expensive. They're too exclusive. They always sell out immediately. And the meet and greet tickets, oh, don't even get me started. Those are gone. Those are gone in the first hour. No chance. Oh, I don't think I qualled. I didn't. Dude, I'm getting wrecked today. What is going on? Maybe I need some like alcohol to smooth out my brain so that I can more efficiently maneuver. I think I'm a little too lucid to be playing this game. I would rage at an Earl of Suds concert. What genre would an Earl of Suds concert be? What would be an Earl concert? Bluegrass? Here we go. Oh boy. You can't take all those gamer pixels. You can't take all in those gamer pixels. What? Oh, you can't take them all in? It's the glasses. You might be right. You might be right. Let's take them off. That's what it is. I didn't even realize. Okay, here we go. Alcohol will shrink your brain. Okay, don't drink. Nobody. Everything is so bright now. Everything is so sharp and focused. It's too much. My eyes. I can see everything too well. Fall Guys needs a small brain. Exactly. A small, efficient brain that you can maneuver easily. It's because Fall Guys has all these tight corners and all these small passageways and little squeeze holes. You have to have a small, efficient brain to be able to maneuver such a course. Oi, Calico, what's up? How are you doing? Have the explosions started where you are? Peanut brain, best brain for Fall Guys. Everybody that plays Fall Guys is a peanut brain. And I'm part of the Fall Guys fandom. I'd go crazy at a Fall Guys concert. The more it can rattle, the better. Indeed, if you hear a jingle jangle whenever you shake your head playing Fall Guys, that means that you're playing your very best. I'm doing my best, Mong. Ooh, Tundra Run. All right. We got races. No explosions for you yet? Yeah, I don't hear any yet. Texas is so hot. Everybody's probably hiding inside, taking a siesta. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here's the big group. We got a Dead Among Us. Lots of Fundra in the Tundra. Yes, the icy snow is where I want to go. How am I getting pushed backwards? All the colors are so bright. I feel like I've been rebirthed now that I've taken off these glasses. There's no chance for failure. There's so many. These lobbies are all going to be so full because everyone's off right now. But I normally play late night, and I would suspect that the sweats are normally out at night. But maybe that isn't the case. Maybe I've been playing during easy times all this time. Wow, there's so many people. It just adds to the chaos. Woohoo! Here we go. Okay, easy qual. Oh my god, there's so many people. Move out of the way. Ooh, that's the same skin as OT. I love that. The samurai one is so cool. I love the eyes in particular. Oh no, you stole it. Hey, there we go. Okay, easy qual. Maybe you're the sweats. I do think maybe you are the sweats. I am a sweat, probably. I don't think I'm that good, but I try that hard. I'm a try hard, not a sweat. That's what I would say. It's a wee bit warm. You're cooking the hot dogs? Oh my gosh. It's getting real. The hot dogs are on the grill. Any hamburglers? Couldn't you just take a hamburger and make it the bun of a hot dog? Could you just have a hot dog hamburger sandwich? Okay, even better. Take two hamburger patties and then put 3 or 4 hot dogs in the middle of it between 2 patties. And make a meat sandwich, a meat witch. The night sweats. The sweaty nights have begun. Oh, the stinky. Oh, it's some fruit. All right, everybody, it's time for logic. This is the only time when you're not supposed to have a rattly brain. Okay, everybody focus. Some fruit. I need as much help as possible. The meat witch. Yes. So much protein. That's what I eat before I go to the gym every day. It'd be like, it would be like a double down, but with hamburgers, patties, and hot dogs. Double down. That'll give you the meat sweets. The meat sweats, sorry. I want those meat sweets. Give me those sweets. We get 3 bananas. Okay. It's 3 and 1. This is easy. Well, which one is it? Could be anything. Slime's up. I'm not moving. I don't want people to know. They don't know. Don't try to kill me, you maniac. Shaking my head, almost died. Sounds like a gluten-free alternative to hot dogs and hamburgers. It's just the meat. Oh, okay, wait a second. I gotta focus. 4-2-1? Okay. 4-2-1. Easy. I don't know why this lets me remember everything, but that's all the information that I need. I only need the numbers. I don't have to hold anything else in my brain. Okay. It's this one. Oh, someone just stood there and died. That's so sad. I saw their last moments. I saw it all. You don't understand this one? You have to count the fruit and remember what you counted. So 4 pears. It's 4 pears. It's 3 dragon fruit and 2 banana. And there's probably one more thing. No, it's just... God, these people are so sweaty. Stop grabbing me, you motherfucker. God damn. Jesus. Hang on. What's the... Oh, 2. Oh, no, I forgot. Is it bananas? Whoa. Okay, we lived. I was getting a little tilted there, getting a little angry. You just had a giant plate of spaghetti and you may not move for a bit. The carb. It's time for a carb nap. Eat that many carbs. It's time to take a little sleep. You don't have double down. It was a KFC thing. Basically just chicken for the buns. Chicken for the buns. So it's just 3 pieces of chicken. Is that all that it was? It was 3 pieces of chicken stacked high. Wait, you're getting fruit? Leave us alone. I don't appreciate being counted. Oh, what? Listen. Okay, I'm just counting. I'm not taking any fruit. All right, listen. I wasn't stealing the fruit. I wasn't doing anything nefarious. I was just counting. Just a little bit of notation. Any fruits? There we go. Oi, Jana, how are you doing? How are you doing? I know that you're feeling targeted, but besides that... Oh, boy. Okay, I've never gotten this golden one before. I think it requires you bouncing all the way down from the very top middle. But I've never pulled it off before. See, because there's always people that touch me and they throw me off. I've never had it set up that well. And I also forgot I'm really bad at this bubble game. And I don't have anybody to carry me. This might be how we die. I'm genuinely not very good at this. Especially not with tons of people, because they slurp up all these bubbles so fast. Oh, the fan. No, my only fan. Hey, hang on. Oh, mama. Oh, dear. Oh, no. I need 5 more. I need 1 gold. Or like a little collection of... Okay, there should be a new one dropping, right? Where's the new one? I want to be the first mover. Oh, crap. I have like barely any time left. Oh, they're all there. Where is the next one? Oh my gosh. Am I being stupid? No, there it is. First opportunity. Move! How did that guy... He went through me! No! Okay, I just need 3 more. Yes, this is it. We made it. The physics in this game are the true enemy. Oh my goodness. Hey, it's Joshy. What's up? Oi. What's up, Flatly Written? How are you doing? You hate the bubble games, Izo? It's honestly annoying. It's annoying, but with squads, I feel like it's a little bit better. I'm just very bad at it. So normally my friends will carry me. But yeah, for now, I'll have to manage myself, okay? This is a great way for me to realize my like bad sides. Oh, this one? Oh, no, it's Snowball. Oh, and I have to survive on my own. See, this is fun. Because if you die, then you get knocked out. That's far more entertaining than having a whole team. Hair change. You didn't notice? You didn't notice that my hair is a completely different color? Did you think that I was wearing a tam? Be honest. This is the hardest one. Is this going to be time-based? Surely not. It is time-based. Oh my gosh. And it's on the hardest. This is the hardest ice map by far. And there's 2. Holy moly. If you get hit by one of these balls, you die. Oh, they're bouncing off each other already. So if you die, you're gone. This is horrendous. I am so scared for my life right now. Oh, it touched me. Oh, I'm so scared. No! Oh my God, that was so close. Oh, no, 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 no. And the balls, they can't fall. It doesn't make any sense. They don't make any physical sense. Okay, I think that LeBron's got this, but LeBron might try to kill me. Please don't kill me. I will not grab you if you don't grab me. Please don't grab me. Oh, we're dead. We're dead. Oh, it's all over. It's all... Oh, no. I'm still alive. There's only 2 people left. Okay, only a couple seconds left. Okay, it's just us. We made it. We made it on the hardest ice map. I hate that one so much. Okay, but that was a good strat. Stay on the edge. On the edge where there's 3. That's what it should have been. You're just so small in the corner. I'm too small. Should I increase the size of my... I want you to be able to see the game. I'm sorry. I know. R.I.P. LeBron. I never grabbed him. They were a homie to the very end. Can we get some F's in chat for LeBron? Oh, Lost Temple. I've only played this one time. I've played this one single time. And I think it was against Wafer, and Wafer destroyed me. Because we were playing in squads, and I think that we were the only survivors, so our team tried to fight themselves. So this one, you go into rooms, and I think you have like 3 door options most of the time, and you have to just figure out the way through the maze. It seems like it'd be really hard to get like ahead of people. Oh, definitely not a good idea to do that. Oh my gracious, I'm throwing so bad. Okay, we may be able to catch up. If I can not make any mistakes. Yikes. Need practice. Oh, I think they're already to the metal. Oof. Oof. Only second time playing it, though. That's rough. Oh, Lime, we'll see you later. Good luck with the meeting. Good luck with the meeting. We'll see you in a bit. Dang. I need more practice on that one. Okay. It's the maze. Oh, no. Not the maze. I'm supposed to dive? Okay. There's a diving mission. Okay. Next one, we'll get the crown, especially if we can get a hex game. Hex games are probably my favorite. I just died on that spinny hex game, didn't I? Okay, we have to have comeback. We have to make a comeback. Thank you for the follow. What's up, So Chambers? Hope you're doing well. Enjoying your July 4th or 5th. I guess it just started, didn't it? Thanks for the pufferfish. Thanks for my favorite sound effect. I appreciate it. It's the maze. Lost Temple, RNGesus be upon you. I didn't even lose by RNG. I just didn't know how to get through it. I just threw it. They changed the path in that one a lot. Yeah, isn't it random? Because the first one that I ever did, it was a right instead of a left. But we all guessed wrong. But I fell behind. It was my bad. But it's all right. We'll never get Temple ever again. What's it gonna be? Maybe. Oh, I thought that the game wasn't gonna start. The night one. We'll qualify on this one, but I'm gonna get rolled. The chambers change as well. Ooh, yeah. There was one that was like it was like a death pit, and it had little trap doors that were dropping down and going back up. That one was fun. I liked that chamber. We've got to practice all of them. Oh, this is a variant. They normally have the like swinging logs, but it's windmills this time. I think that means that people are gonna do better, and we need to go really fast. Oh, I don't think we ever got a. Hey, yo! It's Silver! Silver! Oh my gosh, it's you again! Oi, Silver! How are you doing? What's up? How was the? You were playing Minecraft? Nice. How was the Minecraft? It's so good to see you again. Oi, it's you! It's you, it's all for... Oops. Hang on. No! Listen. We got this. Okay, I'm gonna get hammered. Hang on. Let me get hammered real quick. No! I got pushed! No! Stop pushing me! I hate every one of y'all in this lobby. Everyone. Okay, there I go. Didn't work. Fantastic. No, win for me. Okay, I'm trying. Okay, try hard mode activated. Try hard mode activated. It's sweat mode. No! Oh my God, I'm so distracted. I'm so excited. Silver, how was the stream? Were you playing Bed Wars again? What were you doing? How was the stream, everybody? Welcome in, friendos from Silver Stream. What the? No! I'm pissed. I'm pissed. It was the distraction. I was too happy to see Silver. I was too happy to see Silver. I'm malding. I'm malding. I'm angry. Sweat mode falls down hole. Shush! Shut up. Shut up. You were playing Sky Wars. Oh, nice. And Hunger Games. You were just playing every mode. Every Minecraft mode ever. I had fun, you nerd. Hey. Hey, don't call me nerd.
Hey. 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 Don't call me nerd. Hey, Silver. This is poison. Poison for Cusco.
How are your funny Fall Guys? How is your funny Fall Guys? My funny Fall Guys is awful. I've been doing so bad today. I've been throwing constantly. She kept dragging me into Sky Wars. Nice. Nice. You're being suckered into the fandom. Listen, Silver is nothing if not a fandom spreader. Fandom spreader. Furry enthusiast. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. I've been loving your art though, Silver. You're so freaking good. You're so good at art. I want to see more of it. Do you have an Instagram? My Instagram is fully dedicated to just following art. That's all that is. Human One, is that the only way to call you out? Human One was trying to get me to do Kronk impressions in the middle of the night when I was 4 drinks in. I was 4 drinks in, had just screamed for my entire stream, was playing games with OT for like 2 hours, and then the people were doing the... And then it was time for voice requests after my voice was destroyed. Incredible. Mr. Earl, please don't get hammered while gaming. Okay, Jonna. No, the hammers sometimes work. You just have to do it right. You just got to get smacked just right. Listen, this game's all about getting smacked in the correct way. It isn't about whether or not you get smacked. It's about how you get smacked. Ooh, you're going to get a sandwich? All right, chat. I've only got one mod. I've only got one mod that shows up anymore. Because they've just been meeting up and hanging out without me. Here we go. It might be time to open up mod submissions again. My game just froze for a second. I just had a lag spike. That was a lag spike. That was a hardware error. That was not a user error. Here we go. This Pigeon and I, we're the ones going up. Me and Pigeon. You and I hopping up our lily drums. Okay, here we go. Humdrum. Humdrum. Move out of the way, Mugman. I mean, Cup Boy. Here we go. This is the money. Oh, so bouncy. Don't ever touch the ground. The ground is not useful to us. We have ascended. We have ascended past the need for the ground and walking. Here we go. Let's go. All right, easy peasy. The music's so quiet. Thank goodness. I didn't want to listen to music anyway. I'm gonna go back. Okay, professional streamer here. Excuse me, professional streamer here. I'm going to be changing my... There we go. Let's turn on some more Mario Kart music so that we can get maximum speed. All right, this is my jam. This is it. This is our crown. I can feel it. First crown of the night. We haven't gotten a single win tonight, but this is it. I can feel it. Tundra Run, easy. Easy. I wish I had a penguin skin. They're so cute. Penguins are flightless birds, but they still might be... Well, no. Penguins aren't my favorite bird. I think that my favorite bird is probably an owl. Owls have got to be my favorite, but there's lots of cute little birds. Oi, what is chat's favorite bird? What's the best bird? What bird would you have as a pet if you could? Whether it's legal or not, because you can't have an owl because they're a bird of prey. Here we go. The kiwis! Kiwis are so cute. They're just little cotton balls with stick legs. They're just cotton balls that have grown 2 little sticky legs. Go, 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 go. You like Eagle Man? Is Eagle Man like is that sounds like a superhero. How am I in the back? How am I in the back of this group? I do not understand what is going on anymore. Am I bad at this game now? Oh my god, don't get in my way. Okay, that's my fault. That smack was my fault. You guys, I think I'm not good at this game anymore. What happened? What happened? Do y'all remember all the victories? First season, we got 100 wins in one season. Oh my god, move out of my way, you're so slow. I think I'm bad at this game now. I can't do it. Stop. 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 I'm throwing. Oh, okay. No, I was stealing it. Ah, move out of my way. No, no, I'm bad at this game now. I'm bad at this game now. What happened? What happened to the Earl? What? I've changed. I've changed. I'm bad at this game now. I'm not good anymore. I used to be cracked. I used to be cracked, but now I suck. Oh my god. What is going on? I'm questioning myself as a human being. All of my identifiers have been shaved away, and I've gone down to the very bottom of what a human being is. I'm just a flesh sack that has a consciousness attached to it somehow. I have no other things going for me. All my skills and abilities are gone. I'm back to base form. I'm practically an overgrown fetus. What is going on? You still have a beard? That's not an attribute. That's not a thing. It's just a beard. An off day? I don't have off days. I've never had an off day in my life. This is the first one. A-Star, I've never been bad at this game before. A swan. Oh, a swan's your favorite bird? They're scary, but at the same time, pretty nice. Swans seem... Oh, no, geese. I was thinking of geese. Geese seem kind of smart, to be honest. They seem kind of intelligent. Like, the more aggressive an animal is towards humans, the more intelligent I perceive them as. Did you win, son? No, I did not. And I think that you knew the answer to that. I think you knew the answer. Whenever I win, I have a big smile on my face. And whenever I lose, I have a big smile on my face. I think you know the difference. You like ravens? Ravens are a very dubious creature. I've seen ravens around me recently, and I'm starting to feel like somebody may have cast a curse or a charm on me. Because I'm being followed by blackbirds. They keep crowing to me. And sometimes their crows sound like English. But if you listen too hard, then you can't hear it. But if you're just relaxing your ears, then you can hear the crows talking, and I don't know. Oh, here we go. Now this is one that I don't lose at. This is one that I can't lose at. Oh, that's unfortunate. That happens sometimes. It's just the random timing of the swing, but we're totally good. We're totally good. Easy. Easy qual, easy qual. Look at all these munchkins. Move out of my way. Oni coming through. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, almost fell down. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm too fabulous. You told them to keep an eye on you? Oh, they're crows from Mordor. What are those called? There's a specific bird in the Lord of the Rings that the bad side uses to be able to spy. Or were they bats? The lobbies like this are why I haven't been playing solo mode much. What? Is it just solo mode is broken now? I guess it is so chaotic now. There's so many different game modes. I guess I'm just not that good at all the game modes anymore. Back in season 1, I was essentially good at all of them, except for tail tag. I wasn't the best at tail tag, but I was good at all the rest of them. But now there's so many that I think I'm just not consistently incredible. And I do better if I can like help carry a team. If you listen closely, you can hear, oi! Solo mode's the only mode with skill-based matchmaking. So, so you're saying skill-based? Is it based on your level? What is the matchmaking based on? Okay, so these are people that are supposedly my skill level. So this is supposedly fair. This is allegedly the correct people that I'm supposed to be playing with. Well, my God. They must think I'm really good because these lobbies are rough. Here we go. I guess I'm really good at this game. I guess. Keeps losing. Is it based on like stats and wins and stuff? I don't know. I'm gonna break into the game code. We're gonna take apart this game and modify it to our liking. Maybe crown level. Okay, easy. All right, that was a good gamble. He said no one's sure. Yeah, it could be crown level. My crown level is, but you earn crowns for playing co-op as well. That seems kind of strange. Okay, this way is gonna be the way, right? Oh, actually, it remained that side. Okay, easy qual. No firsters, no firsties, but we're pretty high up there. They're using what Fortnite does with past experience this season. Are they is Fortnite using past experience as well? I thought that they reset the experience every season. Oof, that's rough. That's rough. This is why I don't like playing games for a long time, because then eventually they'll put me into really good lobbies. And I perform better when everybody doesn't know what they're doing. If I get dropped into a random game, I can perform pretty well. But I just don't develop the skills that make the elite players. I don't have the patience for it. I just want to goof around and have fun. I just want to hop around and hear Fortnite does on past experience. Oh, well, they are epic. They're both epic now, right? I guess Fall Guys is probably going to add a game mode pretty soon that has guns. I'm excited. We got Fall Guys Royale. I think they have Fall Guys skins in Fortnite now. He doesn't want to be matched with the sweaties. Yeah, I don't want to be matched with people that are as sweaty as me. That's not what I want. So there's no skill-based matchmaking in co-op. I guess that really makes sense, doesn't it? That would explain why I win all the time in 4 players. But I can't eke out a victory in singles. But that just means that I gotta get good. You can't wait for no-build Fall Guys. That's what we all need. No-build Fall Guys. This is a survival map, so I'm gonna try to play it safe. I'm gonna try to be as patient as possible. My main goal is to survive, okay? Not going for best time. Oop. Bad moves. Hang on. Okay. I don't need to be first. I just need to survive. Because people be tripping up on this map. Look at how fast they are. Look at them go. Good gracious. Good gracious. What a group. Somebody died. The bodies are already stacking up. Look at them trying to make that skip there. I guess you can jump on the center. Oh, you can jump here, yeah. Do. Oh, I think we're gonna get a lot of qualifiers here. This is not an extremely hard variant. We're weaving. Weaving and leaving. Nice. We made it. You said I'm like level. Oh yeah, A-Star's Apex level is ridiculous. That's how you feel whenever you play Apex. The 20+ games you have to endure for one win. Exactly. Why is it that it's like you can't just have fun. They're always pushing you onward to be better. It's like, I play Apex because I enjoy it. Well, now you're really high level and you get matched with sweat, so it's not as fun anymore. I don't think I ever got that in any Call of Duty game. I'm trying to think about what Warzone was like. I would normally play with people that were really good at Warzone, and they would carry me, and that was fun. I enjoyed that. I'd say Fortnite is very fun. I still haven't been too frustrated with it. I wonder, I don't think I bought the Battle Pass this time. Thank goodness, because I've been so focused on Fall Guys. Went free to play, and now it's so fun. You're not popping 10 kills every match? Exactly. You just need Smurf accounts. This is why League is the way that it is. Because I've tried to play League, and my God, people will restart a new account on League, play on a bot game, They'll play on a bot game and get frustrated at the other players, even though you literally can't lose at bots. They'll go to easy bot games with their Smurf account, and they'll get mad at noobs. And I'm like, there's no winning. There's no winning with the League community. The League community is toxic no matter what part you're in. Call of Duty you didn't like because of the weapon balancing issues and exploits? I mean, yeah, you just have to stay with the meta. I mean, but is that any different than, like, learning the battery drop strats? Thankfully, ZB taught me that, and I got a bunch of wins with the battery drop strat in this game. It is a big-time winning strat. It's vital. Oh, boy. It's time for us to practice bubbles. Oh, I need to make sure that I don't follow people. That's always the worst idea. You gotta make your own path. You gotta forge your own path. You gotta be a leader. You gotta be a lion, not a sheep. All right, next area dropped. Oh boy, most of these are gone. There's still a gold sitting out there. What the heck? Oh no, my opportunity. Ooh, there's still opportunity. Oh, they grabbed it. Okay, they got it. Hey, stop hopping around. Y'all stop hopping. Let me have the bubbles. I need them. I need them more than you do. Move out of my way, you stupid hot dog. Move it, Haunts. Oh, I lost. Dude, bubbles. Dang it! Why am I so bad? Why am I bad at this game? I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Oh my gosh. I was living in a false world. I was living in a happy little world where my friends would carry me to victory. And I thought that it was me this whole time. I thought it was me, but it was never me. I'm bad. People will buy 30 accounts just to start over in League? Oh my gosh. I didn't even know that the accounts were paid. But I'm thinking of, well, I guess shooter games like Valorant and CSGO. I've never heard of people smurfing in those, but surely people smurf in everything that's competitive. Kayla Lay, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi. Happy July 4th. How's your 4th going? Have you got some delicious meats on the barbecue? Are we blowing up fireworks? Explosions in the air? I'm just playing video games. I don't celebrate July 4th apparently. I was invited to a party, but I was just like, I'm gonna hang out and stream instead. I'ma stream instead. Woo 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 woo. Track attack. I love this one so much. This is probably my favorite map. Besides, I do like Hexagon. Fortnite you've been enjoying a lot since Zero Build, though the auto shotgun definitely needs a nerf. Huh? I've definitely died a lot to shotguns. Sir, I am Canadian. We celebrated 3 days ago. What? But you can celebrate. But you can celebrate right now. You know what? You could say happy Southern Neighbors Day. That's what today is. It's Happy Southern Neighbors Day. You're gonna head off to bed. Hey, we'll see you later. Thanks for chilling with us. Hope you get some good rest. I never figured out how to say your name. Is it Woot? Woot? That's what it kind of looks like. Oh no, I missed again. Oofda. Oofda. Oh, that's bad. Oh no. Here we go. Leader strats, here we go. Big win moment. Okay, lots of people in the middle. If you tap anybody while you're on these slides, you're toast. Oh, it is Woot. Okay, well, yeah, we'll see you later. Thanks for chilling. It's like Woot Mason. Ooh, yeah. I see the May in there. Yeah. Is it Woot Mason? Woot Mason. I think that's what it looks like. Oi, but yeah, thanks for chilling with us. We'll see you later. Ooh, I see one of these characters has a little hand. I want a glove. I want to live inside of a glove. All right. No bubbles, please. Please have mercy. No! No, why is it exactly what I asked it not to do? This game has voice activity enabled. It's literally what I didn't want to do. No, not the stupid bubbles. Not the bubbles. I was never good at bubbles. I was never good at this. So much of it is luck. Like, if you get lucky and you're just in a zone... I mean, the people that were next to this zone had the advantage. You just get spawned next to the zone. And then you can also, like, randomly just be next to the next area. Oh. Oh. Here we go. Dodge the bamboo. Oh, my goodness. This area is rough. Maybe I should just focus on the other one. Okay, I just need a game up. I just got a game up. Focus up. There we go. Well, now we're getting bubs. We're getting bubs. First we get the bubs, then we get the dubs. Okay. I just gotta get good. It's like Di always says. Here we go. I'll get the lower bubbles that people aren't focusing on. Gotta be countercultural. Alright, I'll head right to the next area. One person is qualified so far. Okay, getting good. Currently in the process. Okay, it's time to move. Time to move. Oh boy. Okay, we're almost the first mover. Okay, I got one bubble from that. No! Now all the bubbles go. No! Give me the bubs. Okay, two more. Two more. It's gonna be close. Ah, this one. Now we just need one more. One more. Please. Please just let me randomly. Yeah! We made it! Bubbles have been conquered! They're no longer our master. We are now the Bubble Master. We've done it. We've done it. We've done it. Okay, okay. We've got it. We've got it. What's up, Polydactyl? How are you doing? A-Star, time for you to clock out for the night. Yeah, it's late. It's a weeknight. Rest up, A-Star. Good luck with whatever you're doing tomorrow. If you're doing work tomorrow, good luck with that. We will see you later, my friend. No. All right. We've got it. We've got it. We've conquered the bubbles. We've conquered the bubbles. The thing that's really scary is the temple now. The temple's the scariest one. DoorDash, I've won a bunch of times. Some of these are they just feel very random. Oh, this is literally the next one. Alec, it's literally the next one. You said, it's like Hoopsie Daisy. It's garbage. Well, well, well. What do we got here? Some hoops. It's the same deal. It's very luck based. But if you stay away from people, I find that that's better. I find that it's better to not battle it out with people. But you can find success that way too. See, look, I shouldn't have been going for that one. Someone already had it. Can I jump this? Oh, not quite. Or, oh, you can dive that? All right, bet. My gold. Oh, God. No! Why did that jump? I haven't gotten a hoop yet. I hate this. I am so sad. I am so sad. I'm the saddest. No! Stop! Stop! Everyone's just getting in front of me. I don't know what to do. Look, there's no hoops when there's nobody around. What? I haven't gotten a single hoop. No! There's a hoop. Should I be rotating my camera more? Okay. Oh, lucky. First mover. No! You little monster. Okay. Ooh. Ah! I missed. Oh! Mine. We're gonna die. No, only 4 out of 16 are out? Holy crap, there's 16 people here. That's part of it. Craig disappeared though. That's nice. I'm glad that Craig disappeared. Oh my god. Okay, miss. No! I hate this. The pain. No! If I look forward, there's always somebody going through a hoop in front of me. Everywhere that I look, there's somebody stealing all the hoops. Okay, that's the first hoop that showed up in front of me.
everyone is getting hoops that show up directly in front of me, and if I look at them, then there's someone flying through it. Oh my god, delete this.
It literally spawns right after I'm there. Delete this mode. I swear to God, Epic. We will get a crown today. We will. I know we will. We will beat everybody in solo mode with no help. We absolutely will. What? You're back? The hot dogs were okay? 3 of the buns were moldy? What? Calico, how long did you have those buns? Moldy buns in the house? Oh my God. You should also go to sleep now. Goodbye to everyone. Hey, we'll see you later, Neela. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling. I'd love to see you tomorrow for the early streams, but yeah, rest up. We'll see you later. You just got them Friday and they're already moldy? What? Fresh and moldy. That's how I like my bread. All right. Now, here's my theory. My theory is that I have to fight past a certain wall. I think that there's a wall in my mind. There's a Fall Guy wall. I am currently in my own brain playing DoorDash. The DoorDash game mode in this game, I'm playing it in my brain. And if I can push past this wall, then I will just get crowns over and over and over. All I gotta do is make it past this initial wall. I'll unlock all my deep-seated talent, and then we'll be good. Here we go. Here we go. See, things are already going better. This is a great course. Great course. I saw somebody use like a little speedrun strat that was fancy a second ago. Is this gonna disappear? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. All right. You've noticed bread has been getting moldy super quick? What? Wait a minute. Are they giving us old bread? Are they giving us old bread now? Is the bread getting older as it's getting rarer? Precious loaves? Succulent slices are now considered a delicacy in America? The bread lines are beginning already? There we go. Yeah, it depends on where you shop, isn't it? Like, I've heard that Target has tried to keep their prices down, but I guess I haven't really noticed. Plus, they were boring hot dog. You just gotta add some onions. Did you put onions on it? You could put sriracha sauce on it. Sriracha sauce on a hot dog sounds good right now. Maybe I should have bought some dogs. Buy some dogs, put them in the air fryer. Sriracha dogs. Sriracha dogs with onions. That sounds delicious. Whizzle Nizzle, what's up? What's up, Whizzle Nizzle? How are you doing? I'm balding right now. I've been losing a lot of hair today, and yeah. I hope that you enjoy my hair for now, because it'll all be gone by the end of the stream. Hey, how do I get the helmet in Big Shots? It's the last one I need. Big Shots? What is Big Shots again? The helmet in Big Shots, the one that's the Spartan Scramble. Big Shots is which one? You don't have any hair, so I understand. Okay, splendid. All right. Yeah, eventually, someday, I'm just gonna shave it all bald. I'm not gonna let it thin. I'm just gonna shave it all off. Big Shots. I'm trying to remember which game mode is that? It's not. So there's a helmet on the icy one. There's one on tiptoe. There's one on. What is Big Shots? Wrap those dogs in bacon, chopped jalapeno, onion, and tomato. Oh my God. It's the platform one with the cannon. Big Shots is a platform? It's if you tap, jump, you can bounce on other players' heads. Ooh, is that true, Xanic? I'm gonna keep that in mind. Okay, maybe I should be jumping more often. Man, I'm getting pushed around. Getting pushed around. The Earl's too nice. Okay, thankfully, Z gave me some. Oh my god! Oh my god, for some reason I thought that was like a checkpoint that you had to go through. No, you don't. It's just a boost. You don't have to go through it. Okay. Oh my god, I almost got smacked. I did get smacked. Okay. Here we go, here we go. Are we falling into Monday? We fell right into America. We fell right into July 4th and the fireworks were already lit. They were already lit! Just Jurassic, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi! I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best at this jelly bean game, but today's been hard. Today's been rough. Oh my gosh, someone just got smacked in the face again. Okay, are we gonna qualify? This is the deciding moment. Is it gonna be a qual? Is it gonna be qual or fall? Oh, it's looking good. It's looking good. It's the strats. The strats. Oh, the strats. Oh, the flips. Oh my god. He's on top of the bar. I repeat, the Airless Suns is on top of the bar. We got this. We got this. No. No. Ah. No. So close. God. I should have gone for the top. It's the one where you're staying on the seesaw? Oh, the Big Shots one? Yeah, you have to wait for the seesaw to be bent. What I did in Big Shots the most to be able to win that one, to get the helmet, is that go with the people. Like, let them get the helmet first. Let people get the helmet in Big Shots, and then after they grab it, then they'll start, like, going to sides. But you have to jump from a high side of the platform in the air and dive. That's the way to do it. Also, Petro, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. You said hello, hello. Have fun, y'all. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, we're having fun, all right. The helmet's right in the middle. Oh, Leah already explained it. Yeah, you'll have to dive while the seesaw is higher, and whenever you're with a bunch of people, don't be one of the people that's diving for it immediately. Just help them. Just help them out. Let them grab it, because everybody can get it. You went to the grocery store and you saw Terry chocolate oranges. I was like, it's not Christmas time, but I'm buying one. That reminds me of they come in pints. I'm getting one. You know, just the usual. Middle of the night, me not sleeping. You know, just standard Petra activity. Just hanging out in the middle of the night. You know, just watching Fall Guys. Just watching a man yell at jelly beans. This is a game that can actually like bring out emotion in me. It makes me feel so alive. Most games make me feel dead inside, but Fall Guys makes me feel so alive. Either I feel a surge of success and I get so much serotonin, or I become toxically enraged and filled with venom and hatred for all human beings. They're both very good feelings. It's been so long since I've had such intense emotions. Actually, I still do have intense emotions during certain entertainments. Like good TV and good movies, those awaken emotions in me as well. Movies make me cry very constantly because I have all this bottled up emotion that I keep down in my day-to-day activities. And whenever I watch movies, then it's like the floodgates get opened. All of my emotions get unlocked. I've been dead all day, then I watch a sad movie, and I just bawl it all out. All of my sadness gets exported instantaneously. Hang on. Don't touch that button. I swear to corn, do not do. Oh my god. These people do not understand how this game works. I'm blocking it. Oh, okay, we're going around. Okay, maybe I was one of those bad button pushers for like 2 seconds, but it wasn't that bad, and honestly, I'm still a very good player. Even though I just made a small mistake, it will easily be remedied by a quality exit right there. That's what we're looking for. Okay, now I just need to conquer the pinball machine. Easy qualification. Very top tier gameplay. You said you can barely watch anything without crying. Good, let it out. I know, right? You've played like 40 hours of Fall Guys and you've never gotten a crown? Whizzle nizzle. No. Do we need to play duos? Do we need to play duos to get you a crown? Wait a second. I thought that you got a crown with me one time. I thought that Ooh, sounds like you need to watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. Already watched it. My therapist told me to watch it, Polydactyl. My therapist told me to go watch that movie. It was like my homework that week. They didn't say anything else. They were like, well, you seem to be doing pretty well, but I recommend that you watch this movie. It was prescription. I went and watched it with my mods, with Alchemic, who's here right now, Lynn's, Jedi. Watched it with Calico as well. We went and watched the movie, and I was crying. That movie was so good. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it as soon as it comes out on Blu-ray. I rarely buy movies at this point, but it was so good. It's an insta purchase for me. I cannot wait to watch it again. My boyfriend hasn't watched it yet, so I have a great excuse to watch it again instantly as soon as I get it. It was so good. It's movies like that that remind me that cinema is not dead. It's rare, or at least seemingly rare. Like, there's still lots of great movies coming out, but they're not the ones that everybody talks about. Because it's so rare for a movie like Everywhere All at Once to succeed these days. I'm so glad that it did, though. So glad that it's getting the appreciation it deserves. It is truly a masterpiece. It's already out on Blu-ray. It must have been in the last few days then, Alchemic, because I looked the other day. Okay. I think I have a bunch of credit on Best Buy, so I can probably get it for free. I'm not gonna qual. That's too bad. I did make one mistake. That's all it takes. Oh, just barely. Never mind. Film. Do you like film? Wait a minute. Silver, do you like a movie? What kind of movie do you like? Hit me hard as a half Chinese lesbian. It was so good. Honestly, I found the daughter to be very relatable. I found so much in that movie relatable, and it made me laugh so hard. It was so funny. It was so deep. It was so good. You're more of a Disney nerd? Why is your heart broken? Why is that a broken heart thing? A Disney nerd? Listen, I've seen almost all the Disney movies. I used to, whenever I was a kid, we would watch the Disney movies on repeat 24/7. So I could quote them. I can quote them all. Which one's your favorite? Or I guess recent Disney I haven't seen too much of, but a lot of old Disney movies I've seen. You watch them because you hate them. Okay, that's totally legitimate. That's very valid. Very valid of you to do that. Okay, we got three pairs. We got 3 pairs and 2 little things. 2 little thingies and 3 thingies as well. Okay, it's 3 things and 2 things. Okay, it's the 2 thing. You said you're a media student, so you heavily criticize them because it's funny. Oh, you sound like a fun person to watch a movie with. I love picking on movies and griping about stuff. 4, 3, 2. Okay. So it's banana dragon pear. Banana dragon pear. Let's see. Don't grab me, you dummy. Okay, it's banana. Can't believe people are trying to murk each other over here. Just die in the slime. Count that fruit. Those magnets aren't fruit. Okay, 4 banana. Okay, so it's banana. Could you stop? Banana, green. No, banana magnets are also 4. Oh boy. Okay, I'm just gonna wing it. We're winging it. It's 3. I think it's these. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, I was lucky. We did it! Good movies. I'm blanking movies a lot right now. I don't know. Love. Simon made me cry in theaters when I saw it. Simone. Oh, that's probably Simone, isn't it? Is that based on the gymnast? I've never even heard of it. Okay, you be watching like movies that are way off the beaten path.
I'm just watching my typical everyday like blockbuster nonsense. You know that there's a version of the Blu-ray coming out with a media book and BTS pictures? What? BTS? Oh, behind the scenes. I thought you were talking about the band. I thought you were talking about K-pop. It's got signed copies of like a bunch of photographs of them working on set. BTS was involved in the creation of this film? I think not. Whizzle nizzle. It was so good. Yeah, behind the scenes. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I need an art book. Honestly, physical media already kind of sus. Oh, this one's big fun. Pipe Dream. Dang, we have just been barely surviving in this lobby. I think that I've been grinding on quads. I've been grinding on squads too much. Because the squads has like bumped up my skill way higher than my practice. Because I haven't, it's not incredible practice to be playing with like 3 other people. So I think that my account's just a little bit overstretched at the moment, but we can totally catch up with it. Because it's matching me with like really high skill players. And I keep making mistakes. No. Here we go. They're on hiatus. Yeah, because of COVID and everything, right? COVID shut down all the live music. All the live music is gone. Although I guess it's just starting back up again. I've been to a couple of concerts recently. Oh, flipped. Am I gonna make it? Nice. Got it onto the platform. Ooh, only 15 people will qualify, and I'm way behind. Still a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance? Nobody's qualified yet. There's like almost 15 people in front of me. Oh, I can't grab it. Oh, maybe I could have. Strats. Ooh, okay, we made it. We made it. Oh, they're focusing on solo projects. Dang. I didn't know that there was any solo BTS. It says, love, Simon, or Simone, was about a gay teenager and his pursuit of love with a stranger whilst hiding his sexuality. Is it a historical thing, or is it modern day? Is it set in like a different country, or is it in America or Britain or something? What's the context? Because I feel like the context will define the struggle, right? And also Cheese, what's up? The all-knowing Cheese. You just saw a car with a moving mannequin attached to it, dressed as Spider-Man? What? On the top? You saw a float. That's what that is. This is so difficult. It's modern day America. Okay. Hiding his sexuality. Is it like in a southern state or something? I'm just trying to understand the hook of the film. Trying to understand like what made it extra hard. Here we go. Let go of me, you filthy pineapple. You filthy, dirty old pineapple. Last time that I played this with OT and the gang, I was the sole survivor. But this lobby is so sweaty. I think all of the solo lobbies are just really sweaty. But I would have to play with friends and squads because the randoms and squads are so bad. I think the only solution is playing with friends or getting good in solos. So today we're working a little bit on getting good. Today has such a high volume of people too. I would expect the people were worse. Atlanta, Georgia is where it's set. Ah, I see. I dated a guy from Atlanta. For like one date. You need to get good gaming inhaler. Yeah, I need my albuterol. Jimmy, I'm only gonna be good if I have my inhaler. Jimmy, can you get my inhaler? I'm trying to play Fall Guys with your mom. Jimmy's mom is cracked at Fortnite. I just sniped Jimmy's mom at Fall Guys. Why are people grabbing? I grab. You know what? I grab too.
You know what? We'll be toxic together. Only one person died. That was a bit of an easier one. That guy still survived. Did you see that, man? Did you see that man flipping and flopping and surviving? Get good gaming inhaler. What's inside of that inhalant? I'm a little concerned. What are you trying to sell? What are you trying to pull? Here we go. This still has some of the best music. I do like the music on that map pretty good, but it does feel worse than the original. Like, the remix just makes it more complicated, but I really loved, like, the melody of the initial one. Oh, no. Oh, 1v1 volleyball. This is going to be intense. It's been a long time. It's been, like, days since I've played this one solo. I've gotten some practice on volleyball, but this one's stressful. Okay. Okay, rotate camera lots so that I don't miss any. This is so sweaty. The original still plays on it? Really? Maybe I just misremembered what it sounded like. Oh, it's the one with the platforms that's remixed. Okay. Yeah, recently I've been playing ones with platforms a lot. Okay. Look, the point is that I just don't want them to score. Okay? I deny the score. I don't have to do it perfectly. Get spiked. Get spiked. Get wrecked. No, they made it over, I think. No, I'm dumb. Okay, we can get this. You got 1 point, that's all. Okay, they knocked it back. Ooh. Are you supposed to dive during this game or what? Ooh, big throw. They made it though. We just need 1 point to be able to tie it up. Oh, yeah, we got the point. Okay, it's all tied up. Now we score and we win. The old score and win. Oh, that was risky. That was scary. Yo, Alistair, what the heck? Thank you for the raid. Yo. Hang on. Oh, my gosh. It's the Crowley themselves. Alistair, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Welcome in, Raiders. Hi there. I'm focusing so hard on this freaking game. I'm so scared. It's all tied up. Oh, no. No. Oh, my God. Oh, my. Oh, I threw. How was that? How was the stream? I threw. I'm so mad. No. No. I'm so sad. Hi, everybody. My name's Earl. I'm apparently bad at this game. What's up? Dance, darling. It's a vampire raid. Dance, darling. Oh, my. I can't dance. What kind of dance should I do? I can't do a Fortnite dance. Alistair, thank you for bringing your friends over here. Hi, everybody. I've been playing solos and suffering. Oh, did Nessie show up in the chat? What the heck? Nessie, how are you doing? Slyfox is here too. Yo, are y'all friends of Alistair? Hang on. Oh, wait, is your name actually Alistair, or is it based on one of the characters, one of the various Alistair characters? Voluptuous, vigorous, virtuous, venerable, vampire, variety, VTuber, virgin, raid. Oh! It just got intense. Alistair's the homie. Oh, snap. Okay, I'm going to give you a follow right now. I'm giving Alistair a follow. Everybody, please follow our new friend, Alistair. Any friend of Nessie is a friend of mine. I'll give you a follow. I'm gonna check out the stream. Don't worry, Alistair. I don't believe a word they say. Heck yeah, I want to check out the stream. Listen, I need more VTubers to watch, all right? I need more VTubers. I love them, but I just don't know that many. Is that one of your emotes? It's so cute. So dang cute. Kenny knows like 2 VTubers. Exactly. This is ripe and fertile ground for you to spread the truth of VTubing. This is a perfect place to do a bunch of self-promotion and get banned. Any friend of Bug Snacks is a friend of mine. Wait, what? We haven't played Bug Snacks yet. I own it. I haven't played it. I haven't launched it. Should I play it? Nessie was playing. Can we get a shout out for Nessie if we didn't already? Nessie was playing Dead Space earlier, and probably cramping their pants in fear because that game's a little intense. Flesh tubers must be converted. I'm kind of tempted, but I'm pretty sure that everybody in my chat would be pissed. I'm pretty sure that everybody would be mad. Everybody wants to like look at me. I don't know how to feel about it. I feel kind of objectified sometimes, but here we go. No touching. Oh my God. Y'all have come on the best night. The night where I'm going to get very angry because I have been so bad at this game tonight. The lobbies are so sweaty. There's a fan in the middle. I didn't even notice the fan. Dang it. There was a fan all along. Oh my gracious. Hey, Human One's still here. Human One, will you play this game with me so I don't lose? I guess I'll play solo for a little while longer. Where'd the OT cosplay go? It was making me worse than Fall Guys. Big surprise, right? It was because I look like OT, I started acting like OT, and it was making me suffer in my performance.
No, let me on.
Okay, we're actually doing pretty good. We're actually doing great. Yeah! Hey, Slime Fox, thank you for the gifted sub for Alistair. Yo! Can't wait to get some hype in the chat. We qualified. Slime Fox is giving out the homie subs. Oi, homie subs. Thank you for the compliments on my emotes. You made most of them? What? An artist too? Hang on. A VTuber, an artist, and a friend of Nessie?
Yeah, boy.
I think I'm in love. Are you doing viewer lobbies? I could. Would you play Nessie? Is that what you want? Do you want to play Fall Guys with me right now and beat me? You want to try to beat me? Does anybody think that they could beat me at this game? Besides Z? They are so cute. Could I see some more of Alistair's emotes, please? Also, thank you, Schnorgy, for the follow, and La La La's. La La La's. You'd play for open viewer? Okay, we're doing it. You're playing right now? Okay, viewer lobby's getting open. We're just gonna finish this one run, and we're all gonna play. We got the homies in the chat that are ready to fall. Everybody launch your games, download the updates. Install Epic. Create a new account. Zyzo, get in here. I'm just gonna snag one solo victory real quick. Let me just grab this. There we go. Nice flip. Somebody complimented the outfit. Thank you. I love this little Oni skin. It's so cute. And it makes me think of Demon Slayer. It's like it's got a tiny bit of Nezuko in it, just enough for me to never want to change my skin ever again. Oh mama. You mentioned this game, so you installed it the other day? Nice. It's a free game. Everyone can get it. Everyone should get it right now. And you might have time to be able to get in. That push me off the edge. I'm supposed to be the pusher. I'm the pusher, not the pushy. Last one in. I'm the rotten egg. No, the Yakuza following alert. Dame dane. I used to sing that every time. Was it? Oh, it was a sound alert. I used to have a sound alert to that song, and I had to sing it every single time, and it never sounded good. Oh, mama. Hoverboard heroes. This one's so scary. Oh no! More little babies. More of the little snoms. I want a snom so bad. Those snoms were made by. Was it by Boku? VTuber? I'm trying to remember their name. I just followed them. Yeah, it was Boku. Boku followed me. What the heck? So sweet. I followed them. They have such a cute design character. Their character is adorable. I really like VTubers that have super sensitive eyes are my favorite. Like the eyes that are very, very sensitive to the tracking, so that they're always moving around really fast. It makes for some really derpy and expressive faces, and it's really funny. It makes them feel real. It makes them feel real, like real people. Okay, don't get hit by the stars. The stars are bad. Oh, the Saturn's bad too. Don't get hit by the moon. Wait. Isn't that a... We need the Patrick sound effect. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, now don't fall off. Wait. Mister, you suck. You suck. I'm literally fucking... Fuck! Dang! Why? I accidentally bleeped out the wrong part. I'm so pissed. How dare they? How dare they? Somebody ban that person out of the chat. I know that they're stream sniping me. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Get wrecked. Okay, you can... Alchemic! You would have done the same thing! You would have done the same thing! You're not great at this game! Yo, 1v1 me IRL. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Alchemic! Stop pretending like you're the god of Fall Guys! These flesh models get pretty expressive too. I'm so mad. This is dog water. This is Garbaggio. This game actually got bad like a couple of months ago. Alchemic, beat me right now. Beat me right now. You have to beat me. You have to beat me. Otherwise all of your comments are retracted. I'm so mad. You have to beat me right now. Get on right now and beat me. I want to be defeated. Listen, Z is going to beat me though. Z is actually really good. Z is actually... Oh my god. I'm so mad. Speaking of snoms, you got an email? What? Human 1! You got an email? Wait a minute. An email? And also Lupus, what's up? Do you want to play Fall Guys? Lupus, do you want to play Fall Guys? Everybody's invited. The code's on the screen. Everybody can go. It's P7MAT. Let's go. Come beat me. I'm so bad tonight. It's free. It's free defeating Earl. It's defeat Earl Day. Listen, you all have a chance. Everyone has a chance. I've literally been throwing so bad. I've had a horrible night. Oi. Jump in. We've only got 3 people? 3 people, launch your games. Let's go. We have to get 10 or we can't even play. We can't even play. You can't? You have to mod since you're the only one showing up nowadays? That's true. That's true, Alchemic. Maybe I was a little harsh. Maybe I was a little mad. Maybe I was a little salty. It's true. What? They're here! They're so cute! Look at the OT and the human 1! They're so cute! Look at them dancing! They are dancing! Do not distract them! They are dancing right now! They're so cute! Oh my god! I love the little flop of the glasses. It really gives it so much depth. They're so cute. That little flop of the glasses. It looks like they're bouncing on their noses. So cute. Oh my goodness. Malice is getting in? Oh heck yeah. Oh heck yeah. You don't have a sub? You don't have a salty sub? Is that what you're talking about? Do we not have a slolt? Yeah, no, I see it. Nessie. You do have a sub. You need to refresh. Because it's a new emote. New emote busted. They're so cute. Look at that little OT. Look at that OT snob. Not worrying about anything. Oi! Peeps! Get in here, peeps. Where are all the people that were saying that they would play? We have to get to 10, otherwise I'm going back to solos. Otherwise I'm going back to malding. Nessie's in, and y'all dare to be out? Nessie's in, Bonehead's in. Okay, I'm gonna take like a quick breather. I'm a little hot and bothered right now. I kind of went out of pocket a minute ago. Gonna be honest. I was a little out of pocket. My apologies. I got really mad. We said some things. We've all said things that we don't agree with. We've all gotten mad before. I'm gonna take a second. Get a drink of water. Do like some pull-ups. I'll be right back. Okay. Everybody get in. All right. Had some time to think. I came up with a tweet. Okay. Tweet going out. How do I make a tweet? Life is like a box of chocolates. Hello? I'm allergic to it. There we go. Bingo. All right, who is still downloading? Okay, Taka's still about to be in. Send tweet. All right. Who's in? We got 11 people now. What's the player list look like? Who we got? We got Zyzo, we got Leah, we got Nessie, we got Alistair, we got Wise Cattle, we got Z, we got Just Rassic, Malice, Calico, Whizzle Nizzle. Okay, who's next? Who's in? You're a bit late to the raid? Hey, what's up? Did you come from Alistair? What's up, Faulkner? Do you want to play some Fall Guys with us? If you don't, you can just chill here if you want to. Nice to meet you. What's up? Sly Fox is getting it open. I think Sly Fox is in, right? Sly Fox not in yet. We got Beowulf. All right, we got 12. ZB's in. Here we go. How do you get to the code screen? It's custom games. Second time ever playing. It's all right. We're just gonna goof around. We're here for fun. The code is on the screen. P7MAT. Everybody's welcome. I do enjoy that this game is like completely safe to just like open it up. Do we just want to do solo shows? I find that the solo shows are pretty fun. Just standard show business. Nothing but sweaty fun. Oh boy.
A little sweaty. Oh no! Mario, you're so sweaty!
Oh no! I'm so sweaty. I need a towel. Wahoo!
Oh no, Mario! The sweats are here, Mario. Run away!
Oh no! I'll get hot and sweaty with you, Kenny. All right. Let's go then. Then get in. Where are you? Oh, you're here. All right. The sweat has begun.
The sweat is dripping off of every Fall Guy. Every Fall Guy is ready to sweat all over the place.
Okay, I'm gonna click the start. Is anybody else downloading it? Anybody else? I know Taka was downloading it. Is it gonna be like a minute? Cause we'll just keep playing. Have you watched Centaur World? I have not. I've not watched it. It's been suggested to me, but it looks a little chaotic. I don't know. Maybe if I'm in the right mood, I could watch it. Okay, I'm gonna click the start button. Here we go. Oh, Anne's headed to bed. Hey, we'll see you later, Anne. Rest up. Rest up. Have some good sleep. Have some good sleep, Anne. We will see you later. We're gonna start the show. It says attempting to start the show. 14 guys, 14 falls. Show starting. Okay, sorry to anybody that is like super far away from the server. Here we go. Oh my goodness. We're starting out pretty rough. This is pretty rough. Slime climb. That's a great way to get everybody killed. Oh no. Okay, my tip. Take this real slow. I know it might be a little late for y'all, but take your time. It's not about speed. It's about survival, okay? So don't rush anything. Don't rush it. And don't why is there a penguin? Do you get a bonus if you bring the penguin across the finish line? Do 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 do. Oh no. Do not step on those. Don't step on them. Alistair with the strats? What the heck? Can you jump up there? Oh my gosh. If you can, that's amazing. I want to see it. I want to see it happen. No, Malice! No, Malice down. We've got one troll down. Troll down, troll down. Alert. Wow. Okay, here we go. All right. Oh, this is concerning. This is scary. Me and Z. Okay. We survived. You wanted to come say hi and lurk, but you're going to play some games. Hey, enjoy your games, Lupus. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Much love to Lupus. Enjoy your games. Whatever you may be playing. No, Calico's dead. I don't know why they gave us this map. This map is rough, Callie. I'm sorry. If I could have chosen a map, I would have chosen a race map. Like a racing map, not a survival map. This one's intense. This one's intense. Snorgy, did you go down? No, not Snorgy. Oh, I just realized that I'm watching Nessie. Nessie, I like your fit. Like your fit. Kind of cool, kind of metal. Nice bracelets. Bracelets! No! Nessie! Nessie, run! Run! You've got this! You've got one more chance! Oh no, Nessie! No, my friend! No! Is that a preview for Raft? No! Nessie, don't go in the water! Don't go in the water! There's sharks! Oh my god. Lemonberry, what's up? How are you doing? No, there's only 2 of us. Why'd they do this one first? Why'd they do this one first? Come on. Oh my goodness. Right at the end. Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry that they chose that one first. Okay. This might glitch the game again. No. It glitches the game if there's only one person. It's the normal perfect match. It doesn't even have the batons of danger. This is unlosable. This is just, it's only 2 of us. Oh, what? This is too easy. Okay, let's see, which one is it? Z, do you know? Okay, we're on grape. Okay, grape's right over here. Right here. Oh, what? That wasn't grape? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Never mind. It looks like Z1. Ah. I cannot believe that I And I got that wrong. That is awful. That is, see, I told you I was not doing good tonight. Tonight is just not my night. It's just not my night. Okay, Z, Z, you don't have to flex on me. I already know that I lost. Oh my gosh. I'm angry. I can't believe it. Z defeats me and dances on my ashes. I can't believe it. So are they going to be able to survive? Are they going to be able to make it? It's an apple. Where could it be? Where's the apple? There's no people to run around and give them hints. ZB did it by themselves. Nice. Let's see if that ends the game. It does. Okay, thank goodness. Ooh, new ending. New ending unlocked. I've never seen that one before. Yo, wait a minute. Z, congratulations. GG, everybody. GG's. Good game, good game. Only the strong can survive in perfect match. It's true. It's truly a game of skill. It is a game of skill and chaos. All right, anybody else that's trying to get in? Is everybody good? We got 15 players. We got more people. Anybody else ready to go? Oi, oi, oi! Get in this lobby. Everyone's invited. Everyone's invited. You think you hate that one? Which one? The slime climb? That kills so many people. If you make one wrong move, you dead. Here's the code, P7MAT. I'll start in like a few seconds if nobody says they're trying to get in. Okay, I'm gonna click it. All right, I'm gonna click it. Get in next round if you're trying to get in. There's 16 now. Are there still people getting in? You come here on the day of my daughter's wedding. Is that the beginning of a meme? Somebody carry my body to the finish line. I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be dead. Just carry me. Listen, I need somebody to carry my dead body. All right, time for math. Everybody ready for math? Get your thinking hats on. We got some fruit. All you gotta do is just count the fruit and then guess which one it is. You need to watch some old movies? Which one? Which one? What movie am I missing out on? Hey, I never claimed to be the movie master. Maybe I did. I don't remember. I'm so focused on this fruit right now. I got 3. There's 3 greens. Should I be saying this out loud? There's 3 greens, everybody. Free cheats and hacks. There's 3 green. Alert, alert. That means that it's the purple one. It's the purple one. No, Alistair! I thought you were... No, Alistair and Beowulf. No. Also, hi, Beowulf. I didn't know that you were here. Alistair, I'm so sorry. I rigged the game against you. I didn't mean to. We got... Okay. I'm gonna try to remember. Okay, I think I can do it. Okay, I can't say it out loud, though. That's cheating. No more cheating. Okay, what do we got? It's this one. No, Snorgy, no! I'm so sad. Snorgy's down. Alert, alert. Snorgy, please. Oh dear. I'm having trouble. Brain short-circuiting. Okay. I think I counted them. Maybe. Oh no. Oh no. Please be the one number that I remember. Please be the one. I think. No, I was wrong. No, I was wrong. I've joined half of our friends in the slime. I was wrong. I only remembered one number and it was that one, but I forgot it immediately. Rest in peace. This is the lobby of death. We need some like really cracked geniuses to get in here and just destroy us. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yo, that was hard. I know, so many fruits. So many fruits, so little time. You don't have the brain cells today? I am beyond brain cells. My brain is 100% fried. I think I should have taken today off, but it's too late now. The fun has already begun. All right. You survived longer than you thought you would? You did incredible. So, we have Whizzle Nizzle. We have Z, Malice, and Calico. Here we go. Squad goals. Everyone gets to qualify. Only the faster survive. Let's go. You can blame it on being late, Nessie. Aw, that's so cute. Such a cute emote. Yes, Nessie, it's far too late. These are way past gaming hours. Go, Whizzle, go! We got Whizzle. We got Z. Z's being strategic. We got Malice. Malice is going. Malice has got the base skin on, trying to smurf. I see. Very sneaky. Very sneaky. That's Sophie. Ah! So many cute emotes. What the heck? Do you know everybody, Nessie? You know everybody that I know. Wow! Malice! Look out! Whoa! So much physicals. So many physicals going on. Whoa! Z's off. Z's up, and away, Whizzle. Whizzle's going for it. Whizzle's going for it. Have you got apples on your arms? Oh, that's cute. That was a cute little frog. Well, that emote is from my favorite VTuber. Aha! Your favorite? Are they a big VTuber? Oh no! Double kill. Double kill. The Strawby Elf. Strawby Elf. Pointy ears. Pointy ears and strawberry seeds. Whoops. The physics are absolutely wild. Callie, you can do it. You got it. You got this. Go, Callie, go. Oh my gosh, this is so strange to watch with all this lag. I cannot tell what's going on. Callie, you've got this. Callie, you've got it. Callie, you've got it. You can do it. Malice. Malice is here. Malice is here at the end. ZB's diving. Callie's diving. Oh my goodness. We got this. We got this. Come on, Callie. You got it. Woohoo! That's elite strats right there. Get spanked. Get spanked through the finish line. No! Did you make it? No, Callie. Callie. Another one was lost. I didn't know that anybody was getting eliminated. I didn't see 5. You know all the VTubers? Oh, what? One VTuber that I keep seeing all over YouTube is Fillion, I think is the way that you say it. Just another. It's now I'm seeing Fillion like I used to see Code Miko. The VTubers just like show up in my YouTube sometimes. You didn't count me when you were counting. I didn't see you. You were hiding in my blind spot. Zyzo was hiding in my blind spot. Waiting to sneak up on that victory. Nice. Tail tag. Tail tag with 4 people. 4 people, 2 tails. How's this gonna go? And we have, we've got the Whizzle Frizzle, who is betailed at the beginning. We have Malice Vitterfolk, the newcomer. We have Zyzo tailless, and Z donning a tail on their dragon outfit. They're trying to go for the elite strats. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't know that you could get up there. Z is showing me all the strats. We've got Whizzle Frizzles on the move. On the move with that. That little outfit is so cute. I love the little blue blushy bleppy frog. It's a frog, right? Malice is going for a tail. Headed up towards the big hitter. Zyzo's after it. The tail's been moved over to Zyzo. They're on the move. Hey, Thingy Kitty, what's up? It's been a while since I've seen you. Oi, how are you doing? What's up, Thingy Kitty? Oi, oi. Zyzo, I promise to always count you from now on. From now on, Zyzo's the first person that I count. Z's headed to the center. Ooh, you can grab that edge too? Oh my gosh. Whizzle Fizzle's got one of the tails. Got 15 seconds left. The timer's going down. Timer's going down. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's been an upset. It looks like it's Malice and Whizzle. Malice and Whizzle to the final thing. Oh, it has been a while. You've been good? I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, we've been vibing. I dyed my hair. I'm moving soon. Stuff has been chaotic. We've been playing lots of Fall Guys recently. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I died in the first round on this one, and people from chat are playing. If you want to play along with us, you are more than welcome. It's a volleyball to the death. It's volleyball to the death. Oh, did your game crash? Oh no. Did Z's game break? Oh dear. Did they kick you out? Sorry that these servers be busted. You're moving? I am moving. I'm moving not too far away. Not too far away, just a little bit more north. And I'm moving in with some roommates. Some roommates and 2 cats. Lots more space, cheaper rent. I'm very excited. I'm gonna be moving this weekend. I got moving on the mind. Whistle fizzle, go. Go, Froggy, go. Zyzo, you said that you're good at this game? No, they threw you out right as it was your time to shine. It was your moment. This is the classic pair-up. The classic anime battle. Whizzle Frizzle versus Malice Vitterfolk. 2 main protagonists of this world. Battling it out in the most intense arena that man has ever constructed. Volleyball. It's a bulging-eyed frog versus a blue jelly bean. Both of the competitors have their strong suits. Both of them have shown how powerful they are in previous rounds. But it now comes all down to this. Whizzle Fizzle goes with a big hit up the top. Malice just barely missing it. It's looking intense. It's now 5-2. There may still be time to turn this around. We're not sure. Whizzle Fizzle goes for a big shot. Malice just barely missing the ball. Whizzle Fizzle is blepping with joy. There we go. You've never played until right now. Until this is the moment. Sly Fox, it's the time that we're all practicing. We're all practicing for solos. Welcome to the practice zone, everybody. Whizzle Fizzle, congratulations. Well done. Well done. You are indeed a cool bean. Look at that frog. I love it. My crown. You got it. The Fall Guys Nationals just completed. We've crowned a new winner. A new winner. GG's, everybody. GG's. Good games. Good games. Shall we play again? Shall we play? Oh, oops. No. Wait. I don't want to close the lobby, but I accidentally pressed go. No. Can I select a new game? Stop. Don't start it. Don't start the show. I accidentally pressed A. No. Don't start. It's starting. Should I close it? No. We need more time. Everybody can reconnect. I'm so sorry. I messed it up. I pressed a button. I zigged when I should have zagged. Oh, nar. Oh, nar. He's done it now. All right. New lobby. Here we go. New lobby. This should fix all the lag issues that we've all been experiencing. Starting over? Yes. New lobby. GSCAX. Stuck in a loading game? No! I'm so sorry. I messed it up. It was all my fault. It's all my fault. I've done it again. Stuck in a loading game. It's now you're stuck forever. Somebody else is the master now. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that it worked that way. You're all just loading now? What? But we've already got 3 people in. What happened? Is it bugged? We're all moving about 1 billion kilometers per mile per hour around the center of the galaxy. Is that true? 1 billion? It seems a little slower than that. I barely feel the speed at all. You just exited? Oh, Nessie's back. We got Nessie back. Oi. Join back in. Nessie, I'm so excited for tomorrow. So excited for tomorrow. I never get to wake up so early. Great. I'm going to have to live a healthy lifestyle. Man, after my shenanigans tonight, I feel like I need to go to bed early. I've been a bad boy. Segoy these nuts. Welcome in. Let's go. Hop in, hop in. Hop in, hop in. Malice is back. All right, we got 12 peeps in. Anybody else that we're waiting on? Is there anybody else that I need to pause? Okay, we got some peeps. We got some peeps. H2O's back. Zyzo's still getting in? All right, all right. Bonehead's still getting in. All right, we got a couple more. Got a couple more. Please wait 2 minutes. 2 entire minutes? Certainly. Certainly. Do what you gotta do. Any rules for the match? Nope. Nope. No rules. No cheating. Just no cheating. That's all. We're just playing together. Just having some fun. Just having some fun. All right, we got Zyzo in. Yeah, get good. That's the one rule is get good. I died in the first round last time, so I think I need to go by my own rules. Not sure if I'm following the rules, but all right, we got Bonehead in. Vonchik, thank you for the 100 biddies. Boy. We're not really griefing nuts, to be honest. To be honest, nobody's really grabbing. We haven't had to make a rule about it because we're all friends here. But yeah, we're not really griefing people. So again, get good. Get good without griefing. Nessie, thank you for the 500 bits. What the heck? Hey, we've almost got a scam train. Oi. Oi, oi, oi! Nessie with the big 500 biddies. Fall Guys hype. Oh my gracious. Wait a second. What are we waiting on? Why are we waiting 2 minutes? We're in. Okay, you ready? How do you grab if the tails come up? Are you playing on a controller? Controller is right trigger or right button or shift. Yeah. Good luck, everyone. You're sadly at work, so you can't play. No, Vonchik. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's right button for me, not trigger, but I'm sure it depends on Xbox. All right. You haven't pantsed a single bean. Yeah, ZB and I are... I mean, I've seen ZB play before. ZB's got the strats, but yeah, we're trying not to be grabby. Trying to not be grabby with it. All right. Is everybody ready? I think we got everybody. Yo! We've got the Mario Kart music going. We're ready to race. Ready to race. Everybody's in. Party time. ZR? I don't know what ZR. RZ. It says R1 to me. All right. Lily Leapers. Okay, an actual race. Nice. Mushroom Gal, what's up? How are you doing? Happy July 4th. Happy July 4th. Yay! Yeah, Human One just got a new cute emote. I love it so much. The little schnom, little snom baby. There's a Human One snom, and there's a OT snom now. Oh, Nintendo. Oh, Switch. I forgot about that. I forgot all about that console. My Switch hasn't been plugged in for a couple of months now. I need to get it plugged in. I'm going to die. I think a lot of people might qual on this one. You got a lot of opportunity. Go fast. Go fast. You might do better than you think. Just try your best. You got this. All right, here we go. Morgwin, thank you so much for the biddies. Oi, Morgwin, how are you doing? It's nice to meet you. What the heck? Hope you're having a good July 4th. That one's so much scarier than just lily pad leaps. Ooh, it's jazzy. I love how quiet the chat is because everybody's racing. Everybody focus. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Listen to your heart. Your heart's telling you how to win. Got H2O Flame. We got Lazy Wolves. Whistle. No. Whistle down. Sly Fox is schmoving.
Sly Fox is lily pad leaping. Wise Cattle going through the water. Oh, nice launch. I didn't know that I guess the launchers are normally random, right? Random direction. That was a good gamble. No, Faulkner, you got this. You got this. Hippity hoop. VTuber, wait a minute. Who's this VTuber? There we go. Calico's schmoovin'. Calico's lily pad leaping. Midnight Blonde, what's up? How are you doing? Darling Starlet, what's up? What the heck? A bunch of peeps jumping in. Morgwin jumps in. Hope you're doing well. Midnight Blonde, it's good to see you. Are those crying eyes? Why are you sad? Midnight Blonde, what's wrong? Ooh. Mushroom Gal. Ooh, you're gonna play along with us? Nice. Ooh, you got this, Callie. Keep going. Nessie's going the long way around. It's much safer this way. Nessie! No! No! Go! Is it high buy? Yeah, high buy. I forgot how letters work for a second. The game might end because not many people are qualifying. No, y'all can do it. Y'all can do it. Just keep going. Don't give up. Don't give up, Nuts. You got this. You've been better, having some struggles with family. Oh, I understand. Yeah, probably not great for chat, Midnight Blonde. I'm sorry to hear that you've been having a tough time. If you need somebody to talk to, my DMs are always open. My DMs are open if you need somebody to talk to. Hope that you got some friends IRL that you can talk to. Boy, Jess, you got this. Did you make it, Nessie? What are you laughing at? Oh, Thinky Kitty's in here. Nice. Go, go, go. I love your little Robin Hood outfit. Oh, no. No. It should run out of... Yeah, there is a timer that'll show up eventually. Come on, Beowulf. Keep Lily leaping. It's all about the diving. It's all about diving just right. Sly Fox is on the move. We've got a Sly Fox headed up. Headed up. Oh, Thinky Kitty makes it. I cannot believe that you made that grab, Sly Fox. I cannot believe. You didn't have to work today? Nice. At least you didn't have that distraction. Oh, you're Tyler? Okay, nice. Come on, Wise Cattle. Calico, you've got this. We got High Bye. We got Beowulf looking at the finale. Oh, wait. Do I see somebody? Oh, somebody just passed. Who was it? Oh, it's Malice. Malice, you made it. You made it. Incredible. Incredible. Oi. But Midnight Blonde, hopefully you can get a little distraction here. Are you down to play? It's community night. It was surprise community night. It's Nessie's fault. It's Nessie's fault. I was convinced. Listen, if this is the only way that I get to play Fall Guys with Nessie, then this is what I'll do. Somebody came to pick up tables during the meeting and you accidentally smashed it? You smashed a glass table? Lime! How did you break a... Somebody came to pick up tables during the meeting? And you smashed it? You smashed a glass table? How? That's super metal. It's super metal. Did you slam your hand on it and said, I will not stand for this, for what this company is doing? Smash. You've never played this one? It's a weird one. It's a weird one, Zyzo. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about this zone defense. Okay, I feel bad about it now. I feel bad. Not good. Not good game. Bad mode. Oh, you have to dive there. Oh no. Oh no. I only have 7% zone time. Go, 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 go. Okay, new. No, bitch, get up. Why am I slipping? What's happening? Hey, what's up? What's up, NB? NB Piccolo? Wait a minute. I know you. Where are you from? Wait a second. I recognize that name. How you doing? What's up, NB? Ooh. Why? Oh, there's a fan there. Oh, a fan. It was a fan all along. Can I get up here? Am I allowed? Is that the forbidden zone? I've only got 50% and a bunch of people are already passed. I'm toast. I'm toast. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Let me win. Oh, it's me and Master Chief. All right, we're drumming. We're thrumming. We're drumming. Oh my gosh, I barely made it. Sus! I'm not sus. I'm not even a fall guy. I barely made it.
Where do you know me from, indeed? Wait a minute. Now, where are you? Did you come over from Miles? Did you come over from Miles? Is that where you're from? Where'd you come from? The garage is full of glass. You said now the garage is full of glass and my hand is all cut up. My favorite pair of jeans got cuts. Lime, how did you smash a glass table? We played this game together. Ah, that's what it was. That's what it was. What's up? Like 3 days ago? Listen, my brain contains very limited amount of brain cells. You should have seen me. You should have seen me a little bit earlier. Raging at a child's game so much that I was accidentally saying mean things. Here we go. They called me Kai over there. Oh, yes. Oh, Kai. I forgot the dual username. Okay, I remember everything. Everything comes rushing back. You even turned on your cam for a few seconds. Oi. Okay, we know Kai. What's up? It's good to see you over on my stream. I'm honored. Hey, who just grabbed me? Who just grabbed me? Was that Nuts? Did Nuts just try to grab me and die? Hey, wait a minute. Stream sniping? You're gonna have to try harder than that, Buster. I grabbed you but died. Well, looks like the karma might still be flowing. You realized you weren't following? Don't worry. I unfortunately, I fall into the same thing where I'm like, I am so sorry that I'm not following you. I do not know why this happened. Listen, it's no big deal. You went to flip it. Oh, you went to flip it and remove the legs and it exploded. Oh my God. And it wasn't safety glass. I would bet it wasn't safety glass. Hey, 6 months! Midnight Blonde! Thank you so much for the sub! Oh my gosh. 6 months! It's been half a year. I cannot believe that. Midnight Blonde, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting me. Oh, so sweet. Midnight. Midnight. Where would I be without you? 6 months ago, Midnight came into our lives. And everything was changed. Oh! No. Almost got bodied by that ball. We've got Wizzle. We got Cross. We got Leah. We got Z. We got Thiggy. Where'd Nessie go? Nessie was lost. Nessie was lost along the way. No. Oi. Midnight Blonde, bless. Lime Meringue's got the friend request? Nice. Lime Meringue be falling? Alright, I guess we're just hanging out. There's only one snowball. Run! Oh my gosh. Did we all make it? I think we all made it. Nice. We all made it. Alright. 6 remain. 6 were there, now 6 remain. That was kind of silly. It's like getting the rhinos where there's just a single rhino. Alright. We need gate crash? Okay, another race. We gotta try to make this fast. Gonna try to go quick. And there's no helmets to pick up. Alright, we got big pendulums. Pendulum mod installed. Nice. Alright, we going forward. I think we're gonna play like a little bit more Fall Guys. Only one that thinks Snowball Survival is boring. I mean, I honestly prefer it boring because the Snowball Survival games that aren't boring are so hard. This is the snowball map that we were on with 2 snowballs is really, really rough for me. The one that has like tons of holes everywhere. And if there's 2 snowballs and a bunch of people, it's chaos. It is chaos. Oh no! We continue on. We lost one. We lost one. The cutest one. The cutest little frog. I don't even know where you got that. I love that skin. That skin is so adorable. All right. And then there were 5. Only 5 left. What's gonna be next? Will it be a finale? I think it could be a finale now. You gotta find a buddy and hug him and stand still. That's how you live in Devil Snowballs. That's what that's what me and a friend tried in the Rhino one, and I'm just gonna say they died. It was Wafer and I, and Wafer got bodied. It could have been me if I was standing on the correct side. I don't know if that works. Does that work? You used to play this with your GF like a year ago and you got it somehow? What? It must be an old skin. Old classics. You got the collection going. Yeah, I missed out on a lot of skins. Okay. First it gets easy. Alright, I think I can remember it. I think I got it. Alright, good luck, good luck, good luck. What number are we working with? 2? Leah, are you trying to trick me? You trying to trick me? Leah's trying to pull off some brain games. They almost got me. Okay. Memorization. They're still bouncing around. They're still dropping more fruit in. Ah! Okay, I think I got it. You've never played it on PC, so there's a high chance that you'll get out quick? No worries, we're all just practicing. We're all just practicing for the Fall Guy Leagues that are going to be happening soon. We're getting ready for the championships. What? No! We've lost 2 of them. We lost 2 friends to the slime today. Ow! Smacked. They just dropped him right on my little noggin. Okay. There's, I think I got it. Oh my gosh, there's so many. 4. 4, 4, 4, 4, 3. Okay. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. I can't remember what they were. Oh no. Oh no. I'm toast. I don't think there were any coconuts. Oh my gosh. We survived. Your controller disconnected. Oh my gosh. Hardware failure. I can't believe it. At the worst possible moment. The worst time for it to just disconnect you. I am so sorry. Then there were 3. These games kind of last a while, don't they? Shit. Here we go. Somehow you got on the Rhino and rode it? What? That sounds wild. You gotta do some stuff around the house? Hey, we'll see you later, Leah. Good luck with the stuff around the house. Good luck, good luck. We will see you later. All right, here's the final round. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Get your fall pants on. Make sure that you're all warmed up. Don't forget to stretch. This one's a long run. Do these all disappear? They don't. You can actually jump across those. I did not know that. That is cool. I don't think I've ever been here with such few people. Oh, you could run this direction. I never realized. Is this pro strats? Oh, ZB's doing pro strats. We're kind of breaking it in time. We're almost working together. This turned into cooperative co-op. Oh wait, that's kind of redundant, isn't it? This turned into... Okay. Oh, I'm so scared. I don't like it. I don't like it. This is like eating corn. This is like the corn cob map. Just corn cobbing it. Feels like Thanksgiving out here. Ooh. This is like the corn that you can't eat. The really colorful corn that's inedible. That you just put in a cornucopia in your corn cubby. Okay, this is gonna take forever. I don't know how to make this go faster. We got this. It's time to encroach a little bit. I'm encroaching. Here's the approach. I'm approaching and encroaching. Wow. I'm trying to use all my most elite strategies, but they aren't working yet. I'll break some stuff. Break stuff. Oh my gosh, it's getting faster. It's getting faster. We gotta get this. We gotta get these kernels off this cob. Go, 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 go! I'm starving. Z is so good at this game. Z is so good. I'm having to pull out all the tricks. I'm trying. I'm sweating. This takes a lot longer with less people. See, like I never even noticed that you could stand on the little squares at the beginning. 'Cause I've never been here with so few, I don't think. I'm gonna break some stuff. Breaking stuff, getting up to shenanigans. It's going too fast. Too fast for me. Ah! Go, 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 go. No, ZB, come back. No, all my stuff that I broke, you're running away from it. My trap. My trap. It was the only chance. Hey, come back. Come back. Come back. I want to talk to you. I want to talk about you about our Lord and Savior, Corncob Jesus. He died for your taste buds. No, come back. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh. This cob's got so many layers. This works on so many layers. Ah, no, we're gonna be away from each other, and we're gonna just go back to the last kernels. Okay, I'm making it back over here. Z and I gotta be together, otherwise this is gonna. Yeah, they're gonna see. What am I supposed to do? They're so evasive. They're using advanced tactics. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. That's it. Game over. GG's. Oh my gosh, the comeback. The comeback. But what if? But what if? Oh my gosh. I thought that was an irrecoverable mistake. I thought that I would have to pay for my sins, but you know what? I totally got off scot-free. It is going to be impossible for me to get over there now. There's a huge void between us. Z, I feel like there's a large void in between us. We don't talk anymore. Oh no. I'm risking everything. He's risking it all. Ah, now you move. Ah! No! Come back. I miss you. We used to hang out all the time. Ah! Now I'm on the smaller one. I've been bamboozled. This is, my heart is beating so fast. This is too much. This is too much stress. Too much stress on the human body. How long has this been going for? Oh my god! GG's. GG's. That lasted so long. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Stinner, what's up? Thanks for the follow. Oh my goodness. You were laughing so hard, I was suffering. My heart was beating so fast. That reminded me of whatever OT. Last night, I was playing with OT and everyone had died. Oh, do you know them, La La La's? Also, what's up, Sugon? Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Stinker. What? Welcome in, Stinker. How dare. I can't believe it. Wait a minute. Stinner's got history? Stinner's got history with some of the homies? What's up? It's nice to meet you. I'm a random person that... Wait a second. You replied to Nessie. I am a random person that Nessie was found by a person randomly that also found me randomly. So Nessie and I randomly have been acquainted. It's very cosmic. It's a very cosmic description of how this happened. It's nice to meet you. What up? I am a overly chaotic person from Texas. In fact, there's been so much chaos that I think I may have hurt some people's feelings. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My mind's been going crazy. All I ate was a waffle today. I'm not going good. Stinner's a mod? Nice. I'm probably saying your name wrong, but thank you for being a mod. Mod's important. Are we ready? Are we ready to go? Is everybody in? GSCAX. Is everybody ready? I'm gonna get it started in a minute. We'll get started in a minute. We're gonna... Hey, yo, Taka! Thank you for the 2 months! Thank you for the 2 months back at it
I
again.
refreshed and had this open
Boy,
awesome.
thank you so much for coming back for another month. I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your emotes. Note to yourself, if in a final with Kenny, do not listen to stream because you'll die of laughter. No! That totally wasn't my strategy. Totally wasn't my strategy, Z. Try to make you laugh. Laugh and lose. Laugh to lose. You're gonna try to play without your thumb? Oh my god. Lime is injuring themselves IRL. Linz is in. Sweet. Let's go, Linz. Have we got... Who is getting ready? Lime, you're in? You in, Lime? Oh, you are. I'm sorry, I missed you somehow. All right, I'm clicking the start button. Let's go. Let's go. If anybody else wants in, you're totes welcome. You actually had tears in your eyes. Oh no. I'm sorry for cheating. Did you see me? Yeah, in the game list. In the game list. No, you're good. You don't have to talk in chat if you don't want to. You're good. You're good. You can just play with us if you want. I appreciate you being here. Hope you had fun. I saw on Discord that you met up with Jedi. I hope you had fun. I didn't know that the mods were already doing more meetups. You can sneak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for calling you out. I didn't mean to. You're gonna see if you can join next round after getting out of the pool. Heck yeah. It's a free game. Everybody's welcome to play. It is chaotic and goofy, and it's lots of fun. It's a little frustrating sometimes. Oh, this is risky now. Now I'm running out of... Oh, no, I'm running out of time. Didn't actually... I was jumping in the wrong spot. It worked like one time. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, my body. My body, I'm going to be slimed. I'm going to be slimed. Okay, I'm walking on edges only. Oh, my goodness. I better get scooting. It's coming. The slimes are coming. Yo!
The slime's giddying up towards me. Hang on, move out of my way. Move out of my way, friends. Listen, we're friends normally, but now we're enemies.
This one is very fun, Zyzo. I don't know if I like this one or Slime Climb better. Do you have to jump on here? That's new. I've never seen that before. Okay. Just moving. This one, I've gotten whacked by this before just because I wasn't paying attention. It's totally fine to get hit on this side. You just have to make sure that doesn't happen, that's all. Simple. Simple, easy. Just don't do exactly what I just did. Oh, if I fall now, I'm dead. Pressure's on. Pressure is... Oh my god, why am I falling? Why did I just slip? What was that? Oops. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. You can leave. Hey, we'll see you later. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling. Playing some Fall Guys. Your lunch distracted you? Well, listen, those are priorities. I like your priorities. Lunch comes first. The munchies come first. You wanted to run up beside me at one point and confuse me? I was foiled. Oh. That was a good plan. That was so hard! Did you do it, Nessie? Did you make it? I've played this map before, and I was the only one that made it. No. I don't think I've ever seen it where nobody made it, but this... Oh, you died? Oh, okay. Well, well, that's my point. It's exceptionally hard. Like, sometimes tons of people make it, but I've been in lobbies before where only one person survived. How'd I do this better without a thumb? See, Lime, it was your thumbs holding you back from the very beginning. I knew it. Good God. Everyone's dead. Also, we have Knuckles. We have conical Knuckles here. Captain Zanuck? What's your favorite Knuckles quote? Sorry to anybody who I accidentally knocked off. Maybe you knocked me off. Maybe you were a ghost slime and you kicked me over. Because I do not know how I died. I slipped off of a pipe. And I fell into slime. And I got liquidized. I got turned into Liquid Earl. The worst form. All right, we got the Skyline Stumble. Thankfully, we've got enough people that this should actually, like, work. People should actually get, like, eliminated and stuff. Because we have... Z and I have gotten stuck in these, like... In these just loops. In these loops of us, like, racing each other. We were on the Crane Couple stream just racing each other for, like, 3 rounds in a row. Just because the game did not know what to do. Kiddo's trying to gas me out. What? Oh, you're saying that the kiddo's trying to play?
It's a game that everybody can play.
Oh, nobody pressed the buttons? Non-toxic. Very, very wholesome gaming. Wholesome gaming. Oh. Oh, you're talking about farting. I thought that was some, like... I thought that was some British slang that I didn't know. Trying to gas me out. Whizzle, you've got it! Very convenient timing. We've got... 4 people are gonna survive. We've got Whizzle. We've got Captain Zanuck. Z's still in. I didn't see Z at the beginning. We got Cross and we got Lime. Hey, Danny Galaxy, what's up? Boy, Danny, it's been a while. This is a night of reunions. Is everybody just getting off of work? Is everybody getting off of work for July 4th? Oi, Danny, how are you doing? We're playing Fall Guys, and by we're playing, I mean the people in chat that are good at this game are playing. Because I'm dead. Whistle, no! Whistle down. We got 1 whistle down. There's still 4 left. 4 left. Now it's time for some soccer. I don't think that they ever do team games whenever you're in a private lobby. That would be wild. You want to play so bad? Let's go. Join in. Join in. Are you doing something right now? Are you preoccupied? You can't play? Full tilt. This one's fun. Dang it. I wanted to play this one. Dang it. My favorite map. Full tilt, big fun. This one, I think that they really fixed, Oh, you're just bad at this being so new? What? You're just fat trash at this being so new? Oh, I'm confused. Are you saying that you're just not good at this game? You don't gotta be good. You can just do it for fun. You're just doing it for fun. Just goofing around. We're falling. Look at me, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm following Zanuck. Z schmovin'. We've got Cross Giant. We've got Z, Lime Meringue, and Zanuck all battling for the crown. Because you're new to the game? Nah, just jump in and have fun. Just jump in and goof around. I'm trying to stay alive so that we don't have to spectate people, but this is fine too. This is fine. Me in a burning stream. Zanuck schmovin'. Oh, Zanuck goes for the big bounce. Zanuck going for the big bounce. We've got Z leading the pack on full tilt. You've only been playing a week? Oh, what? You've only got a week of credits? Yeah, but how much have you been playing it this week, Zyzo? That's the real question. But how much have you been playing? I've only been playing it a week straight. It's only been 24, 48. It's only 24 times 7. I'm just teasing. This is my 2nd time playing. Hooray! You know, it's been a while. You've been kind of sad and you haven't been able to sad that you haven't been able to hang out. You've been working full time. You've been busy. You've been busy, Danny. Been living a busy life. It's good to see you, though. I'm glad that you're getting some time off. Time off to relax. I'm glad that you're getting stuff done, though. Working full time. I hope you're making some money. Making some money. Making your life a little bit more comfortable. Do you have to add somebody? No, it's just a code. It's a code that we'll be able to see, and I'll give you a bit to join. I'm making sure that everybody's able to join that's in the chat. So whenever the game is resetting, just tell me that you're trying to get in. This is gonna be rough with only 3 people. I guess y'all will have to cooperate, hey? Zanuck's going for the leaps. They've already moved on. Oh, it's already set up. This one's already set up. The next one looks like you could make it. Oh, Z's going for it. Oh, can you dive and grab? Is that a thing? Can you dive and grab? I'm actually learning stuff right now. I think I see I think Z's just big chillin'. Xanic and Crossgiant are having a little bit of a pushing battle. No, Xanic, no! Oh my gosh.
Long live the king.
Brother, help me.
Long live the bean.
Oh!
You're gonna poo.
Oh my gosh. You can dive to a ledge and grab it. I've literally never done that. I've played this game for over 100 hours and I didn't know that you could do that. Go, 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 go. What are you doing waiting around? Don't be flexing. Don't be flexing. Just get through. What's that noise? Congrats. Let's keep going. Oh, is Cross Giant Steiner? Oh my gosh. Is it Steiner or Steiner? It looks like it might be... It's hard to say because it's got the E after the N. It could go either way. I would think that it's Steiner because that requires two N's to make that sound. So I'm guessing it's Steiner. Yeah, Steiner. I've just never... Yeah. It's just that, yeah, normally it's spelled with an I. Yeah. Like Steinsgate. Steinsgate. I'm trying to remember quotes from that show now. He says like, Coca-Cola. Dr. Pepper. Ah. Steinsgate. You need to watch it. It's so good. Steinsgate is a classic.
Steinsgate is classic.
Your Mom Schmoll. Mom Schmoll. That's Midnight Blonde. I'll accept that request after we're done. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Always, I normally see it spelled with U's, but I'm seeing what you're saying, Lime. I'm getting it. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, what is it? Ohio Okarin. Doo-doo-doo. One of your favorite animes of all time, next to Your Lie in April. I haven't finished that yet. I only watched a few episodes of it. I should make a doo-doo-doo sound effect that you can play. Do you read manga, Earl? I don't read much of anything. I've read a couple of mangas. Two battled, 2 qualified, incredible. Literally cannot be defeated. These two are, this is an inassailable opponent. Incredible. I read some manga. The one that I just started reading, I've only read a volume, but I've been reading a little bit of Chainsaw Man. I need to buy more, though. Congratulations, Hyperclap! Wait, are 2 people gonna survive this again? Are we in the loop? We're now officially in the loop and there's no way out. There is no way out. We are now looping. Welcome to Time Loop. Chainsaw Man's so good. I've only seen the first episode, so no spoilers. Or the first volume, but I'm enjoying it thus far. I need recommendations for good, really violent manga. No! This is so confusing to watch. I bought all of Attack on Titan. I have all of Full Metal Alchemist. I have all of Death Note, and I haven't read them. I have so much manga that I have not read. I must stop buying it. But I did read Chainsaw Man whenever I bought it. I bought it and read it the same day. So I'm trying to change. I'm trying to be better. I have to tell you about my drink that I have. Ooh, what are you sipping on? Tokyo Ghoul. I got a couple of volumes of that. 0 qualified. What does that mean? What's happening? Oh, nobody gets a crown? What? If you both die, why didn't it go down to survival? Who won? Who fell first? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, everybody's invited. If you want to play along, you're welcome to. Come on. Hop in. It's GSCAX. Knuckles won. Okay, Knuckles won. Congrats, Xanic. GG's, everybody. Okay, I scrolled up a little bit. Stin. Manga Wreck High Rise Invasion is pretty good. I've never heard of that in my life. Okay, I'm gonna I'm putting high-rise invasion in my browser. I'm putting it in my browser. Thank you, Ish. I'll take a look at it. Parasite? You mean with a Y, right? Slyfox? You're talking about the manga? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely spelled with a Y. I love Parasite. Parasite is like my favorite anime, maybe. It's not as good as, I mean, Brotherhood's still my favorite, but yeah, that's a strong second, very strong. Erased manga is good. I have the show Erased. I haven't seen it yet. Stin. But because of the lag, Stin was already dead. We're still looking for Inbi, right? You in, Inbi? We got fungal female. That is heinous. I don't have throne, Nessie. I don't have throne. Does Nessie have throne? What did y'all buy? What did y'all buy for Nessie? What is Nessie getting in the mail? We're still waiting on one person, right? Should I have throne? Oh, you're in. Nice. Okay, everybody ready? Oh yeah, you're Piccolo. Forgot. Oh, y'all, everybody ready? You got 3, 2. Okay, we're going. Yes, I want to give you fists. Wait, what? Fists? Nessie offers the fist? Nessie trying to fist the Earl of Suds. Unforgivable. Nessie, maybe I'll add some things to the list. Maybe I'll add some. You got a mini fridge? That's so cool. Dude, I want a mini fridge. I feel like you gotta be a real streamer with a mini fridge. Is it like branded, or is it just ready for you to put like a skin on it and stickers and stuff? That sounds so cool. Does it have LED lights on the inside? Oh yeah, no, just ignore me, Nessie. You go hard. You go hard, pop off. Pop off, go hard, defeat everybody. Questions can be asked later.
Now's not the time for talking. It's the time for falling, and I just fell. I want pictures of Spider-Man dead. I want Spider-Man killed and pictures taken of his body.
Here we go.
I'm going. Move out of my way, Spider-Man. I'm trying to beat you at Fall Guys.
Yes. The Krabby Patty Fall Guy formula.
No, dang it. I fell again. I'm gonna perish. Don't touch me.
Z's already made it across. Go.
Yes.
I survived.
It's a miracle.
Oh, Jess, no. Jess, my beloved. You quite enjoy. Can you just die, my darling? That's a manga? Is that a manga? Okay, I'm saving this one too. I'll take a look at this. That sounds adorable. That sounds so sweet. Okay, that's now 2 suggestions. That's one too many. All right. We're continuing along. GG's, everybody. GG's. Here we go. You joined and your controller died 5 seconds in. No! Why are your controllers? Everyone plug in your controllers. Okay, if you just died, don't forget to charge your controller right now. Don't forget. Oh my goodness. I wish it had an anime. Oops, did I say anime? I meant mango, I'm sorry. The mango. Ah! My face! Nessie just watched me die. Nessie was like, see you later. See you later, loser. Oh! I'm gonna die. This is it.
Oh, bother. I'm going to die. Christopher Robin has abandoned us. All of our gods are dead.
Oh! Oh no, Nessie down! You love Spice and Wolf, but it's romance, not action. I watched the anime and it was pretty good. The first half of the anime was good. The second season kind of sucked. Not gonna lie, the magic was gone. Rest in peace, all friends. Rest in peace. I pray that y'all have gone to a better place. A place with no slime. A place with no pain. Nessie just friended me. What? Nessie? Nessie with the friend request. Oh my god.
Oh my god, we're gonna be such epic friends. Oh, bother. These friends are getting epic. I'm about to do 360 no-scope poggers. No cap. Bussin'. Christopher Robin ain't seen this. Oh boy.
Here we go.
Rabbit, you're garbage at this game. I've got bees.
I don't know what would Pooh say if he was playing this game. Somebody please give me a Pooh script to read and I'll post it on TikTok.
Oh bother.
That's your last game. Oh, it was fun. It was fun, Zyzo. Thanks for chilling with us. Oi. Zyzo the homie.
Zaza the homie.
I see your Pooh Bear and I raise you this Tigger. I cannot do Tigger, I don't think. The tops are made out of rubber. The bottoms are made out of spring. It's such a cool voice, but I always just go for like, what is he called? The Mad Hatter. I always go for a Mad Hatter whenever I try to do Tigger. Tigger's such an iconic voice, and I love that man.
Whoa! Poggers! Poggers! I lived!
Who should never say bussin'? Yo, Christopher Robin, this bussin'. Oh boy, yo, this whole 100-acre wood be bussin'. Oh shucks. Yo, we about to drop it in Fortnite Piglet. Oh, Piglet. Fortnite no cap.
The Tigger laugh will always bring you immediate dopamine. I love the whole voice. The guy that does the voice for Tigger's in Skyrim as well. He does so many voices in Skyrim. I love the whistle nizzles just floating around because of the lag. It did not look that silly on Whistle Nizzle's stream. Oof. We lost two friends.
Two friends died today.
I lost two friends today.
Yeah, Whistle Nizzle's got that mask that you have on is really cool. Or the faceplate. The faceplate is kind of
Scary.
This music is so chaotic. I think that this is Big Blue, isn't it? Isn't this from F-Zero? Oh no! NB's dead! NB down! We got an NB down! NB was an enemy, but now NB is down. Tigger, Pooh, and Taz are voiced by the same guy? No, I don't think so. I don't think that Pooh and Tigger are voiced by the same guy. At least not originally. I'm not sure who does the... Really? Now you're making me doubt myself. Is that... I didn't think that was the case. Are you sure about that? It's Jim Cummings? Yeah, that's Tigger. And he does Pooh as well? Is that true? Oh my gosh. If that's true, how the heck did I not know this?
You're blowing my mind, baby.
Wow. Oof. In the original run of Pooh Bear cartoons, it's true. What? That's amazing. What the heck? TLDR. Today, too long didn't read. I meant TIL. No, it's not. It wasn't too long. Thank you for the message. What? That's amazing. What the heck? This man can do everything. This man does everything. I trust Jim Cummings with my whole life. Please. Oh my gosh. I should have just gone. I should have gone. Go, go, go. Oh my God. I'm barely gonna make it. We got it. Woo! We made it. It's a miracle. I still can't believe that. I mean, Tom Kenny does voices and everything. Now I find out Jim Cummings does voices and everything. I'm so impressed. Those kind of people are my idols. My idols. I stand. We lost 2. It's down to 5. It's down to 5. It's starting to get rough out here. Can we get a finale, please? I'd love a finale, actually. Actually, thank you for asking, Fall Guys. I would love Hexagon. I appreciate you giving me the option. Oh, thank you. All right, good luck, everybody. Good luck, have fun. Good luck. This one's scary. This one scares me so much. All right, it looks like Vanilla Fall a Mountain. This is super vanilla. There's no extras on here. Oh, and I'm on the left side. Huh? I don't know how to do the left side. I guess it's a mirror. Is it a mirror? I'm so scared. Good luck. Have fun. I'm going with y'all. I'm not used to the other side. I'm not used to the other side of things. Oh my goodness. I'm a little bit behind, but I haven't been struck yet. Not yet. Not yet. We're saving that treat for later. Oh, mama. Oh, Mamma Mia, got spanked. Ooh. Z, slow down. Xanic! Yo, super Xanic. Oh my gosh, that was so good. You went so fast. Oh my gosh. Are you the real Knuckles? That was amazing. GG's. Jesus. Jesus Christ. That was amazing. He also does the Cheshire Cat, Darkwing Duck, Ka, King Louie, Ray, and Tontor. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm not too surprised that he does tons of voices, but such a range. That's amazing. How do you add friends on Epic? Are you on PC? It's over in the corner of the main menu. You can do it after we do these shows. On the main menu, it'll be over in the corner, on the bottom right corner. Oi! Does anybody else want to get in? We've got 17 players. Anybody else down to play? Everyone's invited. Here's the code, GSCAX. If anybody want to jump in, you're totally welcome.
You're totally welcome to hop in.
But if we're all in, then we'll just keep them going, because I know that the people that have been playing, I'm sure they've been suffering through all of these like extra rounds going on. So I'm gonna start it. I don't see anybody else. Okay. The delay messes with your brain. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Yes, mute me. Mute me. That's the best choice anyway. All right, we're starting. Midnight Blonde. Thank you for the kisses. That is so wholesome. All right, we got the Mario Kart music ready to go. I'm ready to race. Everybody in? Everybody in? Show's starting. Show's starting. Everybody get your popcorn. Get your popcorn. The chaos begins tonight.
Tonight at 9, the chaos begins with Fall Guys. The new multiplayer game has gone free to play, giving access to many players across the world. Who will rise and who will fall? The game has been known for its difficult platforming and incredible gameplay. The physics are off the wall, causing lots of problems. You're tuned in to the Earl of Sud's stream. Will he survive or will he go down in history as the biggest fallen guy? Oh, hit by a blueberry directly right in his kisser. My kisser, it's blueberry flavored now. Oh no. Woo!
Not the fruit-flavored kisses. Yuck. Yuck.
Go! The game is broken. Welcome back to the broken game. What is happening? How are y'all walking through solid objects? Why weren't they moving? All these questions will be answered later.
Whenever I die from getting punched in the face. No, I'm dumb. Should have gone for the ones that I'd already fired. I'm gonna perish. I'm gonna perish. This is the end. This is the end. It's been great to be your commentator. It's been wonderful to be your streamer this evening. But with that, I have to dub you adieu. All right. It was a good life. I had a good life. And I will continue that good life. Hooray, I win! Hey, Innocent Alex, what's up? You just want to pop in and say hi before you go to bed. Innocent Alex, oi! Do we have any mods in the chat that can give a shout out for Innocent Alex? Oi, oi! Innocent Alex is a big sweetie.
A big sweetie.
And I like their streams.
I like their streams.
And they have the cutest emotes. Just look at them. I think the white hair is the hottest thing ever. Oi, oi. There we go. Thank you, Linz.
Thank you, Lind.
The Lind has lended me a hand once again. Oi.
Go check out Innocent Alex.
Also, can we get a shout out for Linz? Linz has been streaming again, has been playing 7 Days to Die. Actually, I'll take care of it. Linz is, or just another person like you, I should say. They've been playing some chaotic 7 Days to Die. You should check them out. They're my mod. They're a really sweet person. They're a good person. They're a good person and they deserve a follow. You should go say hi. You should go say hi. It's fun over there. You know, you might just spot me in their chat. Sneaking around. Sneaking around being suspicious. Being a suspicious, dubious little creature. It's pretty hot, but difficult to keep fresh and moist. Moist? My hair's actually, I've been using hair oil for the past few days, and I think that my hair's been doing better. Look, it's not as, it's like not as crunchy. It does like make it look a certain way though. Like I'm not sure if how easily I can style it with this oil in it, but the oil definitely makes it feel healthier. It was so crunchy after that big dye job. Yeah, holy moly. Cross Giant is like goated.
Cross Giant is goated with the sauce. Oh, bother. This whole lobby's goated with the sauce. Oh, what are we gonna do? Who's gonna die first? I'm not going. I'm a coward. I'm a cowardly bear. Let's be honest. You knew it was true. Oh! Oh, bother. Someone wanna try that? Come on. Don't be a big baby. Oh boy, I'm so...
Oh, Z went for it. Z went for it. Got the goodies. Oil helps a lot as well as decent conditioner. Yeah, I got sent some deep conditioner that I gotta try. Some deep conditioner? We be conditioning deep. But yeah, if you're going to bed innocent, Alex, get some rest. Don't let me keep you now. Don't let me keep you. I'm just a distraction. I'm the devil on your shoulder. The devil on your shoulder asking you to stay up and hang out with them. Don't listen to me. I'll only drag you down. Let's be honest. Who's really been helped by the Earl's suggestions? DoorDash. I fall so others may rise. That is so sacrificial of you. Mushroom Gal, you're kind of a Christ figure in this stream. Here we go. You can stay for a little longer. Nice. La la last. We got some bonus la la last. Thank you for the kisses. Oh my goodness. Midnight Blonde is kind of doting on me. I kind of feel a little bit doted. Doted with the sauce. I'm sorry. Faulkner, if you grab me again, I am going to flip my lid. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm touch starved. Please grab my Fall Guy.
Please touch my Fall Guy.
I sent you my Fall Guy. Please respond.
My boyfriend hasn't been here in months. Oh, bother.
I'm going.
Wow, 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 wow.
This is so scary with such few people. I'm going.
Grab them all. Yes, grab them. Wow, wow.
Oh my gosh, I may lose. This is it. This is it for Earl. Oh, I barely made it. Oh my god. Wait, did we all qualify? Did we lose a friend? Do we have a friend down? No. But yeah, Innocent Alex, good night. Get some good sleep. Oh, we lost one. Not the Master Chef. The Master Chef. Master Chef and Pink Jelly Bean are down.
2 people were lost.
2 babies went down. 2 babies died tonight.
Ah! Fruit shoot! No! Mwah! Hit or miss. I guess they never miss, huh? You got a boyfriend. I bet he doesn't kiss ya. Mwah! That's what I think of whenever I see mwah. I bet he's gonna find something and he won't miss ya. Something 6 ya. I don't remember the rest of it. I'm sorry. Does anybody remember hit or miss? If you remember hit or miss, you're old.
Sorry to inform you, but that was 13 years ago.
This is now an OT video. Ah! Not the bananas! The bananas actually fought back. Hey! Bananas were my ally for so long. Now bananas do me wrong.
Oh my gosh, I had trust. I had trust. The best fruit in the world turned its back on me for the final time. I will never believe in you ever again, Banana. I've lost all faith. Whoa. Hey, I lived. Banger alert. Wait, do I need to include that in the stream now? I think we need a hit or miss alert. Wait a second. That's probably copyrighted material. We can't be singing that. I was singing it too accurately. I'm gonna get in trouble. Joke's on you. I've never had a boyfriend because I'm a loner. And you've never been in a mutual romantic relationship? Do you want one? Do you want one, Alex? Also, you've got... Wait a second. Innocent Alex is in the salty community and in the crane couple community? That's amazing. Innocent Alex. You're finally... I'm finally dead where I belong. No! You don't belong in the ground. You belong with the crowns. You crave for one, you'll get one. It'll happen, Alex. Don't feel rushed. Don't feel rushed. Life is long. Life is both exceptionally long and extremely short at the same time. But there's still plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. It's much better to not be in a relationship than be in a bad one. You got this. You got this. Alex, from what I've seen of you, you're a really sweet person, and you will absolutely find your somebody. Let's go. We're bouncing on these hot dog rollers. Looks like we live a quick trip. Wow. 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 Here we go. We're golden. We're golden. Oh, it's only worth 2 points? I thought it was worth 5. Shucks. That ain't worth the effort. That ain't worth the effort. There we go. We big golden. Feeling kind of golden right now. I missed. Oofda. Oofda, you perish. I'm going to die. I don't know how to die. Have y'all seen that? Have you seen the TikTok where they were like, a lady that's 90 years old? It's like this really old lady that's being interviewed for television. And she says, I don't know how to die, so I guess I may live forever. It's the funniest TikTok I've ever seen. It's literally it's my favorite thing on the internet right now. I don't know how to die. Sounds like there's a technique to it. Boing. Am I gonna survive? Who freaking knows? Oh my gosh, Z's already made it. I'm toast. I'm toasted. I'm Toasted Earl. I'm Toasted Earl, and you're watching the Disney Channel. I'm jumping through a hoop, and you're watching Frick! Barely! The feels hit hard. Oh, sometimes you just gotta cry, Alex. Just feel the feelings. Life is about feelings. Feeling things is totally okay and totally human. Just feel the feelings. It's okay to feel things. Now I'm thinking about somebody like groping around in the darkness trying to figure out what the light switch is. It's okay to feel things, if you have to. You found out when you got more comfortably developing yourself, you were more ready. Yeah, I found the same, Whizzle Nizzle. I was in like a kind of weird relationship for a minute that wasn't really good for me. They were a great person, and I really, really care about them, and they're a really, really good person. But it wasn't a good relationship for me. And I found that whenever the relationship ended, it was, and it wasn't very mutual either. It was bad. But I then took some time and kind of worked on myself. I got into therapy. I tried to relax with stuff, tried to learn more about myself and like what I liked and what I wanted to do with my life and stuff like that. And once I was more comfortable, then this relationship that I'm in now is way more comfortable. So it's definitely worth the time. If you can just take some time, learn about yourself, develop yourself a little bit, and just relax. Just relax. It'll come to you. Especially if you're on the internet. Though Twitch is not a dating site. Here we go. What's next?
Which one is it? Is it this one? Okay, I was trusting y'all. I was trusting y'all. Yeah, it was mostly lucky, Whizzle Nizzle. I have just been very fortunate. Because I wasn't the one that ended that not-so-good relationship. They were. And I also wasn't the one that approached the person that I'm in a relationship with right now. I've never been the initiator. It just kind of showed up. It just kind of happened. I was just lucky. Okay, I'm trying to remember. Oh, I know it. I knew it. Wait. Oh, you almost tricked me, Z! You almost tricked me! You're so tricky! You sorry sucker. You sorry sucker. When you say Twitch is not a dating site, yeah, my girlfriend. Listen! No, Twitch is not a dating site. Twitch is absolutely not a dating site. No. Z, you son of a gun. You sorry sucker. It takes relationships to learn what you need. There's nothing bad about dating somebody for a little while. Yeah, no. I don't beat myself up about it. Listen, I regret nothing. I regret nothing, Malice. It absolutely grew me as a person. I'm glad that it happened, even though it wasn't very valuable. It was valuable after the fact. I learned a lot about myself, and it was good. That was good. I have no regrets. I'm happy that it happened. Please, you know how embarrassed I'd be if I told somebody that I met them through a Twitch chat? What? You gotta get rid of that pride. Listen here, NB. You gotta get rid of that pride. Do you know how I feel whenever I try to explain my job to family members, okay? They don't understand whatsoever. They even the family members that know that my sister's a YouTuber, they're still like, you play video games? How does that make you money? And I'm like, well, to be honest, I don't know either, but I just have to explain it like I have a TV show. I have to explain it like I have my own little show for a small group. Oh crap. This is bad. I'm toast, dude. Eldritch! Thank you for the raid. What the heck? Hey, Eldritch, welcome in. I'm coming over here with Z. No grabbing. Oh my god. Eldritch, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Welcome in, friends. It's nice to meet y'all. My name is Earl and I'm dead. We're playing with the community. You're all invited. You were playing Dead by Daylight. Oh, sweet. Do you play Killer or do you play a Survivor? How was it? Online entertainer doesn't sound too good. I have a private show online. Well, it's not private. It's a small group of people. A very dedicated fan base. That's what I always say. I have a dedicated online fan base that watches videos of me. That's what I normally say. Player Ninja Nerd, what's up? How are you doing? Eldritch Fell! Thanks so much for bringing your friends over here. You're a survivor tonight. Player Ninja Nerd wanted top to play. Oh, nice. Okay, so you normally play Killer. Dope. I've not seen too much Dead by Daylight, and I'm garbage at the game, but it seems like lots of fun. I like watching other people play it. It's one of those games where I'm like, this is fun to watch people that know what they're doing because it's so complicated. You hate Survivor? Okay, I've only played Survival, and it is rough. Thank you for the follow, Eldritch. Welcome to the party. Hi there. Nice to meet all y'all. My name's Earl. We're playing Community Fall Guys. If you want to play, you don't have to be good at it. I just died. You just saw me die. Everyone's welcome. If there's anybody that wants to play, just slap it into the chat so that I know to wait, because otherwise I'm going to get it started. I have an exclusive group of friends who pay to watch live exclusive videos of mine. See, it's not exclusive, though. That would be better, though. I wish they were exclusive. That would be way funnier. Never mind. Just showed it. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Here's the code. It's GSCAX. Everybody's welcome. Nessie's still in. Yo, Nessie chilling? Nessie chilling in Earl's stream? Oh my god. I can't ever get past the second round. It's rough though. You can play though, player, because you only get better if you play it. You only get better if you just play it. Everybody's bad at the beginning. You just gotta get some practice. Play some games, you know? You've been part of the community since the start of the Discord server? What? Have you changed your name? Have you been lurking in the background all this time? Ninja, what's up? I can't. I'm sorry if I've forgotten your name. What? Come fall with us. Yeah. Exactly. Come fall with us. You don't have to get a crown. We just want to fall with you. Listen, I could fall for every single one of y'all in chat, all right? Come on. Come on, get in here. Is anyone good at Fall Guys? I've seen some people online that are good. I've seen some streamers that are good. Using a controller does help a lot. That's not what I was gonna say, but I totally agree with it. Stop with the kisses! Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all. One of those sound effects, I couldn't find it. That kiss sound effect is actually me doing that. I didn't tell y'all which one it was, but I'm ready to expose it. That smooch is actually me. I recorded that with this microphone. But it sounds good, right? Doesn't it sound exactly like a kiss? Doesn't it sound exactly like a cartoon kiss? That's me. I did that. I knew it. It was that one all along. People were guessing that it was the nice one, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Only a few people guessed that it was the kiss. Okay, am I ready to start? Somebody was loading. Was it you play? Ninja, were you playing? Were you getting ready? It's the blowfish sound? Really? You think it's the blowfish? Is that the blowfish sound? I'm getting better at that sound. I don't know how. Yeah, that's more like breathy. Froggo. Froggo, what's up? So glad that you followed at such an opportune time of me making weird choking sounds. You thought it was the gnome? Are you getting in here, Froggo? I'm about to start the game. Who's loading? Player Ninja, let's go! Hop in, hop in! You wanted more pufferfish sounds? Listen, if you've got pufferfish, I'm in. Let's go! Come on, Ninja, get in! Ninja, hurry! Come on, Tyler Blevins. Tyler, where are you? Where are you, Tyler? Oh, go ahead and start? Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's go! You can get in next round. What the heck? Nessie, are you... Nessie? Are you hosting me right now? Is that why I'm seeing a bunch of Nessie emotes? Is that why my numbers are popping off right now? Nessie, thank you so much for the host. I didn't know that, I can't see it. I can't see it. I can't see any hosties. The hosts are broken. Thank you everybody so much. If you are hosting, I so appreciate it.
Nessie's too nice. Nessie's too nice for this world and therefore must die.
We're playing in VC together too. Ooh, nice.
Mods and Nessie.
Heck yeah, we got double community'd up. Double community'd up on a Monday evening. Although it's not Monday for you anymore, is it? I think it's Tuesday, isn't it? Here we go. Oh, GG's everyone. Are you headed out, Midnight Blonde? Are you going to get some other night? Are you going to go do other things? I'm not sure. You said Tuesday. The day of chewing. Every day's Tuesday if you're brave enough. Okay, I'm going straight down the middle.
Come here, Lime.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Just a little joshing joke. Just joshing with my friend Lime over there. Sorry. You got this, H2O. Let's go. Fungal females on the schmoove. Fungal female. No. Fungal female, you gotta dive. You were so close. Handful of limes. Shucks. Listen, limes are delicious. I just had a drink the other night that was seriously limed up. It was double limed up. No! Nessie, did you perish? Did Nessie perish? Oh no! Everyone's dying. Lens, you killed the fungal female. Killed the fungal female. Wait, what showed up? Buff Pup Big Ol' Eyes. Oh. Buff Pup got some cute emotes. I wish I was a Buff Pup. Dead again. The controller exploded. Everybody, please plug in your controllers. Please plug in your controllers. Buff Pup is a very cool VTuber. I think I've watched a little bit. I don't watch enough streams, let's be honest.
Lens, you killed me! No, stop. Lens is actually gonna feel bad. No. Don't make Lens feel... Lens is very sensitive. Lens is sensitive. Go. Boing. Elite strats. Cheese. Delicious cheese. Mmm. Gorgonzola. Hi-yo. Hi-yo. Ah. Okay. I'm not waiting for anybody. I'm going as fast as possible. Alright, do the old switch up. They hate it when he does the switch up. Go. I need to practice anyway. I need to practice. Lucky. Kind of. That wasn't the best launch. Oh no, that's even worse. Ow, my body. My corpse. My sweet corpse husband. Oh, nice. You and me, Cross Giant. Let's win together. Just kidding. I'm gonna grab you at the very last second. Oh, there they go. I'm sorry. I was just joking. Promise I'm not a toxic player. Not right now, anyway. I was toxic earlier. I'm a changed streamer. Ah, here I go. Pray for me. Oh no, the button's still switched. My demise. My French fries. Oh, let's go. Goated with the sauce. Goated with the chips. Is this one good? Oh, no. No. Bad one. Hey, y'all are so fast. Slow down. Z's already got the setup. Speedrun strat. Oh, my gosh. Y'all are quick. Double limed up on a Monday night. Shucks. Squeezing. We're squeezing all the enjoyment out of these limes that we can get. Go, Lens, go. We've got Lens. Thor is on the move. Mama Schmall. Can everyone survive? No, we've got Asia. Asia's in the game. Asia's in the schmovement zone. Asia's going. Go. Lens and Piccolo. No. I'm so sorry. Kai dead. Lens dead. I will remember you. Oh, and 2 other people. Oh, no. I'm sorry, I didn't catch y'all's names. I died for my sins. Bless. I died for my own sins. Thank you very much. Here we go. Next up is bubble popping. Come on. We ain't had a single bubble. Oh, the swiveler. Not the swiveler. Ahsoka, welcome back. Oi. Ahsoka Tano Massacre. Isn't that your name? Ahsoka Tano Massacre now? Order 66.
Start Order 66. Anakin, kill him. Do it. Kill Ahsoka with your own sword. Wow! Darth Vader.
You perished. Oh no, you perished. I turned into a church. Is that what a parish is? Is a parish a Catholic thing? I think, isn't it? I forgive you, Lens. I could never be mad at such an amazing person. Aw, Mushroom Gal's being nice now. So sweet. So sweet. Everybody here's a wholesome, chaotic little mess. And I would have y'all no other way. I guess you could say it that way if you want to, Kenny. I won't. I'll keep calling you Ahsoka. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Z's gonna be right back. All right. See you in a bit, Z. All right. Back to the slopes. Back on the slopes with my jelly beans. My jelly beans are icy. Parish is a community around a church. Oh, like community fields or something where they can like grow church plants. They can make the wine for the communion. Wow! Whoa, surprise snowball. Surprise snowball. Look out, Lime, they keep coming. Oh my god, Lime just got bodied. These snowballs take no prisoners. I'm so scared. Here we go. For the 5th time and forever. Lime KO. Lime's gonna be fine. Lime was just a little shook up, that's all.
Hey, slow down. Hey, why don't you slow down and give me that secret formula? The secret Fall Guys formula.
SpongeBob. God dang it. Erica Donut, what's up?
Erica
Hello, go
Donut!
fight win.
Can we get some hype in the chat?
Oh my gosh. Erica Donut, welcome back. Thank you so much for the Prime. You could have picked anybody for that Prime, but you picked me. I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes. Go, fight, win. And call me when you get there, darling. You know I love our talks. Erica Donut. Oi, I know Erica. Erica and I we've chilled before. We've like met IRL, and that's super freaking cool. Thank you. I love the hair. The hair's so great. I even had Rosaire from the chat send me a bunch of hair care stuff. Rosaire's taking better care of my hair than I am. All right, we're volleying. We're volleying these balls. These balls are about to get volleyed. Coconut Mauler. I opened it next to my new roommate's lens, and I was like, okay, my guess is that this is going to be some hair care because my chat knows that I need help picking out products. And it was exactly that. A whole Amazon box. Oh no, I'm sorry, Crust Giant. I'm sorry that I'm up against you. That means that I'm going to win, guaranteed. I hope. You're good. Get it. Don't lose. This is going to be a close game. I can feel it. Oh. Honestly, the spawns need to be fixed. Honestly, I've died so many times to the ball just spawning right in front of me. Earl community versus Nessie community. Fight of our lives. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott, this ball is Wonderball. Oh mein Gott, this is flying Wonderball. Oh! I love how I just like eat crap every time that I jump. Oh my gosh, this is the longest volley I've ever seen, I think. This is the most evenly matched volley I've ever seen. You have the bestest dance moves? Oh my gosh. Okay, now, I will admit that the wedding song choice went down better than I thought. But there were so many people that were just tearing it up on that dance floor. Like, I'm not sure exactly who it was. I think it was Ten's uncle. Oh my god. I think it was Ten's uncle was tearing it up out there. And if I remember properly, Zyza was shredding it. There was so many moves being busted on that dance floor. It was literally the very best wedding I've ever been to. I'm talking about a wedding of two, if y'all don't know them, Kuri and Ten are streamers that I know, and they got married in Vegas recently, and I got to go visit. They invited me to go to their wedding. It was so sweet. And me and my boyfriend drove all the way there and all the way back, and we got COVID while we were there. It was horrible, but the wedding was fantastic. Ten's uncle was so good. He was tearing it up. Oh my god, that man was a vibe. You didn't know 90% of the music, but you made it work. Listen, you just gotta go for it. Just let the music make you lose control. Let's go. Alchemic, welcome back. Again, I'm sorry, Alchemic, for being a little shit. I apologize. I totally got out of pocket earlier, and I was rude to Alchemic. I apologize. I was definitely a little stinker. I was all hot and bothered. Alchemic was calling out my garbage gameplay. Feel bad. I need improvement. Improve brain update software. Let's go. The uncle was 70. That was like 74 was out dancing all of us. He was destroying that dance floor. It didn't stand a chance. Let's go. All right. I'm scared for my life. I don't want to get hit by these little vertical donuts. We're schmoovin'. Thank you for the shout out for Ten and Kuri. Two of the sweetest people I've ever met. They were so nice and accepting to me. I met them at a very weird time in my life, and they gave me such good vibes. Such nice support. They just let me talk. They just let me hang out, and they were so sweet. So you should give them a follow, because they're like the sweetest people that I know. He only requires a 10-page double-spaced formal letter of apology by the end of the week. Ah! I need to get writing. I haven't written anything since high school. You need to remember to drink water the next time you try to dance that much. Oh my gosh, I was winded. It was just two of us? What's going on? It was just me and Lime just hanging out. Yo, Thora! Thank you for the prime! Yo! Can we get some hype in the chat? Thank you for the prime. 10 months, baby. Thora, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Every time that I look at my camera, it reminds me of another streamer that I watch. They play a lot of marbles. Their name is, Ooh. It's not Venomous. They're the Snake Lady. That's how I remember them. They have a bunch of snakes that they feed on stream. Cold-blooded, I think? I think it's something about cold-blooded. I'm trying to remember. I just remember them as the Snake Lady because that's what they call themselves. Here we go. Come on now. We're schmoovin'. Well, my hair is like giving me big vibes. Big vibes. It's just me and Lime. All right, Lime. We don't. Nobody has to get eliminated this time. Nessie? Does Nessie have hair like me? I haven't seen Nessie's real hair, but I don't think Nessie's galaxy hair looks anything like me. Is Nessie's a snake lady? Is that true? I don't think I've ever heard Nessie referred to as that. Do you really want to play this game, Lime? Nessie's got long hair IRL, way better than my hair. Come on now. You have many snakes? What? Purely cold-blooded. That's who it was. Yes. Maybe we can raid them sometime soon. They're just really cool. There's a really cool streamer up in Canada with a bunch of snakes. They've also got really cool piercings. I want more piercings so bad. Your streams are so fun. I hope I can catch more. Oh, I'd love to have you, Thora. That's so sweet. I'm glad that you have fun with this madness. This madness. I'm trying. Okay. Does anybody want to play? Does anybody want to play right now? Am here, but playing so not typing. Nessie needs to be quiet so that Nessie can destroy everybody. It's GSCAX. GS, this is good soup can absolve xenophobia. That's what it stands for. All right. Everybody hop in. Just tell me if you're still getting in. I'll give y'all like 30 seconds. I'm gonna go fill up water really quick. Actually, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I think I've calmed down enough to be allowed to get a drink. I'm gonna go get a special drink. It's July 4th, everybody. Celebrate good times. Come on. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na. There's a party going on around here. All right, is everybody in? What, are y'all counting down stuff? What's happening? Is that the countdown till the stream ends? Is that the countdown? What's happening? Why are y'all counting? Stop counting! Stop! What's going on? Erica Donut, thank you for the gifted sub. Yo, Erica. Can we get some dances in the chat? Oh, Erica, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Yo, Asia with the gifted sub. Enjoy your emotes. We're jamming to monkey music. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. It's DK music. This is DK racing. We're going through the jungle.
Come on, everybody. Hop in the boogie. We're going through the jungle.
Is everybody in? Everybody ready to rock? Everybody ready to go? I got my classic lime margarita, and it's not a good drink. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, there I go. There I go. Hashtag bitrate. All right, we're ready to go. I think we're ready to go. I don't see anybody in the chat. Why are you drinking it then? It was in a mix pack. It was a mix pack. I couldn't help it. Okay, I like the other flavors. All right, I'm gonna click the star button. I don't see anybody else. Let's go. Let's go. These go kind of fast anyway.
Wait! Steven, it's too late.
Steven, I'm so sorry, Steven.
Steven, you can make it next time.
You can make it next time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Maybe you can still get in. Steven, hurry! I don't know if it'll let you in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. Honto sumimasen. Steven Kun. Thank you for the follow. What's up, Steven? It's nice to meet you.
Reject humanity. Return to monkey.
I'm about to move out this weekend, so I don't... And my neighbors have been pretty awful. Here we go! Here we go!
Who's ready to go?
Oh, Sly Fox got the Boku. Got the Boku no Pico emotes. That's amazing. It was so cute. Such a cute design. Tempted to become a VTuber. Boing, here we go.
Then I could finally be the cute femboy that I feel like inside. But I actually have the bulky body of a lumberjack. Yow! I'm schmoovin'. The schmovement is real.
Ah, there we go. A little bit of shenanigans. You know, we commit some chicanery sometimes on stream. No, my body. This doll just got ragged.
Ooh, let's go. Oh, I'm behind. I'm behind. Everyone's before me. Listen, all we can go is up from now on. I'm going to win. Lovely Lynns. Oh, love, would you slow down? Would you slow down, Lynns, and let me beat you? You wouldn't mind if I beat you, would you? Oh.
Just reminded of all the times that my poor friends have heard me make a cat or a dog noise and they thought it was a real animal. Here we go.
I think I will qualify.
I qualify for AARP. I'm now a senior. And I qualify for benefits, including half off at IHOP, senior discount. Oh boy, Tayaki's here. Hey, Tayaki, what's up? Tayaki P, one of my favorite peeps. And they got the cutest emotes too. That's just a bonus. That's just a bonus. Boing. You got this H2O?
Come on, Lynch. Lynch is going to live. Nessie-topia just survived. I remember back in my day when Nessie survived. This is reminding me of home. Back when Mom used to cook stew. Really sends me back.
Oh, you got stuck. I'm so sorry. It's kind of, some of these maps are really weird, Ninja, on custom maps, because some of them are like built for just mounds and mounds of Fall Guys. So it sometimes works weird whenever there's only a few people.
The only problem with caffeine is that it makes me sleepy.
What? Isn't that like... That's just like a way that caffeine interacts with some people, right? Isn't that like a well-known phenomenon? Nothing like awful neighbors, the worst. Oh yes, they be jumping around. I think that they may have 17 elephants up there. There's definitely 4 children. There's so many bikes hanging up on the rack above me. It's crazy. But the new apartment, we're the upstairs neighbors. We're the upstairs neighbors. But I might try to be a little bit more quiet because I'll also have roommates. So just enjoy my screaming because There might be a little less of it. It's a symptom? Okay, yeah, we're diagnosing. Everybody in the chat is a doctor. So you can take these with a grain of gold. Just want to recommend prescriptions to y'all. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You cannot do that. It's undoable. Oh no. Here we go. Yahtzee. I made it. Yay. What's up, Willow? Yeah, I heard that 5 hour puts you to sleep. What? Best avoided. But at least you have an option for going to bed. Yeah, because melatonin messes me up. Melatonin is like, it's bad. I have weird dreams. I sweat a bunch. Sweat even more than normal. Could you imagine?
Could you imagine how disgusting that is? I don't think you can. The human mind can't even understand gross things like that.
I may survive. It is a possibility. It could happen. We're not entirely sure. The data's still out. Oh, it looks like I made it. It's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. Santa came just in time to give me a little present. He said, ho, 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 Merry Falmas. We've got Linz. We've got a bunch of battlers. The games continue. The games continue. Linz, Thora, Calico, Mama Small, Nessitopia, Marco, Fungal Female. All winners in their own right, but who will survive this specific match? Only time will tell. Melatonin gives you weird dreams too? Oh, I found a new sleep method. If I sleep on my back on my couch with 2 pillows behind my head, I have good dreams. It's worked like 3 nights in a row. I have super vivid, relatively good dreams. Like they're, well, I don't want to say good, but they're interesting. Oh, who died? Nessie made it.
Nessie made it, and Nessie Mod made it.
I'm so sorry. All the people that died, I will remember you. Here we go. Walk like an elephant. It is so yeah, the hoop games are rough. Hoop games, bubble games, and tail games. I am sweating. Amazing. Turn off the AC and get super sweaty. By super sweaty, I mean like good at the game. Here we go. The hit parade. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. Have fun. Good luck, everybody. Geo. Yo, streamers kind of cheating, starting out in first. A little sussy. A little bit sussy. Whoa, Z's going faster than... Z's got strats that I've never even seen before. Ah! 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 Oh! E, E, A, E, E, U, O. A, E, E, U, O. A, E, E, U, O. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm fabulous. Don't touch me. My skin's so clean, I just took a shower. Y'all all have slimy fingers. Nessie's trying to beat me! Nessie's quirk! Nessie's quirk! Oh my god! Oh my god, everybody's getting good at this game. You gotta go? You're glad that you could play for a bit? Hey, it was good to see you, Linz. Sorry for calling you out. Tee! If you just want to sneak around, I won't call you out next time, but we play Fall Guys, alright? I'll give you the chance to just grab me randomly and throw me off the edge. Oi! We'll see you later, Linz. Thanks for hanging out and for modding.
Thanks for being a mod and everything. Appreciate it.
Oh, you were hoping that I would call you out later. Yeah, whenever you killed me. That's what you wanted? You wanted to wait for the perfect moment to strike. I'm sorry that I was paying attention. I'll stop paying attention from now on. No, don't touch me there. This is my no-no. Fall Guy. There's only 5 of us left. Here we go. It's a battle of the very end. Never give up, never surrender. Never give up, never surrender. That's what July 4th is all about. Represent. I'm taking the slow way around. I'm taking the slow way because sometimes that's the best way. Sometimes being patient is better.
Deferred gratification, brother. Dang, brother, I'm gonna lose, brother. Brother's dying over here. You guys are lily leaping. I'm about to be lily dead. I'm about to be lily wrecked. Ooh, ooh, ah. Okay, you can't lay down. Wow, that was a long fall. This is the end for Earl. R.I.P. brother.
R.I.P. brother.
Dang! Yo, Nessie. You introducing me to professional Fall Guy players? Nessie! Nessie, who did you invite to this game? Are you trying to snipe me? Using your community? I can see what's happening here. We got Thora. We got Nessie. This is it! It's not looking good. Thora schmoves on it! No! Nessie, you continue in spirit.
You continue in spirit. The Nessie community has not given up yet.
Oof. It was only Nessie. Stream sniped. Ridiculous. That's why you don't put TTV in your name, Nessie. That's why you don't do it. Because people will notice, okay? All right. Here we go. This is it. The pipe dream. Another race. Seems like this game makes the hardest modes at the very beginning and then puts a bunch of races where only one person gets kicked out at the end. And for that, I am so sorry. Oh, there goes the fireworks. I can hear them. It's 9 p.m. I think that the sun's gone down now. So the Texans are blowing up stuff. And I live in the middle of an inner city. So I don't know where they're shooting those. But I can't think of an ideal spot to do it around here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's going on. Whenever I read I cry, I can only read that in Anne's voice. Anne goes, I cry. I cry every time. I cannot do an Anne voice. But you know what? I gotta try. Here we go. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my very best. He's popping out of the blue pipe. Popping out of the... What are they called in Among Us? Vent? Earl just vented. I've been venting this whole stream. Is it about to switch? I just heard a noise.
Yes. Yes. Z, slow down. Stop being good. Stop being good for 5 seconds and let me win.
Z, could you stop being goated? For 3 seconds?
Oh, I almost missed it. Oh my gosh. That was almost the end for the Earl. The Earl of Sus. We lost one. We lost one along the way. Thora, my precious shark. My precious shark. No. Sorry, Thor, that you got put into a sweat fest. Sweat Fest International. Here we go. God dang. God dang. Yo, chat's good at this game. Y'all are good at this game, and don't let me hear any of y'all arguing. Y'all good. All right, Lost Temple. Lost Temple, this is y'all's big chance. I'm not gonna... I've never won this before. This is my 3rd time playing it. Here we go. Here we go. Gotta grab the clown. Z, you've played this map, haven't you? Z, let's go. Show me the way. Show me the way. I'll be right behind you. Oh, here we are again. Oh, no. Oh, no. I made a mistake. Hoo-wah. Hoo-wah. Hoo-ah. Whoa. Oh my gosh, this is stress. Welcome to Stress International. How can I forward your call? Z, please slow down for 2 seconds. Oh, I'm lucky! I'm lucky. Oh, I'm not gonna be lucky for in a minute. Oh! Oh, wow! Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh! How do? Oh no, they've got it. GG's. GG's the Forbidden Lost Temple. I can never win this mode. I've never won it before. Z,
Congrats. Congrats, GG. GG's, everybody. You dislike it? It seems luck-based. Well, I think that everybody got lucky there. GG's all. Anybody else want to jump in? We'll play for a little while longer. We got a bunch of peeps playing along. Oi! Anybody else want to jump in? You could get a crown. See? One of our friends just got a crown. 2 minutes? No, 1 minute. Oh, yeah. Take your time, Nancy. Take your time. I can wait. Oi! How is Chad doing tonight? How are y'all doing tonight? Tayaki will jump in. Oh, heck yeah. We got some more peeps. Getting sleepy. Ooh. Z's been winning too much. Need some rest. Need some rest from all that winning. Oi. But yeah, if you need some sleep, Z, go to bed. But if you want to stick around, I really like spectating you. Friend is in. Okay, nice. Is everybody in? Anybody that's loading it up? Is Tayaki in yet? I'll be back. We will see if I can stay. You had to plug the laptop in. Might be too hot and drop out. Uh-oh. Callie, I hope that it's okay. Do you need like a couple of seconds, Callie? We could wait. Okay, Whizzle Nizzle's getting in. Well, we're definitely waiting for Whizzle Nizzle already. Callie, are you just gonna plug it in and keep playing? Got a couple of peeps in the waiting zone. You're good? You're in? Nice. Hey, Debbie Morales. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oi. Nice to meet you, Deb. It's GSCAX if you want to jump in. Let's see. We got Callie in here. Nessie said the friend is in. And Tayaki's here. So we are waiting on Whizzle Nizzle. That's who it is. No worries. You're ready? Nice. The whole team's ready. I got one little bonus like tendril of hair that is just given up, I guess. There we go. You think the process got stuck? Are you like almost joined? Or is it like, are you on the main menu right now? It's okay. We can wait for a second more. A bonus tendril? Yes. A bonus tendril of hair. Tendril's kind of a weird word. I don't know why I said it so casually like that. One little tentacle of hair. That was one thing that I noticed about Stranger Things. Lots of tentacles. Lots and lots of tentacles. Lots of writhing and squishing and wet sound effects. Like, we were watching it with closed captioning and it kept saying like wetly. It kept saying like writhing wetly. And also said eldritch thrumming, which I like that word. I wouldn't describe it as eldritch thrumming, but, you know, pop off captioners. Okay, Whizzle Nizzle, where are we at? Do you want to just jump in on the next one? Is it busted? I'm just gonna... If it's frozen... We need to update. Where's the wizard at? Where's the Wizards of Waverly Place at? We got a bunch of people on controller. Nice. You had to kill it? Are you just going to restart the game? I'm sorry, everybody.
A good soldier never leaves a man behind.
You said it's fine?
I want all my friends to play. I want everybody in. Everybody's here.
It's just like all of us are different Smash fighters. I want to be King DDD. King DDD is my favorite. Did we get you? Yeah! All right, we got Whizzle. Let's go. Whizzle's in. We got 16 jelly beans. 16 jelly beans in the jar. See if you can count them all. You call dibs on Kirby? Kirby is so squishy. You had fun playing? You got to head to bed soon? Hey, we'll see you later, Taka. Thanks for playing. It was fun. We'll see you later. Get some rest. Good luck with tomorrow. Good luck with tomorrow. Whatever's going on. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Meta Knight all the way. Meta Knight's so freaking broken that they were banned for a little while. Was that in... I think that was in Brawl. In Super Smash Bros. Brawl, I think Meta Knight was so broken that they were banned from tournaments. Oof. Too good. I don't think Meta Knight's easy to play. Not like Pit. Pit is like baby mode, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why I'm comparing them. They both kind of fly, I guess. They fly, they have a charge move that's really fun. Meta Knight's a really cool character. They're like Kirby with armor. What's not to love? Kirby with drip? Bowser's yours? Bowser's fun. Bowser's such a stinker. His side B will grab the character in Smash Bros. And will, like, do a spin and slam them. And if you do it next to the edge, and it's like your last life, Bowser will just jump off the edge with their opponent. They'll both die, but Bowser will win because they die slightly afterward. It's horrible. It's awful. Bowser is a meanie. You like Ness and Pikachu? Ness is fun to be a troll with. Ness is a real stinker of a character. Pikachu's annoying too. Pikachu's super fast with lots of different projectiles. Marth, always Marth. It's all swords. Martha's the one that goes, me to kure, right? With like the side B. Why is this taking so long, bruh? We're waiting just because it says show starting. I should have started it long ago. Whizzle Nizzle would have had time. We're just waiting because I guess we're all from different countries. I guess. I'm sure that it's waiting for everyone to connect to the server, I guess. Maybe somebody's got slow internet. Which one of you is it? Huh? Who's got this? Who's got the Spectrum? Actually, I have the Spectrum. I have Spectrum, so. Honestly. What? Connection timed out? Bruh. Oh my god. I've been disconnected. Okay, great. Game broken. Game broken. We can try again. Here we go. Speedrun. Speedrun. Okay, this is speedrun join. We had like 12 people, okay? So as fast as you can. It's 23p56. Let's go. Super weak but fast attacks. Yeah, and Pichu. Pichu damages themselves with their own moves, which is wild. All right. 12 person Fall Guys speedrun. Fast as possible. We'll join in. I'll start the game immediately. Here we go. The servers are broken. Almost ready. We got 11. Everybody in? We got Whizzle Nizzle. We got Callie, Nessie, Small, Serenity. We got Debbie, Thora, Tayaki, Fungal Female. Okay, we got Z. Is that everybody? Anybody else that's trying to get in? I gotta say 3, 2, 2.5, 2.25. All right, we're gonna go. We got 13. Let's go. No crashies. Everybody cross these fingers. Put some good luck in the chat. Anybody got some emotes that'll give us good luck? It's attempting. We need good luck. Is it gonna go? Come on. Fall Guys, you got this. We want to play. We would like to play. Ivy's got the good luck. It's Ivy. What's up, Ivy? No, Thingy, I'm sorry. We had an even higher number than we had before. I'm sorry. Thingy, no. Midnight Blonde, that goes perfectly with the music. The little squish 'em. Lemonberry, thank you for the 5 bits of good luck. Would anybody like to accept those 5 4-leaf clovers? Oh, they're 3-leaf. Would anybody like to accept those as good luck in their run? If nobody takes them, I'm gonna take them. Then I'll have bonus luck. Okay. Good luck, Wiggle. Is I love that emote so much. That's an animation that's based on that seal Pokemon that balances things on its nose. I can't remember its name right now, but I've seen that animation, but the emote makes it even better. Those eyes are busted. Okay, we're schmoving. Get hammered, bro. Oh, no! That's awful! That was so close to good. I give up. I'm doing it the normal way. With speedrun tricks, I'll give it like 2 tries. Then I'm done. Oh, no, I jumped! Oh, bad gamer. I might not qualify. Oh, I almost went for it again. I almost broke my own rules. Breaking your... Oh my god.
Oh my god. I can't do it. It's too hard. Game too hard. Molding. I'm gonna die. No. That was it. I suffer. That was my opportunity. Everyone was dead. This is it. I brought shame upon the stream. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry that y'all had to watch that. I'm so sorry that y'all had to see that. I know that that must have hurt a lot. Did it hurt when you fell out of Earl's stream? Yikes. You're thinking Pop Leo? Yes, that Pokemon. Well, R.I.P. R.I.P. streamer. That was hard. That was hard. Why do they gotta make the maps even harder than they are? Why do they have to make it skill-based? Sounds like a skill issue. Thank you so much for the good luck earlier, Lemonberry. I think that good luck went to somebody in the chat. That went to one of these gamers, but we won't find out till the very end. All right, whole squad's here. We got the whole squad minus a few. Minus like a couple, you know. Got Serenity, Whizzle Nizzle, Mama Small, Taiyaki, Z, Nessitopia, Debbie, Cross Giant, Thora. This is looking kind of like Nessie Sweep. This is looking like Nessie Sweep. We Nessin? Is that the version of Morbin? Nessin? We got all the Nessie stands out here. Shucks. Only one Nessie stand is dead. Me. Lemonberry, more luck? Oh my goodness. That is so generous. That is so generous. That's luck to one of y'all.
Come on now. You got this. You got this.
Whizzle Frizzle. Miss Whizzle Frizzle. My favorite teacher. Alright, looks like y'all don't have the platform one. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That one is heinous. Heinous, I tell you. Oh, I thought we lost one. That one went down, but they're still back there. They recovered. It's full recovery for everybody. So far, the whole squad's made it. Who's going to be the first one down? Maybe they'll all make it. A fella can hope. Got 26 seconds left.
Keep it up. Keep it up, everybody.
Just keep jumping. Just keep swimming. There it is. There it is, working together. Oh, boy. Now for the challenge mode.
You got this.
Just don't grab each other. Whizzle! No! Whizzle and Taiyaki down! Fs. Big Fs. Big Fs on the Whizzle and Taiyaki. Oh! Oh my gosh, Malice almost had their life claimed by the slime. But they made it! They made it! Alright. Team's out here. You grabbed somebody and died with them? Whizzle, how dare you! You killed a friend? You killed Taiyaki? Whizzle! That is just rude.
Taiyaki, I'm sorry.
Taiyaki, you deserve better. Taiyaki deserves the world. Taiyaki deserves the world and was given the slime. It wasn't me. You literally just said. You just said. Listen, I don't want to bring up chat, but you give Nessie a wiggle blessy. Aw, that thing is so goofy. It looks like it could be. It looks almost like it could be in Poppy Playtime or something. Those jiggly eyes, I love them so much. Where do I get a jiggly squirrel emote from? Thora's title says full of beans. I love that. I didn't even know that was an option. Debbie is a stadium superstar. Mama Small is the bench warmer. Z is not the fastest. Kappa. Nessie is a rookie. We got Cross Giant, the rookie. Serenity River is trying their best. Malice is another rookie. Incredible. Y'all are doing so good for being rookies. I'm just saying. I've played this game for more than 100 hours and I'm dead. So, whatever that's worth. Ask the Sky T. That's what the emote is from. That is so cute.
is adorable. It is adorable.
Who didn't make it? Nessie, you down? Oh no, Nessie is down. Nessie and Thora, rest in peace. You will be remembered. Actually, is it Three Fingers? I don't remember. I think Three Fingers is that's the scout sign, right? Is it three? Is it three for the or whatever the I've only watched the first Hunger Games and I only watched it once. And I haven't read any of the books, I'm sorry. It's three fingers for Hunger Games, bro. What? They copied Boy Scouts. That's been a Boy Scout salute for like 200 years. It's been a Boy Scout salute for 200 years. Yeah, rip off. Kenny, with the people I normally play with, I'm not the fastest. Dang! I want to play with those people, Z. See, you're supposed to play with people that are better than you. Thankfully, I figured out that solos is really difficult, so I'll probably be playing that tonight. If you're losing, that means that you could be learning. That's good. I don't want to win all the time. I want to get good. I want to get good. He says while dead. Debbie, no! Debbie dead. You like Serenity River's outfit? What are they dressed up in? Aw, that's cute. That's cute. Gamer Bunny. Gamer Bunny. Hit or miss. I guess I never miss, huh? Malice. Malice is just blue bean in it. Whoa! Debbie's got some fireworks swag. Very July 4th. Very American of you. Mama Schmall is rocking the X's and O's. Looking like a tic-tac-toe board. It's looking like war games out here. Cross Giant is also rocking the fireworks. Baby, you're a firework. You missed OT. You miss OT again? I miss OT 24/7. I feel you. I feel you. If Nessie is... wait, if OT is not literally next to me, I miss them. This is how it is. What do you mean you miss them? Like you missed them being on the internet? Or you mean like you missed them? OT was chilling in the chat earlier, but OT wasn't playing. I'm sure OT's busy. OT's one of the hardest working people I have ever met. OT is always out there making content for the masses. Oh my gosh. The absolute work ethic. So wherever you gonna go, OT cracked. OT's goated with the work. Malice. Malice could have this. This could be Malice's game. We don't know what's gonna happen because it hasn't happened yet. Malice falls. Malice down Serenity Rivers, making a comeback. Makes it past the second sprinter. Malice is going across the bridge. This could be it. It's looking like Malice. Rest in peace, friends. Rest in peace, friends. All the ones that we left behind, including me. Welcome to the slime. Welcome to the slime. It's we've got s'mores. We've got drinks. Water's fine. That's my noise whenever I die every time. All right, what's next? What's next? No finale yet. It's Skyline Stumble. Oh, snap. Somebody's about to get pinballed. Y'all are about to get smacked with a pinball flipper? Shucks. This is about to get real exciting. It's part of that, like, vaporwave aesthetic business. Water tasty. Is water tasty? Water is tasteless. Water, I give water a 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. What are y'all's rankings? Here we go. Here we go. What's your favorite Pokemon? Just asking. Ooh. I don't know if I have a favorite. I'm not a big guy for favorites. I don't have a lot of favorite things. But if I had to pick one, I just really like cute stuff. I'm kind of basic like that. I mean, Eevee is adorable. Pikachu is so cute. Favorite. I would, and also, oh, the little squirrel, the little electric squirrel. I'm trying to remember their name. Oh, Mama Schmal going down. Oh no, water's an 8 out of 10 for you. Dang, very fungal of you. The fungus among us. Yeah, so maybe I'd say Eevee. Eevee's just really cute. And shiny Eevee is just like a little white fluffy dog fox. Very adorable. But I also Pachirisu. That's the name of the electric squirrel that's really cute too. Pachirisu. Anything that is adorable and fluffy. Anything that is fluffy and schmoll. Anything that is schmoll. Like the new Pokemon that's in Violet, the little electric orange little rat ferret thing. It looks so cute. That's probably going to be my favorite Pokemon in that game. That'll be my favorite new Pokemon. Coffee's 10 out of 10. I mean, kind of depends on the coffee, but I'd agree with you. Coffee's probably my favorite thing to drink. But if I can get a latte, shucks. Lattes are my favorite. Get a latte with either lavender or like hazelnut or something like that. Oh my gosh. So sweet. I think Dutch Bros probably makes my favorite cup of coffee. Dutch Bros latte with lavender. Oh, so good. So good. Okay. We got 4 people left, I think. I think we have 4 contenders. You prefer Dunkin' or Starbucks or none? I haven't really had too much of either one of those, actually. Dunkin' and Starbucks, I hear, are good. Starbucks, for a long time, I couldn't have anything because I didn't know that you could replace the creamer. So I've had, like, almost no Starbucks in my life. And Dunkin', I've only eaten Dunkin's breakfast sandwiches. It's pretty good. I'm giving away that I'm old. I couldn't drink coffee until I was like 30. Now I drink it a lot. Nice. I started drinking coffee when I started working. I was working for a horse barn for a little while. Cleaning up after horses. Riding them sometimes. You know, cleaning out troughs, all that fun stuff. And I needed coffee at the time. So I drank coffee before. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I also traded currency. That's probably when I started drinking coffee. Is when I was Forex trading. I think that's when I started drinking it. What were the horses' names, if you remember? We had 30 horses. There were 30 horses at the first barn that I was at, and then there were less at the second one that I worked at. But let me see. What was one of their names? Duck was one of my favorite horses. He was a big white horse, and he was goofy. He was an ex-racehorse. And named Duck. He was adorable and very funny. And I liked their owner as well. Because they all had different owners. It was just like a rental barn. You had horses? I mean, no, I didn't have horses. But my family did end up getting a horse. Mostly because I worked at that barn. Like, they figured out that one was available. But yeah, I'd say that they were probably my favorite. Was Duck. There was a horse that we had. Oh, some of them were crazy. Some of them would bite you and kick you. I got stepped on so many times. My feet were crunched. I got my feet crunched. I almost got kicked in the face one time. I saw a horse's hoof coming at me one time. They were kind of going crazy, just jumping around, flipping out. They didn't want to be caught. And I saw like their hoof, and I saw their what is it called? Their shoe. I saw their shoe right in front of my face, and they just barely didn't hit me. It was scary. They also had an old mare called Foxy, I think, which is kind of funny. Thinking about it. Hey, it's Opsty! It's Opst! Do we have any mods in the chat that can shout them out? Hey, thank you all, Kimmick. I was about to. I forgot that I wasn't playing this game because I lost. Oi! That's my boyfriend. Everybody go follow Opst. Opst is an absolute king themselves. Playing lots of fun games, including Animal Crossing. If you love Animal Crossing, good vibes, you will love Opsty. Please give him a follow. Give him a follow. Oi. We got a bunch of Opsty fans in here. Opsty, did you just wake up? What's going on? What's going on, mister? Yeah, we're falling with all the peeps. All the peeps are in. We've got the homies. We've got the Fall Guys. It's a whole time. We got Z and Cross Giant. Oh, snap. It's a classic duo. And we got Debbie, Z, Cross Giant. Gang's all here. Gang's all here, and they're falling. They're falling all right. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, boy. I died in the first round. Oops. First round. Rest in peace. What is an animal that you like? I love owls. Owls are fantastic. My little creature, my little mascot is a squirrel. Squirrels are really fun. Owls are my favorite bird. And cats are my favorite pet. I love cats. There's always been cats in my family. Family's always owned cats, and I'm about to move in with a couple of cats. A couple of cats and a couple of people. A couple of human beings. A couple of furry friends. I love cats so much. They're just adorable. They really match my personality too. I like that they're hard to convince to sit next to you and stuff like that. Speaking of squirrels, did you look at the link I sent you? Did you just send it? I haven't checked my phone like almost all day.
It's been a whole day.
You hate this finale? Yeah, this is like the stinkiest finale, Z, if we're being honest. If we're being honest, this might be the stinkiest one yet. It's just, tails. I don't like the tail games. Tail games, hoop games, and team games are a little sussy. Although I do like the egg games now. The egg games are actually fun again. I hated egg games at the beginning, but now they're kind of fun. The battery game is pretty fun, too. That's a team game, but it's pretty fun. It's still 54 seconds. Lime's back, hey! Lime's back, baby. We got 49 seconds. Y'all gotta go after him.
Get him! Get him! Get the tail! Get the tail! Don't let him win! Don't let him keep you down.
Go, fight, win! Back and ready to be dominated. Looking submissive and breedable tonight, Lime. Or, I guess, today. Here we go.
They're after him. They're after him. They're swarming. They're swarming.
Dang. Dang, Cross Giant kind of good at this game. What the heck? You're kind of good at this game. A little bit cracked. A little bit cracked. Looking like every vase I own. Is that it? Dang, did you not lose it for a second? Wow. Hang on. Hang on, Cross Giant. Yo, can we get some hype in the chat? GG's. GG's, big win. Dang, big win, big win. Nice tailing. Nice tailing. Never detailed. Never been detailed before. Dang, Stin. Congrats. Congrats on your incredible victory. What's my favorite plushie in the background? Oh, that's too hard. That's too hard. There's too many. Hey, Debbie. GG's. GG's, everybody. GG's. Good gaming. Hey, does anybody want to jump in? Lime, you in this? You in this right now? Yo, congrats on the crowns. Oh, there's too many cute ones. I have a little Hatsune Miku baby. It's the cherry blossom version. So cute. But I also have ones that were sent from Lemonberry that are custom made. Look, it's my squirrel character. It's too cute. I also have Marshall, who's like my second favorite villager now. Oh, I love this one. I love this one too. I have an Eevee and a Pikachu that are like kind of pastel. I don't remember what this is called, but it's like a different style of them, and it's super soft like pastel, and it's adorable. I also have an avocado for memes. Okay, is everybody in? Did we get Lime? Lime in? That's the only person that yeah, Lime's in, and Thiggy made it too. Okay, sweet. I'm gonna click the start button. Mama! Oops, do you wanna play? You wanna join? You're in. Nice. Okay, you're in. All right. I'm gonna click the start button. Anybody else can jump in. Mimikado. Oh, and I also have No Face. I have a little No Face plushie that I got from Disney. Got from Disney Epcot, I think. Yeah. Might as well show you. Oh, kind of spooky.
Hello. Hello, stream.
smell you.
Also, I have a Banjo-Kazooie one. Dang, there's too many cute ones. I love them all. I threw out all the ones that I don't like, which was a few. Ah, another error. Oh my god. Hello? What did it end? What's happening? It fell. We got a man down. Man down, man down. I'm just gonna click the start button again because it says there's 17 people, even though it said that there were an error. Ghibli shows are so good. Oh my gosh, they're my favorite. I actually really want to watch, theaters show Ghibli movies around here. And we've got the two that I really want to watch in theaters are Howl's Moving Castle. And the other one, what was it? It's Spirited Away. I haven't seen either of those in theaters, but I've seen Princess Mononoke twice in theaters, and it was so good. It deserves to be on the big screen. It's such a beautiful, like chaotic, long, amazing movie, and it's an emotional experience. That's my version of a spiritual experience. That's mass for me, is watching Ghibli movies. Here we go. You want that outfit so much? Which one? The one that showed up on the screen? Or are you talking about the one that I have? Wow! Let's go. Or the outfit of Princess Mononoke. Not the outfit of... Is their name Sin? No, I think Sin might be the one that is... That's the bad... That's the BA lady that's running Mine Town. I can't remember what the princess is called. For some weird reason. It's unexplainable. This guy doesn't remember anything. Okay, that kind of helped, I guess. Was that worth it? Was it worth it? I think I might be getting a little better at this one. Maybe I'm getting lucky. I've always found this one really hard to like go super fast on. I always get those batons with bad timing. But luck or no, this is going surprisingly well. Oop. Spoke a little too soon. Now I'm getting rolled. I'm getting rolled. No. Okay. Recovery. The first race, I should be fine. Okay, I made it. Oh, it's Sun? Sun is the name of the wolf girl? Kiddo just said, No Face just launched himself off the shelf. Ah! Don't worry, No Face is kind of a ghost. They'll be fine. I think they probably saw some food on the ground. They were trying to pay me with gold earlier, but I was giving them free food anyway. Man down. You made it. Let's go. You did it. You're so alive and everything. Nessie's still here? Nessie, what time is it? Are we playing tomorrow? We saw Howl's Moving Castle in the theater. It was amazing. Ooh, it's such a beautiful movie. It's such an epic tale. I cry every time anyway. Howl's heart. Oh no, Howl's heart is broken.
I don't want to live if I can't be beautiful.
Howl, don't say that. Here, wear this hat. I just made it. I made you the best hat I could, Howl. I hope it's enough.
Calcifer is voiced by Billy Crystal. I tried to remember. I don't know if I can do Calcifer's voice. I don't think so. She tried to kill me. Howl, she tried to kill me. Whoa. Calcifer is fire baby. Fire baby. Oh wait, I was supposed to be counting. Oh crap. Uh-oh.
I might just have to trust in others. For the first time in my entire life.
Trace. Oh! Yay! Everyone else knew what it was. Hooray! Thanks, everybody. Thanks for not joshing me. I would have loved if I was the only one that didn't count it. And then everybody jumped off all the tiles and I plummeted to my death. That would be comedy gold. Maybe we can do that next time. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I know what it is.
Boo! Everyone knew it. Everyone knew it. Y'all are smart. Y'all are very logical. Very logical, Captain. Oh boy, we got let's see. Oh my gosh, they just added more fruit. See you later. Which one is it? What could it be? How are you cheating? Are you cheating? You fell off the edge one time and didn't die. Do we have a cheater in our midst, or is that just lag? I'm gonna just assume it's lag. What's going on? What's going on with your character? They're kind of just like spawning around. They're kind of teleporting. I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure I saw you falling. Oh, you're lagging. Okay. Yeah, this game has such weird effects that happen whenever it lags. Like if you watch the one with the spinning batons and you're watching a teammate play it, it looks like they get hit almost every time. And their little body flops around like they're gonna die. But then they're totally fine just because of the servers. It's so weird. Thank you for the follow. What's up, Harry? What's up? Oi, are you down for some Fall Guys? We're playing with peeps from the chat. Your totes invited. Totes. Sorry for saying totes. You just got a random craving for Indian food? Here we go. Me and Whizzle out here against the world. Y'all are flat. Did y'all just get hit? That's smart. Y'all are so smart. I don't know how y'all all just flew like that. I must be the one lagging, because I'm seeing all sorts of wild things going on here. Where the wild Fall Guys are. Whew, that was scary. We'll see if we survive. Oh, mama.
Right behind Z. Come back.
Hooray! I made it! I'm still alive!
Butter chicken. Butter on the chicken. Butter on the chicken.
Kayaki's about to make it. Cross Giant is moving. What?
Oh, rest in peace, friends.
What happened?
No! Nessie dead. Did the whole Nessie squad just get knocked out? Shaking my head. This is targeted ads. Never trust them. You had a different obstacle? What? You had different obstacles? We're playing on different courses right now? Because y'all look like y'all were flying. Y'all look like you were flying on a fan. Was there a fan for y'all? If we weren't playing on equal courses, that would be strange. You're rage quitting? We'll see you later, Nessie. Thanks for the games. We'll see you tomorrow. Get some good rest. Thanks, Nessie and team. Oi. We'll see you later. Now it just sounds like I'm kissing myself. I kiss myself. I couldn't do it. I couldn't make such a perfect kiss. It took like 7 tries. Oi! Let's go! You saw a fan? There is! Y'all had a different course than I did. What's going on? How did this happen? The part in the middle had a classic spiked roller and you like jumped on top of it. Thank you for the shout out for Nessie. We're gonna be playing games tomorrow. Give them a follow. Our favorite Galaxy girl. That's so cute. That is so adorable. I actually love that. Wow! If Nessie uses Nightbot, we could even include a Nessie emote. Whoa! Oh, my body. Oof. Oh, I just got smacked by a hammer. Are we gonna live? Krusty Krab, what's up? You're dropping by for a little bit? Hey, I hope you've been doing good. What's up, Krusty? Woo. My game just froze for a second, but we're good. We're good. This server's busting, though. Look at him go. Just teleporting around. This is game broken. Please fix.
Z, you're so fast. Oh my gosh. I might not qualify here. What is going on? Krusty, how have you been doing? Oi, oi. Krusty Krab pizza. Ooh, nice crab. You and me, Lime. What's it gonna be? Zoot. Fun. GG's.
GG's, friends.
R.I.P. R.I.P. to the people in the slime. I will remember you. I will put a grave for you on top of this mountain that we are all climbing. Yeah, the fact that I'm seeing you like rubber band around, it's making me think that it's my side. It's making me think that it's my side of it. Big shots with like 6 people. This is gonna be wild. Are they giving us? They're not giving us bombs because there's not the little shooters. Oh, this is gonna be intense. With barely any people, there's like no blocks. There's like no blockage. Dude, I only live my life with blockage. If I don't have blockage, I don't feel like I'm me. Grab me, you rascal. Absolute rascal, you're gonna perish acting like that. Hey, you act the frick up, you're gonna get smacked the frick up. And I'm not even talking about by me, I'm talking about by these. Yep, there you go. So sorry that you decided to attack me. The red panda outfit is so cute. You got kicked out? Malice! These servers are busted. They're probably like loaded because of July 4th. It happened. I am both sorry and not sorry that happened. Listen, you poking the bear. And I'm not talking about me. I'm not the bear. The physics engine is the bear. The physics engine should not be underestimated or trusted. It is. I have tried to do grabbing even earlier tonight, and all that I got was sadness. It works sometimes, though. It works sometimes. You got booted earlier? Dang! What the heck is going on with the servers? I'm sorry, everybody. Sorry if y'all are getting kicked out early. Getting kicked out early and not even getting a chance. Everybody deserves at least a chance. Oh, Vio's here! Hey! Vio's taking a break from studying. Oi, oi! Baba booey to you, my friend. What's up, Vio? Oi, oi! We falling. We falling together. Ain't no reason standing together. We'll be falling together. Vio's hanging out. Hope the work's going good, my friend. Good studying. Good studying. Baba booey. I'm the one in the back. I may die. I hope I die here. This is... The Mario music is so perfect for this. Oh! Oh! Z, slow down. Slow down. I want to tell you something. I want to tell you the Fall Guys secret. There's a Fall Guys secret that you don't know. I need to inform you. Oh, the fans coming! Oh, the fans are coming! I can see the wind! Oh! No, the wind! Too much wind! No, get the wind out of here! Get the wind out of here! I see it! What the heck's going on? How's he still alive? How's he living back there? What the heck is going on? This isn't a finale, is it? Z's still surviving! I just saw Z! How did you do that? I can see the wind right behind me. Are you in the fan? Oh my gosh, this is... It's just intensifying. It's faster. Oh, Z! You survived for so long back there! How the heck did you do that? That was kind of amazing. To be honest. Oi, oi! Vio! Vio! Thank you for the kisses. Oi, oi! Vio, I know you're just taking a break from studying, so you can't fall with us. But I'm just saying, you should get the game downloaded so that you can play with us next time. You should get it so that you can play next time, whenever you have more time. Is one of us actually gonna get eliminated here? Why are we doing this map with only 2 people? This is not a good map. Then we both gonna qualify. Okay, let's just speed run this as fast as possible. Okay, there's something there.
Nothing there. All right. Into the abyss. All right, it's here. No. It's more to the left. I think. Might be to the right. Oh, you found another path. Uh-oh. Scoop. Oh, why did they make this harder than it needs to be? Where? Okay, there's ways over here. Ways over here. Let's go.
Find the path.
Find the path. Adhere to the path. The path has been set out before us. Okay, any shakies? Any shakies? No! I don't think that you can check paths. I've seen people check paths and not fall before, like one time, but it seems exceptionally difficult. And possibly luck-based. Yeah, it's definitely to the right. Definitely to the right. And it's one over. Not there, I guess. Is it here? Not there. Can I get like one more shake so that we can finish this, please? Okay, I'm just gonna... Alright, it's one to the right. You should be free on Thursday? Ooh, I'm gonna be playing Raft. Raft with some friends on Thursday. But we'll definitely be playing this game a good bit. So that'll be time enough. That'll be time enough for falling. Don't you worry about that. Maybe on Wednesday. I do have to take like one day this week to pack. I might take Friday to pack. Not sure. Just one day to just load up boxes the whole time. I've barely packed anything. Great, we both qualified. Fantastic. Incredible. Have I played Raft before? I have. I have played Raft before the update was done. I played a little bit after the update, but I never got to the new stuff. But I've like, oh my god, we're getting stuck in like a loop, and we can't even die on these. Ay. I know, another free qualify. How long is this gonna take? At least bubbles is fast. Okay, just pick one of these and just destroy all the bubbles. I mean, it's just two of us, and neither one of us is gonna get kicked out. Just take the one behind you, and I'll go to this one. Let's just get it over with. This is ridiculous. Come on, Fall Guys, fix your game, please. We wanna play with everybody. Listen, I'm all for the last people battling it out, but this ain't the way. This ain't it. This ain't it, sis. Figgy, I'm so sorry. We'll be out of this in a second. Okay, look, round over. Super easy. Very low amount of bubbles. Thank goodness. Okay, we're schmoving. Okay, final round. Final round. Come on. Final win? Done win? When does this pain end? Is there any end to this pain? Hexagon. Another okay. If the next one's not final, I'm quitting. And you win, Wizzle. Okay. This is the last qualifier. If it doesn't give us a finale, I'm quitting. This is just the last one. I probably should have said that last time, but we'll just clear this out and then everybody can play. Make sure your games are ready. Make sure your games are ready so that you can jump in the lobby. Just me and a sushi. Just me and my sushi friend. All right, let's go. Just a little bit of practice. A little bit of boyoyoing. Lucky. Yo, I'm kind of picking this time. Oh. Oh. There we go. Come on. Here we go. Just me and a sushi. Just a squirrel and a sushi. That's all you need. All you need in life. Squirrely sushi. Here we go. Squirrel sushi sounds gross. Squirrel isn't a fish. This one looks like it. Oh, never mind. Yeah! Oh, there we go. All right. If it's not the finale, we're done. And you win, Wizzle. Here we go. What's it gonna be? If it's Hexagon, by the way, Hexagon will take forever, so we should probably go straight down to the bottom, maybe. Because I want to get everybody in the game again. I'm totally down for like a one-on-one battle. Final round. Okay, this is a pretty good final round.
Okay. I'm sorry for the wait, everyone. If I could have made the finale happen immediately whenever there were just two of us, I would have. In fact, I would have done the finale earlier. Because the finales are fun with like 6 people. It gets so chaotic. Especially on the Hex games. The Hex games kind of need a lot of players. And it makes it really exciting. This one's a bit wild. Because it's a slime situation. It isn't really the rolling that kills you. It's the slime that ends up killing you. I'm not gonna grab you, Wizzle. But just know that I want to grab you. I just wanted you to know that. Just in case that you were wondering. You as a sushi, you look extremely grabbable. And all the physics enabled. Also, if y'all didn't notice, the feet on that character are not normal feet. They are part of the sushi.
Seize the Wizzle.
No toxicity. No toxicity. I'm not doing any grabbing. I've been toxic enough without grabs. Tonight's been a wild ride. Tonight's been all sorts. Oh, here we go. All right, slime's rising. It's almost slime time.
All it takes is one mistake, Wizzle. All it takes is one mistake, Earl. Just one little slip up, and I won't hesitate to survive. Why would I? That doesn't even make any sense. Oh!
Whizzle down!
No!
GG's, everybody. All right, everybody's back in now. Sorry for the wait. Game broken.
I'm sorry, Wizzle. Dry your tears. Dry your tears and claim your crown. Dry your tears and claim your crown. We're going again.
Here we go. Anybody want in? Any bonus players? Do we even have 10 anymore? Are there even 10 anymore? The moment that we don't have 10, that's when the stream ends. Hey! Oops, thank you for the 100 biddies. Oi, there's the code, 23P56. If we don't get 10 players, stream's over. 23P56. Anybody here? Anybody gaming? The Nessie Squad's going to bed from what I heard. Unless we still got some of them. Let's see. Looks like we got some new peeps. Y'all are welcome to go. Everybody's invited. All right, I'm gonna start in like a couple seconds. Anybody else want to get in? I'll give you like 5-10 seconds to just say that you're loading the game. You don't have to like get in those 10 seconds. Just tell me that you're trying to get in. This will be your last round. Nice. It's been fun. Thanks for participating, Ninja. It was a lot of fun. If you can wait, I can get my friend in. How long are we saying? How long do you think that'll take? Because we got 16 people ready to go right now. They could always jump in next round if it's gonna take a minute. You in this, Calico? You in this game? You ready to go? Calico's ready. Let me check. Don't know if she's loaded. Loaded with 2 barrels, ready to shoot. We only got 15 now. Now we need a 16. Here we go. Lime's in. We got Whizzle, Calico, Serenity's here. I think Serenity might be friends with Nessie. I'm not sure. We got Thora, Tayaki, Figgy, Mama Small. We got Ill. Then we got some other peeps that I do not recognize. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. We only have 15 now. We're losing them. We're losing players by the minute. It could all be over. You could start. All right, let's go. Let's go, friends. Good luck. Everybody, good luck. Yuck. All right. Here we go. We're still falling. July 4th falling.
Everybody's welcome.
Kiddo kicked me out of the lobby. What? Oh no, Malice, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You could get it on next round if you want to.
I'm sure it was an accident. Sunday.
It's actually Monday. Sunday. Fall Guys.
Sunday, 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 Monster Truck Rally! We're all falling!
Here's the peeps. Here's all the peeps we got. Emoji guy grabbing. I had a feeling we'd get randoms that'd just be all grabby. But, you know, whatever. Better than those solo matches. Because I was eating the dirt in those games. At least I got a chance here. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't notice them. They were just sitting by. They were there. They existed. I ignored them. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Dive! Nice. Line with the dodges.
Oh, I might not make it. We may not make it, team. But you know what? We had a...
Oh, wait. No, we made it. Okay, we made it. We made it. No spectate round. No spectate round this time. Oof. We've got Whizzle Fizzle headed across the bridge with Mama Small. We're now at 10 out of 11. Come on, Whizzle. Whizzle, don't be tacky. We've got Max Dangerous, Figgy Kitty, Serenity River. Mario Beast made it. Mario Beast is just being themselves, being the last person. Come on, Mario Beast. Come on. Goodness gracious. Tam Tam, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, Tam Tam. Oi. Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry, Whistle Whistle. It may have just been lagged. You ran back the wrong way. I hate it when the camera turns around, Callie. That happens to me all the time. Where like whenever I spawn, the camera is in the opposite direction of where you're supposed to go. Why? Why can't they fix that? Oh my gosh, it's slime climb time. You're doing good? Nice. Happy 4th of July. I don't know if you're celebrating. You might not even be in the US, but I'll give you a happy 4th anyway. Whether you're in America, like America, hate America, happy 4th anyway. Slime Climb it claims a lot of lives. Ooh, this is slightly easier. This is a slightly easier version. The ending is easier. I definitely would suggest going into the anti-grav area. If you're feeling like it, go for it. Cause it's a lot easier in my opinion. Oh no, we've already lost 2. Mama Schmoll. Mama Schmoll, I will remember you. I don't really know how dangerous those fans are, to be honest. I always just avoid them, but it seems like there's a strat somewhere about like using them, right? This music's jamming. Here we go. Look out for the hammers. Gotta avoid the grabbers. Gotta avoid the grabbers. There's some mobile obstacles on this map. And yes, I am talking about some of these players. Just saying. Some of these obstacles got brains. Alright, what's it gonna be, Mario? What's it gonna be? What you gonna do?
There we go. We're flying in. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, I don't have any, I just like going across the finish line. You are in 50s America and trying to find a way out? You are in 50s? You're in a different time zone? And another time, another world? 50s America? Well, if you just be patient, you'll catch up with us eventually, right? Hey! One shot made it. One shot made it. There they go. Come on, boy. You can do it. I'd hop in that anti-grav. It's pretty easy. It's surprisingly easy. I thought it would be rough, but it's actually a good bit more convenient. The anti-grav works really well. No, Tayuki's down. Everyone else died. Slime climb rough. GG's gamers. Got Lime, Defaulty, Dora, One Shot, Emoji Guy. I wonder if they're all friends trying to crash streams or not. Well, good luck. Good luck, whoever you are. How does one get across the fans?
I avoided them, Callie. I don't know if you can use them to your advantage, because I'm too scared to try. Whenever I was playing with Wafer, Wafer said, avoid them. So I avoided them, and I have continued to do that. But I'm not sure. Did they, like, blow you off the edge? You're not sure if you've ever gotten Slime Climb? Y'all will get it. Y'all will get it. That was good practice. This game just takes practice. That's all. I've played far too much of this game. And here I am playing more. You got stuck on that first one, on the first lap? The first area. Me and Lime. Lime and me are kind of chums. Lime and me are feeling a little chummy. A little chummy? Yeah, grabbing from behind is not going to work well for you, by the way. You're going to want to be in front of me if you want to troll me. Because you're always going to be at the mercy of that wind. Like, I'm not one to give you tips per se, but I'm just saying. Most grab strats. Well, I guess you can grab people from any direction on a rolling level. To like push them against the way that it's rolling, push them into a hole. That works. But not in a race game. You're not gonna want to be behind. But Wafer can tell you lies. Wafer has literally told me a bunch of lies. Like that night, Wafer told me lies. You gotta go? Hey, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. I'm calling you ill. Because I see IL. It's like ill nines. But I see ill in there. You make sure to come back? Heck yeah. You're welcome back anytime. We'll be back tomorrow, bright and early, with some raft. But yeah, thanks for playing. Thanks for participating. The more people, the better. Hey, Beffinator, what's up? It's been forever. Where have you been? Beth, what's up? We're playing some Fall Guys. If you've got Fall Guys, it's a free game. If you'd like to play with us, you're more than welcome. That's what people call me. Okay, sweet. We'll see you later, Il. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling and gaming. We got Lime, Emoji Guy, and Defaulty Boy. Beth, how have things been going? In 12 hours, raft with friends. Yeah, we'll end the stream eventually. And I'll probably just go to bed. If I can. I'll do my best. I woke up at a good time today. I'm feeling a little sleepy. Oh, that was almost my bad. I almost ate it. Whew. There we go. Come on now. We gonna make it. Oh, you can just jump up there, kind of. We jumping, we grabbing. Zoop. We got some time. Patience makes the heart grow stronger. Yes. I'm so bad. I'm so glad that they're bad at trolling. Oh, I can't see anything. That was risky. Man. Oh, you gotta go? Hey, we'll see you later, Thiggy. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun. Thanks for hanging and gaming. I will read all of the chat in just a second. Round's almost over. Wow, I died. Okay. All right. If that's how that works. that's a thing. That's a thing that just happened. You're sleepy, but Fall Guys is fun too. It's too fun. I know, right? I love this game so much. I love all the new rounds, almost all the new rounds. You just put in the AC by yourself because the menfolk of my family would have taken till winter to do it. Oh no! What kind of AC did you put in? It may seem like a weird question, but I'm like, did you put in a ductless system? Or did you put in like an actual duct and condenser system? Because that is way more intense. All right, we got 2 people with 3. Oh, it's a window unit. Oh, nice. I have installed a few window units myself. Nice job. Window units are really nice. Very energy efficient. Basically everything but the standard like duct ones. Oh my god. Well, these rhinos target you, by the way. So that's probably why they got you so quick. Because they target you, so they only had 2 targets, and literally everybody died. R.I.P. Lime gets the crown. Lime gets the crown. Lime was the last one to die. Congrats, Lime. They're not going to give you a crown because this game broken. Because we're playing a custom map, but you were the last one to die. So congratulations. GG's, everybody. GG's. Yeah, it's at 3. There were 3 rhinos with only 2 people. They just auto-target you and take you out. Are we still gaming? Do we still have enough for a custom lobby? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Are we down to fall some more? They really need to make this smarter so that you go to the crown earlier when there's less people. Yeah, it's such a simple idea, Lime. Such a simple idea. I think that what they're doing is that they're making sure that the rounds last long enough to feel like satisfying, but they really need to change the way that it works. Because, I mean, you can have like Slime Climb at the beginning and then have like 4 races where they're only eliminating 1 person each. And it's like, you shouldn't focus on how many rounds. That shouldn't be how this is calculated. It should be calculated based on the amount of people. You're headed to bed? Hey, we'll see you later, Callie. Get some good rest. You got to get the payroll done early, so you get to watch Raft. Nice! Awesome sauce. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I'll see you there. I'll see you there. Enjoy your rest. I hope that you can sleep through the fireworks. You'll do one last round? Okay, this might be the last round. It's only 10 p.m., so I can't go to sleep yet. Can't go to sleep yet. Hey, we got Nazarek here. Heck yeah. Nazarek just is jamming with us. Let's go. We've got 11 people. Anybody else trying to get in? I'll give y'all like a few seconds to tell me that you're trying to get in. GG's. Heck yeah. Everyone's welcome. Everyone's welcome if you want to jump in. I'll give it like 10, 9, 8, 7. We're going. All right. We've only got 11 people left. So this is a pretty good sign that we should find somebody to raid. Maybe one of my friends is playing Fall Guys and we can jump in on some games. Jump in on some games. This could be the last round. Last round. Here we go. Oh, Nazarek is Kiddo. I thought I remembered I thought that I remembered Husbando playing on that account. But I misremembered. Heck yeah. We got Troll and Kiddo. Look at this whole squad. Look at this whole squad. You know what? I'm so glad that these trolls found us or we wouldn't get to play the last round. Good old emoji guy. I guess emoji guy doesn't have the minion skin yet. Kind of embarrassing. A little bit embarrassing. Not really matching, but you know, they still got a good heart. Still got a good heart.
Come on, Taiyaki. We got this. We got this, Taiyaki. Let's go. Beware the balls.
Beware the balls. The balls, they do be swinging, though.
Ye olden pendulum. Forward. Forward we go.
Oi. Oi. No touching. No touching the talent. No touching the talent. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped. Oh, I might be stopped. Sorry, suckers. Okay, y'all finally got me. How long did that take? They finally got me after... Oh, and they also had to team up? Alright. Alright. Kiddo doesn't have an internet account, so he's on Dad's. Okay, nice. I thought that I recognized the, account. Nice. Alright. We got some peeps. Got some peeps going in. This is going to be one of them spectator rounds. That's what I get for putting the code on the screen, but... you know, whatever. Only dying on the last one, not too bad. I mean, I died a bunch of times because it was my fault. Hoverboard Heroes, this one's rough. This one's so scary. All right, good luck, everybody. Good luck. Don't get smacked. Don't get smacked. I almost feel like you could jump on those little glowing ports on the side. Here we go. Look at the squad out here. Whole squads out here. Yeah, look out, Lime. Those guys are stinky. They smell kind of bad. Yeah, maybe we'll make the lobbies private from now on.
But this is the first time that it happened, so apologies.
Here we go. Look out, Mouse. Look out, Mouse. Don't get hit.
Don't get smacked by one of them stars flying by. Ooh. These hoverboard heroes, they're going along. Defaulty boy's going for it. Thor's gonna make it. Lime's ready to rock. Oh, Thora! That looks so difficult. Oh my goodness. That was rough. That was rough. I hated to see that. I hated to see you die like that. There we go. We got some more peeps. We still got some livers. We got some livers.
Tayaki's going for it.
Go for it, Tayaki. Oh no! No! Tayaki down! Tayaki down! No!
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. Oh, is everyone gonna die? No, we got 3 people still alive. Go, Lime, go! Go, Lime, go! You got this! Oh my god. This is the part where I died at. Oh, Lime lives! Lime, you got this! Come on! Come on, make the stream proud. You got this. All right, we got Lime and a couple of clowns. 2 clowns and a Kiwi walk into a Fall Guys bar. 3 peeps left. I bet it's not going to be a finale, though. I bet you they're going to do a race. Next time we can leave the categories just chatting. We could do that. Could put the code on Discord in a safe place. Yeah. There's a lot of options. Just chatting might be a good idea. Although we have been raided by people that found us through Fall Guys, though. So I don't think I want to do that. But maybe just whenever we're doing community stuff. Oh, it looks like somebody's getting eliminated here. Let's go. We got Lime and Max Dangerous in the front with Defaulty Boy just behind them. Headed up the hill at full speed. Max Dangerous headed towards some of the first obstacles. Oh, a little bit of an upset there. Smacked by the hammer. Lime Ring bouncing through the speed bump. Or the speed boost, rather. Lime Ring headed to the next speed boost. Taking the outside. Lime is going for the bounce. And the bounce is clean. Extra bonus boost out of that. We've got Defaulty Boy right behind them. Smacked by a hammer. Bodied out on the ground. Max Dangerous headed for Lime Meringue as fast as possible. Bobbing and weaving. Almost a trip there. Oh, Lime Meringue getting a little bit caught up on some of the obstacles. Max Dangerous pulling into the first place. Getting through the boost, but a little bit of a fall there. Lime Meringue taking advantage, heading to the front. Possible victory for Lime here. The first is given up to Faulty Boy. Jumps in front at the very last second. Lime Meringue pulling in for number 2. And there it is. There it is. The race is over. There are now 2 Fall Guys left. Ready for the finale, but possibly another race. We'll see what the algorithm says. The god of the algorithm is a wily beast. My character tripped. What? It did? It did without you telling it to? It was auto-tripping mechanics. I hate that. We've got Short Circuit. Another race. It's almost impossible to die on this one. This is a horrible choice. Bonus race. This one's for the fans. Do your best. Come in first and you get no reward, but you get the reward of going to the finale faster. Is that's how Salty took care of it? Oh, by going to just chatting? Yeah. I don't think that we'll play community quite as much as other stuff. Yeah, maybe during community we'll just go to just chatting. They'll never find us.
They'll never find us.
I don't feel like commentating this one, to be honest, because this one's kind of a snoozer. I would climb above. It's really hard to move stuff by yourself, but you can. You can grab it, Lime. You can grab one of those blocks. Yeah, the middle has a way up if you want to crawl it. I would, yeah.
kind of the easiest whenever there's so few people. This one's definitely not designed for customs. It just barely made it through customs. Yo, Lime's being given some good time to practice this map, though. Lime's gonna be cracked aft. Cracked aft after all this good practice. Low stakes. Lime schmoovin'. We got Defaulty Boy just ahead. You could always gamble. Ooh, gambling paid off. Lime Meringue. Lifetime gambler. Leads the life. Reps the signs. Lime Meringue found the way. Up and over. Taking the corner with immense speed. Dang, Lime, if only I could be racing you right now. Oh, in another world, in another time, I'd be racing you. You can, by the way, you can jump over a fully erect wall in the anti-grav zone. Just telling you. Sorry for backseating. That's just for later. I want you to be the very best. Lifetime gacha addict. Oh no. Defaulty Boy, I believe in you. You really can. You can do it. Look at you go. Look at you go. Yeah. If you wait at the end, I will report you. Just fair warning. I doubt that you're listening right now, but if you are, if you intentionally run a timer out, I will report you. A little bit of griefing, you know, whatever. I can let it slide. It is a competitive game. Gacha addict. See, that's why I had to stop playing Genshin. Because then I picked up Cookie Run right behind it. The gacha games are too much fun, but Cookie Run at least feels kind of fair. Ooh, Hexa Ring. My suggestion to you, Lime, don't jump. I don't know if you've seen me play this, but jumping will slow you down. So if you can find a way to walk, especially if you get behind and you feel like you might slip, do not jump, because you will fly right off the edge. So you got this. Lime's got this. Come on now. Just stand at the finish line as the last one and hold up the stream? Yeah, if you did that. Okay. That might have been Lime's first time. GG's. GG's, gamers. Sorry, I'm not giving you that. I'm not giving you the outro. All right, it's been super fun. Thanks, everybody, for playing. Hope y'all had a fantastic time. Happy 4th. Happy 4th. We can find another cool person to raid right now. Let's find another neato person. So if you'll stick around with me, then we can raid a friend. No jumping in any Fall Guys games, especially if I'm playing it. Just fall in and accept your fate. Just fall into the slime. Just give up. Just give up. Oh, GG's, everybody. Yeah, thanks for playing. It was lots of extra fun because y'all were playing. Oi. I'm so glad that we played customs. It was extra fun. I was getting all tilted in single player anyway. Glad that we went away from that. Let's see. Who's online? I've got... do I know anybody that's playing? Let's see. Ooh, I've got a bunch of friends online. I got a bunch of friends. There's a lot of good options. Oh, let's raid my new friend. Oh, and it's their birthday. It's their birthday, and they're a new member of Team Harvest. The Opsty stream team. New member, and it's their birthday. Okay, we're gonna go wish them a happy birthday. And I think there's a lot of unsubscribed people here, so I'm gonna put in a couple of messages. Happy birthday! Welcome to the team. Birthday streams. Let's all go say hi. New friend. Everyone be friendly now. Y'all are always friendly. I'm just teasing. Okay. Let me slap in another one if you wanna. I am cobbling this message together. Okay. I can do this. I have a keyboard. I'm a keyboard warrior. Okay, here's another one. Oi. Everyone, happy 4th. Oop, there's an extra heart in there. Might be.
Dang. Sometimes emojis are just kind of hard to work with. Okay. Or emoticons. Okay, there we go. Let's go wish happy birthday. Thanks everybody for being here. Hope you had a great time. Much love, you peeps. Get those Fall Guys training montages going. Yeah, I think I need to resolve whatever anger I have before I pop off again. I need to resolve my anger issues first. Maybe I'll work out before Fall Guys streams so that I can get out all that energy. Oi, happy 4th, Lemonberry. Thanks for hanging out. Good night, Bonehead. Thanks for vibing, Beffinator. Hope you had a wonderful time. Whizzle Nizzle, it was great playing with you. Oi, oi! We're gonna go say hi to our new friend, which I accidentally just closed their stream. Oh wait, no, it's on my other screen. Oh, I'm silly. Their name is Snuggly. I hope that they're gonna keep streaming. Oh, they've only been going for an hour and a half. We got plenty of time. Okay, their name is Snuggly, which is super cute. They seem very goofy, very chill. They're just chatting right now. It's their birthday. We're gonna go wish them one. And welcome them to the stream team. So everybody be friendly. Let's make a mess. La la lass. It was great to meet you. I hope you had a great time. Oi, Max Dangerous.
Daddy.
Yeah, thanks for playing. Trolls. Excellent. Thora, we'll see you later. Thanks for vibing. All right, peeps. Oh, also, let me really quick shout out my moderators. Thank you, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. I appreciate it. Again, sorry. Linz was also here for a little bit. I don't think Dai popped in or Jedi. VIPs, Lemonberry, Ahsoka, It's Kuya, Kim, Kuri, Lady Pink Monster, Lime Meringue, Malice, Mushroom, King, Nessie, Opes, Taiyaki, and Sun Solo were here. Thank you so much for the raids that happened, for all the gifted subs. I so appreciate it. And hope y'all have a great rest of your night. Love y'all. All right, peace.